Superman's journey through the worlds. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176, Warm Wine. To kill the Demon King. The devil obviously didn't understand the twists and turns in this. He really thought that Lincoln generously gave him 1/10 of Lincoln's power. At this moment, looking at Lincoln, who had already put the pork on the grill, the devil was moved to tears and wanted to die for Lincoln. Think about it, he has lived in hell for such a long time and has never obtained such a powerful power, but he got it easily from Lincoln. On one side is the hell dimension that is searched and searched, and on the other side is the generous Lord Lincoln. If he doesn't choose to stand loyally on Lincoln's side, the devil will feel that he is not doing justice to his conscience. Fuck, this taste is amazing. Here, Lincoln, who was tasting the pork, gave the highest praise to this group of gluttonous demons in hell. He glanced at the devil next to him. What are you still doing here? My lord, the brain. The devil pointed to the pig head meat on the ground. Their brain tastes the best. Hearing this, Lincoln was silent for a while. To be honest, apart from chicken brain, duck brain and fish brain, he has never eaten the brain of any other creature in his life. Lincoln believed in the Demon King's suggestion. After all, the gluttony brand pork he recommended tasted really good. But as for the pig brain, Lincoln waved his hand and said, "Here you go. I don't eat pig brains." Upon hearing Lincoln's second gift, the Demon King's pupils trembled, and the emotion in his eyes was beyond words. He hugged the fat pig brain with both hands. Just as he was about to say something, Lincoln threw him away. "Go make the recipe. Don't bother me in front of me. Your Excellency, I will definitely make the best recipe in all of hell for you, and it will live up to your expectations." Watching the Demon King's figure disappear quickly, Lincoln turned his head and looked at Da Huang. Damn, this is amazing. This is the first time I know that the Lord of Hell is so easy to bribe. It's just some energy, but he is so moved. As he spoke, he kicked Da Huang on the ground again. "Hey, the Demon King is moved. You have to stand up and kneel down to thank me." Woof. Da Huang raised his head and looked at Lincoln in confusion, as if thinking whether he was joking or serious. A few seconds later, the clever Da Huang decided to call the succubus to serve Lincoln instead of him, and Lincoln kicked him again. "You are such a dog." In guard territory, Lincoln brought a group of cute, beautiful and charming succubus girls to enjoy the characteristics of hell in the Lord's mansion. At the gate of the Lord's mansion, Da Huang, who was the immediate superior of the Lord of Hell, was bored and lying beside the big iron gates to watch the door, without any sense of dignity of a high-level demon. The environment in guard territory is peaceful and harmonious, while the territories of the other 7 Demon Kings outside have been broken into pieces by the 24-hour all-weather harassment of the cowardly Demon King. Western cooking methods are so dry, but fortunately, there are precious Oriental cooking methods among the souls collected by the cowardly Demon King. Stir-frying, deep-frying, frying, roasting, braising, stewing, a total of 26 cooking methods. There must be one that is suitable for these hell-specific creatures. With traditional cooking methods, some unconventional seasonings, and cooking techniques with a little magic added, the cowardly Demon King has become a hell gourmet that many creatures in hell are afraid of. From the demons at the level of great demons to the inferior demons with no characteristics, all living creatures are now terrified by the news that the cowardly Demon King has changed his profession to the gourmet Demon King. If caught by other Demon Kings, they will either explode and die cleanly, or be stuffed into the stomach to fill up. Anyway, the sin will end in minutes. But if the gourmet Demon King who changed his profession to chef has not caught him, that would be a lot of fun. Use powerful magic to keep the demon alive, so that it cannot die easily, and then use the delicate means of dissection to accurately cut off the desired parts for cooking research. If you are lucky, there are not many special ingredients on your body, and you may be freed in a few days. But if you are unlucky, there are many edible parts on your body, such as the elite soldiers under the gluttonous Demon King. Then the death date can be said to be a long way off. Death. Death is a relief in front of this person. In the new Western Hell cooking school, the cowardly Demon King, who is the principal, is pondering the effect of emotions on the taste of ingredients in his personal kitchen covering tens of thousands of square meters. As he continues to delve deeper into food, the sparse and ordinary field of ingredients and seasonings is no longer where a chef like him should be. Studying the effect of different emotions on ingredients, and making dishes that can make people feel sad, or moved and linger, and exude golden color is what he pursues now. As for the research and development tasks of those ordinary cooking methods, he has already assigned them to his subordinates. Not to mention, although those cowardly guys are terrible at fighting, after being exposed to cooking, all their abilities have been stimulated. The speed of improving the recipes can be said to be changing with each passing day. It won't be long before a recipe that covers all creatures in hell can be made. In his personal kitchen, the cowardly Demon King began to think about how to mix emotions such as greed and gluttony into the ingredients to make more valuable high-end dishes. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, along with the voices of his minions. Demon, Lord Demon, it's done. It's done. What's done? The cowardly Demon King frowned and walked out of the kitchen. What's done? The recipe. The recipe is done. The Demon King's #1 assistant chef's voice was full of pride. We have sorted out more than 90,000 different kinds of demons in hell, eliminated some that are obviously worthless, and completed a hell recipe book with as many as 340,000 dishes. Except for some Demon Kings who have not left their names on it, even the cowardly demons of our own race are on the list of this recipe. Hearing the report from his men, the Demon King, whose strength had greatly increased, frowned. Are there still some missing? How can this be possible? His #1 assistant chef was stunned. But those who are missing are the lords of hell. We can't catch them all. Who said we can't catch him? Hearing his men's doubts, the cowardly Demon King curled his lips into a Dragon King smile. With a surge of magic power in his body, he rushed into the sea of fire in an instant. My fellow men, warm up a pot of hot wine for me. I'll bring you something good. The cowardly demons, seeing their own king rushing into the sea of fire to capture other hell lords without saying anything, the demons wearing chef hats were already stunned. My king, will he die now? That's right. Assistant chef #1 was worried. Among all the hell lords in the whole hell, our king is the weakest. If he rushes out to find the magic cubes of other hell lords, I'm afraid he can only add a new devil dish to the menu. Bah. What am I thinking? At this time, it is obviously important to go to guard territory to find another king. His words immediately reminded the other demons, and they hurriedly gathered around and prepared to leave. Yes, yes, yes. Hurry up and notify the other king. If it's too late, there may not even be enough ingredients for the devil dish. Inflated. In short, the cowardly Demon King is now very inflated. Influenced by cowardice, he has never had any fighting will, and his strength has always been weak, but now it is different. The power in his body is like a vast ocean, driving him to be extremely inflated. With this level of magic power, what's the point of having a fighting will and fighting skills? Convert all the magic power into strength and speed, and swing your fists to hit. The 7 Demon Kings may not be able to do it, but the other Demon Kings, aren't they accurate with one hammer? Exclamation mark. The energy points are fully filled according to the speed attribute. In an instant, the cowardly Demon King has crossed a distance of billions of miles and landed on the territory of a fellow rookie Hell Lord. The energy points are redistributed to the volume, and the cowardly Demon King gathers his strength and shouts loudly, "Trash! Get out of here! Cowardly!" Looking at the full-bodied voice in the sky, a surprised voice came from the Lord's mansion that was forcefully invaded by the Demon King. Are you crazy? You are crazy. The points are redistributed to the strength, and the cowardly figure falls like a rainbow piercing the sun, smashing into the fully armed fortress castle. Are you a turtle? Hide in this turtle shell. Boom. While yelling, he punched out with all his strength. The ground shook, and the voice in the fortress became angry and terrified. Coward, you are too much. No, this power. What did you do? Too much? Wait, there is something even more excessive. Feeling that the energy that was consumed in his body was replenished in an instant, the coward laughed wildly and punched down again with all the energy in his body. Boom. The sky began to tear apart under this heavy punch, and the fully armed fortress was directly bombarded into the ground, causing the Hell Lord hiding in the fortress To begin to doubt his life, impossible. This kind of power. How could you have this kind of power? Damn it. You traitor. You betrayed hell. Betrayal. I'm loyal to the Supreme Lord Satan. Lord Satan is hell. How can there be any betrayal? Cowardly refuted with a plausible argument, and the power of the heavy punch in his hand hit down without mercy. With each punch, the magic circle on the fortress that was originally intended to defend against Lincoln was shattered and destroyed, and the indestructible castle began to crack. And deeper inside, with the infusion of tremendous power, the vast territory began to tremble and crack, and pieces of matter were shattered into the sea of fire. The devil hiding in the fortress wailed continuously under the force of the heavy punch. Without betrayal, how could you have such power? I, cowardly, have worked hard all my life. I have such strength because of my diligent work, not betrayal. You, an ignorant old man with white hair and a beard, how can you understand the efforts I have made for it? Cowardly's attitude of lying with open eyes made the devil in the fortress even more angry. You damn guy, you have been hiding at home cooking. How dare you say that this is due to your hard work? Enough. Cowardly smashed the fortress with a heavy punch, rushed into it, and dragged out the shrinking Lord of Hell. Isn't it my hard work if I work hard to cook? You dare to discriminate against the chef. When I go back, I will definitely give you a good beating. No, don't. Cowardly's remarks made the Lord of Hell, who was held in his hand, terrified. As a neighbor, he knew exactly what the timid demon was doing at home. He used the living demon as a source of food and kept cutting its flesh. Is this something a demon could do? Exclamation mark. Thinking that he might also end up like this, the Hell Lord felt desperate. Let me go. I'm the Hell Lord. You can't do this to me. No. Why not? The timid demon said righteously and awe-inspiringly. Devoting yourself to the development of cooking is a blessing you will never get in your 8 lifetimes. Damn it. Why don't you enjoy this blessing yourself? Do you think I haven't thought about it? That's because the adults refused. Hearing the timid Demon King's response, the Hell Lord was completely speechless. He didn't know when the timid Demon King became such a madman today and made himself into food. Is this something a demon could do? Even those humans can't do this, right? Exclamation mark. Wait, the Hell Lord's eyes suddenly condensed. It seems that humans can really do it. He wailed in his heart again. Damn cowardice. Could it be that this evil inspiration came from humans? Exclamation mark. The battle between cowardice and the Hell Lord was over in a flash. The mere Hell Fortress, with Lincoln's 1/10 of strength, was no match for him and could be broken with a few punches. When the cowardly Demon King returned to his big kitchen with the best ingredients, the demons who were clamoring to find Lincoln to save their Demon King had not yet left. Listening to the unorthodox remarks of his subordinates, the Demon King, who was still excited about catching fresh prey just a moment ago, suddenly turned black and roared, "You guys, where is my wine? Wine? What wine?" The demons who never thought that their king could return safely did not have any hot wine at all. It was not until this moment that they suddenly remembered that their king seemed to have mentioned it before leaving. Looking at these confused subordinates, Kiyuo was immediately furious. He transformed the long whip in his hand and swung it with a crackling sound. "You guys, you dare to be lazy. Look at my whip." Although these demons under Kiyuo's command were not black-skinned demons from some special areas, whips were just as useful to them. With just a few lashes, they would turn into oily machines and work hard. The efficiency was even higher than that of the African brand artificial intelligence cotton picker, although the work of these demons was not to pick cotton. Chapter 177 Flies. After driving all the lazy subordinates into the kitchen to get busy, the cowardly Demon King began to conceive the cooking method of Demon King's dishes. Demon King's dishes are the most luxurious and noble dishes in the menu, formulated by the cowardly Demon King. The so-called Demon King's dishes, as the name suggests, are dishes whose cooking ingredients come from different Demon Kings. For example, now, the cowardly Demon King plans to use his newly captured Hell Lord as a source of ingredients to conceive a dish that reaches the top level of hell in terms of creativity and luxury. Eating demons is a common thing in hell, and it is even more common for the Hell Lord, but swallowing the cooked Hell Demon King is relatively rare. The cowardly Demon King is not sure whether Lincoln will want Demon King's dishes, but he seems to have nothing else to do now, so he can only busy himself in the kitchen with his useless subordinates. In the guard lord's mansion, Lincoln looked at the wailing Lord of Hell from afar and looked down at Da Huang at his feet. Your good days are coming. When some new dishes come up, I'll give them to you to try first. You won't die from eating them anyway. Da Huang. While Lincoln was looking forward to what the cowardly Demon King could come up with, the other Lords of Hell had gathered together again. This time, they finally showed a sign of unity. Cowardly and betrayed Hell, I can feel that his strength has been unprecedentedly enhanced. If he hadn't betrayed Hell and accepted external power, he wouldn't have been able to reach this level. That's why I emphasized the need for a union before. Mephisto showed a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. Why do you think Lucifer and I paid such a high price to send him out of hell? That guy's power is comparable to Satan. Impossible. A Lord of Hell categorically rejected. Satan is the supreme demon king who controls the power of the entire hell dimension. How could he, a human being, have this level of power? Besides, if he had this level of power, why would he come to hell to threaten our position? The throne of Satan is dispensable to him. Is it really just to taste the taste of the devil of hell? Who knows? Mephisto said in a dark tone, maybe it's just for fun, just like you went to Earth to marry and have children with human women before. It's not surprising to do anything for fun. Enough, can you please stop discussing this? A somewhat weak Hell Lord said with a sad and angry face. Coward has captured a Hell Lord. He said he wants to make that Hell Lord into a dish. You don't know what this means. Hearing this, all the lords fell silent. Eating is a very special word in hell. Punishing others, taking back the energy and authority given by oneself. Eating is the easiest of all the above, except for relying on contracts. Correspondingly, if you want to seize the power of other hell lords, in addition to completely destroying them and their territories, eating is also a good choice. If the cowardly devil really makes that hell lord into a dish and eats it, it will directly mean that the power of hell will be taken away. At that time, with Lincoln's power, no matter who becomes Satan, it will not be the omnipotent and omniscient master of hell, because a part is missing. After a moment, it was Mephisto, the Hell Lord who had the strongest desire for the throne of Satan, who spoke up. Everyone, tell me what you think. Now we have three choices. We can stand by and watch that human and his men go out again and again, watch him capture more and more Hell Lords, gain more and more powerful power, and then we will all die together. The second choice is to send someone to ascend the supreme throne of Satan, to become the master of hell, and then kill or expel that damn human. The third choice is that we unite now and rush over to fight that human. If we win, we will gain a lot. The three choices can be summarized as waiting to die, dedication, and unity. None of the above plans can be easily accepted by the Hell Lords present, except for those Hell Lords who feel that they may be captured and turned into food in the next moment. The other powerful Hell Lords fell silent again. Looking at the group of guys in front of him with ulterior motives, a Hell Lord couldn't help but say, "What are you waiting for? That human is already so powerful, do you really want to wait for him to become stronger step by step? Damn it. If you really think so, I think we might as well rush over and surrender to him now." There are examples of cowardice there. If we surrender early, we may not die. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the Hell Lords of the 7 Demon Kings who had other plans in their minds suddenly changed. You dare? Why shouldn't I dare? The Hell Lord sneered. You and I are far away, but that human is by my side. Before you come over, I will definitely run into that human. You expect me to die as cannon fodder? Dream on. As soon as the words fell, his power began to be rapidly retracted. Give me an answer before the next fire tide. Otherwise, I can only choose the option that will not kill me. After the first example of taking the lead, the other Hell Lords who were very close to Lincoln's location made the same choice. The tide of the Sea of Fire is a special phenomenon in hell. During this process, the territories of the Hell Lords of various Demon Kings will change relatively. Although their distance from the throne of Satan will not change during this process, their neighbors may change dramatically. Theoretically, after the next tide, they will be far away from the threat posed by Lincoln, but correspondingly, they may never have the opportunity to surrender to Lincoln again in this life. Surrender and wait for death. For the demons of hell, it is simply a single choice question. Who would go back to die when they can live? Exclamation mark. Mephisto and his men also heard the threats from the mouths of those small lords who were not valued by them in the past. If they really surrendered to Lincoln successfully and made peace with their territories, the originally tiny and cowardly demon lord territories would instantly expand several times, and then they would undoubtedly be close to the throne of Satan. At that time, it is possible that one of them would be neighbors with Lincoln. The lower class forced the upper class, which was a situation that Mephisto and his men had never imagined before, but Lincoln came, so it appeared. One after another, the power began to withdraw without mercy. In the end, only Mephisto and the 7 demon kings, the 8 most powerful lords of hell, remained. Tell me what you think. Let's start in advance. The arrogant demon king spoke first. I have decided to attack those lords of hell. By absorbing their power, I will become closer to the throne of Satan. If I become Satan, I will expel him. Oh, expel. Envy sneered. I think you may target us first, arrogant. The arrogant demon king glanced at Envy calmly. You are not worthy of me, Envy. You. Envy was angry, but was interrupted by the voices of others. Since the decision has been made, what else do we need to discuss? Just act on your own. A group of ignorant guys dare to threaten me, so let's kill them all first. The 7 demon kings, who could not bear to be threatened by a group of inferior lords of hell, took the lead in setting off a war in the entire hell dimension. With powerful strength as the spearhead, no lord of hell could resist their power wherever they passed. The hell dimension, which had been peaceful for tens of millions of years, fell into a full-scale war. In this continuous war, the power of the 7 demon kings and Mephisto began to expand rapidly, and the distance from the throne of Satan began to get closer and closer. However, the destructiveness of the full-scale war was much greater than they imagined. On one side was Lincoln, who had not yet clearly revealed his murderous nature, and on the other side were the 7 demon kings and others who had already started killing. How to choose was simply an obvious thing for those hell lords who were not strong enough. Without hesitation, they began to swarm towards the territory of the cowardly demon king. When the first hell lord took the initiative to run to his territory, the cowardly demon king was very happy because he could have another world famous dish on his demon king menu. As for the hell lords shouting that he wanted to surrender, he simply ignored it unilaterally. Are you kidding? These demons are cunning and treacherous. What if they get close to adults and have some bad intentions? Cowardly cannot tolerate such a thing happening. When the second hell lord came over, the timid found that something was not right, but he still insisted on sending him to his kitchen. But then, the third, the fourth, and more unknown hell lords emerged from all corners, as if they were free. The timid felt that his position was a little dangerous. There were too many demons surrendering, and there were too many lackeys. As the number 1 lackey, he was also under a lot of competitive pressure. For a moment, the timid wanted to catch all these hell lords and stuff them into his pot to stew them, but in the end he gave up the idea. The main reason was that he thought of those palace fighting dramas. What if Lincoln didn't like this approach? Wouldn't he fall out of favor instantly? It was too risky. When Lincoln got the report from the timid demon king, he was also a little surprised. To be honest, he came to hell this time for 3 things. The first thing was to taste the richness of the local species in hell. The second thing was to try the special color of hell. The third thing was to put his dog on the throne of Satan. Now, the first and second tasks have been basically completed with the help of the lackey, the cowardly demon king. He was still thinking about when to start the third task, but the densely packed hell lords came to him on their own initiative. Lincoln, who was obsessed with beauty, had no idea what major events had happened in the recent period. The cowardly demon king, who was obsessed with the kitchen, was not very qualified, but facing the swarm of difficult demons, Lincoln mercifully accepted them all. One after another, the hell lords twitched their mouths and swore allegiance in front of Dahuang. One piece after another of the territories floating in the sea of fire continued to appear and merge with the cowardly demon king's territory. For a time, the growth rate of Lincoln's territory, who had never made a big move, was not much slower than that of Mephisto's. Moreover, as the news of Lincoln's willingness to accept refugees spread, more Hell Lords who were worried that they would be killed by the 7 Demon Kings or Mephisto in the next moment began to choose the bright road. Things like outsiders, humans, and betrayers were all thrown aside by them. The many Hell Lords who had been fighting against and despising cowardly betrayal suddenly became more skillful in betrayal than cowardly ones. Dignity? What is dignity? When did the devil have dignity? Facts have proved that integrity is indeed very important. When the devils without integrity decided to surrender, the speed at which the hell dimension fell instantly exceeded the speed at which France surrendered. Almost every moment, the territory controlled by Lincoln was growing wildly. Before the next tide of the Sea of Fire came, it even floated to the nearby territory of Mephisto and became one of the demon territories closest to the throne of Satan. Mephisto, long time no see. Sitting in a comfortable chair, Lincoln looked at Mephisto from a distance. I still remember that last time I came all the way here, you dared to close the door directly. If I catch you, you'll be dead. Facing Lincoln's naked threat, Mephisto looked grim. Human. Hiss. A beam of heat vision that instantly cut through time and space blocked the second half of Mephisto's words. The surging heat vision swept past, and the terrifying energy torrent whistled past, and Mephisto's body and the vast palace were instantly evaporated into nothingness. The bursting flames rose slowly, and Mephisto, whose body was reunited, looked at his dilapidated palace with a sullen face. He could be resurrected, but his palace could not be resurrected, and those subordinates and relatives who were evaporated by Lincoln's heat vision were completely dead. In the distance, looking at the sullen Mephisto, Lincoln showed a satisfied smile and raised the wine glass in his hand slightly. This is interest, a small blow to your palace, and by the way, I will exterminate your 9 clans. No need to thank me. Human, you captured my men and ate them? Lincoln was chatting with Mephisto about family matters, and suddenly a buzzing sound very similar to flies echoed in his ears, and a faint stench began to linger in his nose. Lincoln looked towards the source of the sound, frowning. What a big fly. I'm Beelzebub, the gluttonous demon king. Human, you should respect me. I respect you. A geoduck. Beelzebub's unbearable image, smell, and voice greatly ruined Lincoln's good mood. He silently put down the wine glass in his hand and approached Beelzebub in an instant. Disgusting fly, you'd better die. Chapter 178, Too Good to Lick. Lincoln's sudden attack made all the other Hell Lords' pupils widen and their hearts tremble. Fast. It was too fast. The extraordinary speed that Lincoln showed at that moment even made them not notice when Lincoln left his position and when he came to the front of the gluttonous demon king Beelzebub. It was not until Lincoln spoke that they realized and looked at Lincoln's later position, and the time gap in between was enough for Lincoln to launch countless attacks. At this moment, all the Hell Lords realized the power that Lincoln possessed. This was no longer the same level of power as them. The only one who could rival Lincoln was perhaps Satan, the demon king who controlled the entire Hell dimension. However, to become Satan, they must first ascend to the supreme throne. Do they still have such a chance? For a while, all the demon kings fell into a choice and hesitation. This was an emotion that had not appeared in their hearts for many years. The speed shown by Lincoln was only a flash, but it was enough to easily shatter the pride and confidence in their hearts like glass. The demon gods of hell who were watching saw it clearly and were shocked. Beelzebub, the gluttonous demon king, who was facing Lincoln directly, could not see the whole picture and realize how terrifying Lincoln was. Seeing Lincoln flash in front of him in an instant, his huge and scholard compound eyes flashed a strange light, and the surging magic power in his body flowed. Human, you dare to run in front of me? If that's the case, then die. The roar of the gluttonous demon king echoed in the sky, and his trumpet-shaped mouthpit seemed to shrink slightly. After a moment of accumulation, terrifying power spewed out from it. Swish! The hot torrent of energy instantly broke through the sky and roared in. Without causing the slightest sound, the energy torrent containing the most brilliant colors had completely engulfed Lincoln's figure. This top-down penetrating blow did not slow down after engulfing Lincoln, and it pierced directly into the earth like a blade of judgment that penetrated the sky and the earth. At this moment, the whole sky seemed to tremble. A large amount of matter began to peel off from the hell that was penetrated. Looking outward, one could clearly see that the surging torrent directly pierced the entire land and sank into the boundless purgatory. The surging blow was enough to pierce through hell. This blow that made the timid Hell Lords afraid to try, with the true strength of the Hell Lords at the level of the 7 demon kings. The spewing energy surged wantonly, and the heavy hell was shocked. The gluttony in the sky laughed wildly. See, you lowly bugs dared to challenge my majesty. This is your end. The only end. Beelzebub laughed wildly, and the other Hell Lords who were originally standing behind him could not help but take a few steps back. As bystanders, they saw everything too clearly. It was obvious that Lincoln was engulfed by the energy torrent, but to say that he died directly in the energy torrent, the few Hell Lords who had witnessed his amazing speed would not think so. Beelzebub's attack speed was indeed extremely fast, but Lincoln could easily dodge the attack at that speed, and the reason why he did not dodge was obvious. If it's only this level, it's not even qualified to give me a hot bath. Beelzebub's reverberating laughter stopped abruptly, and it looked at the fierce energy torrent in disbelief, with horror in its eyes. Impossible. You are still alive. Of course I'm still alive. Lincoln's voice was light and rock hard. The surging energy was like a thin stream of water that could not shake him at all. The moment it came in front of him, it dispersed and flowed away from him. Step by step, he walked out of the ocean, unscathed in Beelzebub's hideous compound eyes. One of the strongest lords of hell. Just a disgusting fly. No, impossible. Beelzebub was still roaring, his wings dancing wildly, and the magic power around him instantly crushed down, like the collapse of doomsday, and the boundless sea of fire poured down from the top of his head. The raging flames had not yet approached, and the scorching temperature had already caused many demons on the ground to spontaneously ignite like street lamps. Amidst the shrill screams, even their souls could not escape the flames. The boundless sea of fire, the most terrifying scene in hell, is often also called purgatory, the hell of fire. The nearly crazy gluttonous demon king Beelzebub led his terrifying endless sea of fire to pour back into hell. Even though the surging sea of fire had not yet covered the land where he was, the terrifying power made the demon kings feel terrified. The sea of fire was getting closer and closer. There was no living creature in the gluttonous demon king's territory except him. Even the demons could not survive under the flames. Even the timid demon king standing far away and watching could feel the strong sense of suffocation from the overturned sea of fire. Even though he was not in it, he was threatened by the power projected by the sea of fire, and the demons behind him had already curled up in the depths. Go to hell. Go to hell. Beelzebub's face was full of laughter as his figure moved in the sea of fire, causing endless flames to roar towards Lincoln. You are very strong. So what? Under the boundless sea of fire, everyone except Lord Satan will die here. Looking at Beelzebub, who was laughing wildly, Mephisto's face was solemn. Damn Beelzebub, he has gone crazy. In this way, he will die too. It's better to have a madman die. The jealous monster laughed. Mephisto, you also want to be Satan. Don't you look happy that you have one less competitor? Why do you make such a solemn expression? Do you still want to instigate us to stop Beelzebub? Don't bother. The solemnity on Mephisto's face disappeared instantly after his thoughts were spoken out. He swept his eyes over the remaining lords of hell and his figure suddenly disappeared. You guys keep watching. I'll go first. Leave. Can you get away? The remaining few hell lords immediately set off. Today, no one can leave alone. Otherwise, who knows if you will sneak onto the throne of Satan. The throne can only belong to one hell lord. This is a confirmed fact, but there are many ways to obtain the throne. Connecting your own territory with the territory of the throne is one way. Abandoning the territory, sitting on the throne with all the power and authority, and becoming a new Satan after a period of fusion. This is the second way. Or when the authority of other hell lords returns to hell after their death. When you have more than 1/3 of the existing authority and power, you can directly touch the throne and become a new Satan. When the 7 demon kings and Mephisto were still alive, the third method would undoubtedly be useless, because the few living demon kings made it impossible for any other hell lord to have more than 1/3 of their power. But now it is not certain. The gluttonous demon king Beelzebub is likely to die. If Lincoln kills a few more demon kings later, won't the 1/3 limit be reached all of a sudden? If Mephisto really leaves at this time, then Lucifer and others are really mentally ill. When it comes to cunning and treacherous, the Mephisto in front of him is the Lord who truly understands this. It's impossible to let him leave. In the back, Mephisto and the others have been entangled together, and the gluttonous demon king Beelzebub in front is still laughing wildly at Lincoln, who is gradually enveloped by the sea of fire. What life and death territory, he doesn't care now. He is very jealous of the power that Lincoln has. He is arrogant, because he is the Lord of Hell. He is angry that he can't wipe out Lincoln. He is greedy and wants to get such a powerful power. The power of several other demon kings of the same level is affecting Beelzebub's thinking and rationality, causing him to launch a jade-burning attack with the most outrageous attitude when facing Lincoln. This attack was not expected by the initiator, the 7 demon kings. Annoying flies were buzzing overhead. Lincoln looked at the flames that were sweeping him from all directions like a storm, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Fire? It looks more threatening than the previous attack, but that's it. His voice was light, and he opened his mouth slightly, exhaling a breath of air, facing the surging flames. Hiss hiss crack crack, the extremely cold frost condensed in the air, followed by a fine freezing sound. In the horrified eyes of all the Hell Lords, the blazing and boundless purgatory was frozen by the frost and cold air exhaled by Lincoln. The scene in front of them completely overturned their perception of the hell flames. The eternal and endless flames were condensed in the air like a specimen by an invisible force. The indescribable coldness continued to climb outward, forcing Mephisto, who was entangled with it, to retreat in fear. After a long time, the clinging ice stopped, and at this time, the hell that was about to be swallowed by the flames, Beelzebub, who was laughing wildly, and even the terrifying flames were all frozen and stagnant. How is this possible? Mephisto looked at the scene in front of him, and looked at Lincoln with an incomprehensible look. Your frost breath is just absolute zero. How can it freeze the flames of hell? This is impossible. It's very simple. Just add a little bit of power and increase the stagnation effect. Lincoln looked at Mephisto and smiled lightly. Frost breath can freeze the movement of all things. In this case, is it difficult to accept freezing time and space? Lincoln's matter-of-fact voice made Mephisto speechless. He felt that what Lincoln said made sense, but thinking about it carefully, it made no sense at all. For humans, time may be the movement of particles, but for demons like Mephisto, even if the entire universe is frozen, time is still flowing steadily. Now Lincoln can freeze time with the ability that he originally thought was only to freeze particles. How can he not question it and feel that the world is absurd? You know, even the Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One needs the ability of the Time Stone to interfere with the operation of time. But when it comes to Lincoln, he can freeze time in one breath. What kind of bullshit is this? Exclamation mark. Mephisto wanted to say something, but Lincoln looked back at the ice in front of him that encompassed a vast continent. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. I have to cremate this disgusting fly first. I have no appetite. When I look at him. Appetite? Just because you have no appetite, you have to attack a leader of hell. Mephisto and his companions were still shivering, and then they saw a hint of red in Lincoln's eyes. The next moment, a blazing beam of light that was thousands of times more terrifying than the energy torrent released by Beelzebub before surged out. The dazzling red even covered the original color of hell. When the demons reacted again, the piece of ice that froze hell had disappeared, connecting Beelzebub, who was frozen in it. There is a difference between strength and power. Lincoln gave Cowardly 1/10 of his own strength, but this does not mean that Lincoln's attack power is only 10 times that of Cowardly. In the time that Cowardly consumes all his energy to release once, Lincoln is enough to draw all his energy to attack tens or even millions of times. It is easy for him to release such a huge amount of energy and destroy a continent in an instant. Although all this is incomprehensible to the other Hell Lords, he just needs to achieve his desired goal. Amid the anxious and fearful expressions of Mephisto and the others, Lincoln returned to his lord's mansion and looked at the group of Hell Lords who were sitting there with awe and fanaticism in their eyes, and said, "Who among you can tell me the conditions for becoming the Devil King Satan?" "My lord, I know." Mustering the energy in his body, the cowardly Devil King moved as fast as light. He stood up and said loudly, "There are 3 ways to become the Devil King Satan. Combine your own territory with the territory of the throne, sit on the throne, and inherit the power of the throne, and kill a large number of Hell Lords, to increase your own power to more than 1/3. In this way, you can become the supreme devil Satan who rules over all of hell. It doesn't sound that difficult. Lincoln stroked his chin, and looked at Da Huang at his feet, but it's a bit troublesome, that you don't have a territory. My lord, I can contribute my territory. But then you won't be the lord of hell, right? As long as I can be loyal to you, my lord, I don't mind losing my position as the lord of hell. The other lords under the throne couldn't help but hold their breath when they heard this. Damn, how can this guy be so good at licking? Exclamation mark. Is he still a cowardly demon king? Exclamation mark. Hell didn't give you the title of dog-licking demon king, and we strongly disagree. Chapter 179 The Birth of Satan. The shameless attitude of the cowardly demon king made the other hell lords disdain to associate with him. They have not yet adapted and changed their mentality, and their experience in being a licking dog is still not as good as the cowardly demon king who has rich experience in the industry. However, Lincoln finally did not choose to adopt the first option, mainly because the time required for territorial merger is too long, and it is not something that can be completed in a short time. According to the cowardly demon king, this merger time is a fixed process of hell, and cannot be shortened. The merger of territories is the same, and the fusion of thrones is also the same. It takes a long time, which is not suitable for a person like Lincoln who comes and goes like the wind. Therefore, there is only one solution to the problem in the end, and that is also the most violent solution. Patting Da Huang's head, Lincoln pulled its ears and made it stand up. You lazy dog, get up and work. If you fail, I can still run, but you will most likely be caught by those demons and made into dog meat hot pot. If you don't want to end up like the thousands of fellow villagers in your hometown of Yulin, then show your posture as a Hell Lord. Da Huang, woof. It was you who insisted on dragging me here. It's not important. What's important is that you are here now. Facing the confused expression of Da Huang, Lincoln smiled and touched the dog's head. Come on, work hard to become Satan. Under the throne, seeing Lincoln and the inconspicuous big yellow dog interacting, the Hell Lords, except the cowardly demon king, looked at each other in surprise. They originally thought that the one who wanted to become the devil Satan would be the invincible Lincoln, but now it is a big yellow dog who tells them that they will ascend the supreme throne. Question: is it too late to run away now? Oh, I almost forgot. There are still Mephisto and several demon kings surrounding him outside. Even if he can run, he will probably die much faster than now. Lincoln did not deliberately hide the fact that Da Huang is the Lord of Hell, but he did not deliberately publicize it to the outside world, so that until now, only the demons, except the cowardly demon king, knew Lincoln's plan. As for Mephisto and the Hell Lords who stood on the opposite side of Lincoln, they still don't think that Lincoln will give the throne of Satan to the dog beside him. In their opinion, giving a dog the position of a Hell Lord is already the limit. Giving Satan the position as well is pure waste, and it is an extremely huge waste. Mephisto and his companions, who have a strong desire for Satan, subconsciously ignored this possibility. If they knew, they might be even more angry that they were put on the same competitive line by Lincoln and a dog. The war in hell has been out of control, especially the death of Beelzebub, which has intensified the progress of the war. Now Mephisto and several Hell Lords know that in front of Lincoln, Hell Lords of the level of gluttony were killed as easily as ants. If Lincoln really makes a move again, their fate will not be much better than Beelzebub. In this case, instead of waiting for Lincoln to make a move, it is better for them to start a fight first. Once they can touch the throne of Satan and become the controller of the hell dimension, as soon as the conditions are met, it means that they have the ability to compete with Lincoln. This is their only way out at present. As for sitting and waiting to die, or handing over the throne of Satan, that was not their style. The cowardly lords of hell could kneel without hesitation, but Mephisto and his men were too stubborn to kneel. In the God Lord's mansion, Lincoln, who had decided on the plan, did not get up and go out to kill Mephisto and his men. Instead, he pointed in the air in the direction of the cowardly demon king. I will grant you more powerful power. Go, offer your loyalty to me, and kill those ambitious guys. The magic mark in the cowardly body trembled slightly, and the next moment, energy several times stronger than before filled every corner of his body. This terrifying energy even made him feel that he was omnipotent and could tear the sea of fire apart at that moment. But when he met Lincoln's gaze, his heart suddenly moved, and he immediately shouted, "I'm willing to die for you, my lord." As soon as the voice fell, in the envious eyes of the other Hell Lords, he rushed out of the Lord's mansion, thinking of the pieces of hell at the other end of the sea of fire. The howling voice also echoed in hell, "Mephisto, Lucifer, die." The moment the devil's cry fell, the figures of Lucifer and several others immediately appeared in the air. They looked at the cowardly from a distance, their eyes were cold, and the whistling magic power in their palms was raised. "Cowardly? How dare you appear in front of us? Or you go to die first." Rumble. Lincoln's energy is endless. Based on this, the cowardly devil and many other demons started a battle in the sky to determine the superiority in life and death. The messy energy was wantonly swayed, and just a slight wisp could split a huge crack in the earth. The ubiquitous shockwave penetrated the barrier of the sea of fire and made the whole hell tremble. On the rooftop, Lincoln lay leisurely on the chair and looked up at the sky. Is he still eating a few melon seeds? The posture of eating melons is incompatible with the tearing doomsday scene. No. Suddenly, there was a voice from the sky, and the next moment, a tearing sound was heard. Sizzle. As if the purpose of the sky was torn apart, a large amount of blood rain poured down from the sky. The corpse of a Hell Lord whose face could not be seen fell like a meteorite, but before it fell into hell, it was already blasted into slag by the sea of fire and the torrent of energy. In the chaos, the first Hell Lord to fall appeared. In just a short moment, 2 Hell Lords died, which directly made the battle more and more intense. The remaining Hell Lords mustered all their strength and mercilessly slashed at any figure that appeared around them. Among them, the weak who was blessed with energy became the craziest one. The hands and feet were broken, forcibly torn off and then regrown. The body was split. The energy blessing restored it instantly. Even if most of the body was turned into nothing in the terrifying energy bombardment, as long as there was still a trace of flesh and blood, the weak could proliferate and recover the body at an unimaginable speed. The terrifying recovery ability obtained from Lincoln has completely exceeded the upper limit of the Hell Lords, and Mephisto and other Hell Lords looked gloomy. Their repeated attacks caused enough injuries to kill all 10 cowards, but under the hindrance of the recovery ability, they just tired themselves out. Looking at the coward who roared and turned into a desperate man and rushed over again, Mephisto's eyes moved slightly and he rushed towards the coward in an uncharacteristic way. Boom. The clouds suddenly bloomed in the air and another figure flew out backwards. Before the figure could be seen clearly, several attacks were launched from the hands of Lucifer and others. After the torrent, there was nothing else. After doing all this, they looked at the clouds, and the coward rushed out of it like a madman, roaring to the sky. Who else? The arrogant are afraid of the stupid, and the stupid are afraid of the desperate. Faced with the cowardly man who was either going to kill him, or he would kill them, Lucifer and the others could not help but take a step back. None of them wanted to continue to fight with this guy. The most urgent thing was to kill the other Hell Lords as before, while the cowardly man was messing up the situation, and then become the first Lord to touch the throne of Satan. In the sky, the remaining 7 demon kings were entangled with cowardly, and from time to time they took advantage of the gap to launch fatal attacks on their companions, who were fighting side by side a moment ago. The situation in the sky was extremely chaotic. What the Hell Lords did not notice at all was that a figure quietly emerged from Mephisto's deserted palace. As the embodiment of cunning, Mephisto could do more in this regard than the Hell Lords could imagine. He even forged the signs of his own death and became the only Hell Lord who was out of the battle. At the edge of the territory, Mephisto's eyes were fixed on the central continent that was moving regularly. The energy that was suppressed to the extreme was accumulated in his body, waiting for the moment he needed. Bang! In the air, there was another earth-shattering roar. The deep purple light almost blinded the sea of fire. Feeling the disappearance of an invisible force, Mephisto knew that the lust of the 7 demon kings had also fallen. Pride, anger, greed, jealousy. Now only these 4 guys are still alive. Only 3 more need to die. Or even 2, that's his time. Mephisto was uneasy, staring at the sky. Time passed by minute, and it was unknown how long it had been. Suddenly, a fierce flame swept across the sky. The flame was red, and just a glance at it made people feel angry. "Damn it, I'm going to kill you." In the rage, a roar that could no longer be distinguished sounded, and the next moment, another explosion followed. Mephisto knew that there were only 2 of the 7 demon kings left, plus him and those lingering hell demons. The power was close to 4 equal parts. Cowardice has the power to change the situation, but this power comes from Lincoln, not from himself, so he does not have much of the share of hell. At this point, it is Mephisto who left the battle early and retained the most perfect power. However, the 3 people fighting in the sky are now in a 3-legged tripod, and it has entered a long tug-of-war. Not only are the 2 people in the battle suffering, but Mephisto, who is waiting for the right time, dare not relax for a moment. I don't know how long it has been, and finally, Pride can't sit still. He quietly condensed an explosive attack in his hand, and pushed it indiscriminately in front of him. The sea of fire was even opened at this moment, and his figure was hidden in it. Pride did not take action, but looked at Greedy, who had survived until now, and thought about the continent where Satan's throne was. Cowardly eyes caught the figure of Greed through the messy attack, and his heart moved, and he instantly blocked Greedy, but at this moment, Pride moved. He crossed the line of defense, and touched the throne, his eyes full of surprise. "It's mine. The throne is mine. No, this is my throne." The sudden voice of Mephisto made Arrogant tremble all over. He wanted to reach out to stop it, but the attack launched just before victory was completely beyond his expectations. He could not avoid it or block it. Arrogant died, and his power returned to hell. At this moment, 4 points of power became 3 points, and Mephisto, who occupied 1/3 of the power, entered the long rainbow, and approached the throne of the central continent. The huge shadow of the throne was reflected in his pupils, and his eyes were full of strong hope and desire. The magic power in his body surged like a tsunami, and his speed reached its peak at this moment. Arrogant was defeated by Mephisto. This sudden scene made the cowardly fighting in the sky completely unable to react. Being in the sky, under the extremely hideous situation, they could even clearly see the expression on Mephisto's face. They stretched out their hands to stop him from approaching the throne, but with the help of the moment, when Mephisto was waiting, it was impossible. The pupils of his eyes swept over the hideousness and fear on the faces of Lucifer and others, and the corners of Mephisto's mouth curved into a smile, which began to expand continuously. The closer he got to the coveted throne, the more clearly Mephisto could feel the power and authority contained in the throne beckoning to him. His body stretched out completely in midair, and he reached for the throne in a flying gesture. 1 meter, half a meter, 10 inches, 5 inches. The closer his fingers were to the throne, the more his pupils opened, and the more rapid his breathing became. In a trance, he seemed to have seen the posture of himself becoming the new Satan King, but the next moment, his dream was shattered. Snap, a crisp snapping sound was heard, followed by an intense stinging pain, or thorn that even he, the Lord of Hell, could not resist. The intense pain made his face change drastically, and the throne of Satan that disappeared from his sight made him wail, "No, why not?" Lincoln's light but devilishly cruel voice came, "What I like to do most is to give people a little hope first, and then tear that hope apart. Look at your expression now, how weak and helpless you are. It's totally not what a Lord of Hell should do." In front of the throne, Lincoln, who was originally lying on a chair watching the show, appeared in front of Mephisto holding Dahuang. Mephisto was on the verge of failure. His eyes were full of reluctance and disbelief. How could it be? Lincoln crushed Mephisto's palm with his foot, his eyes full of teasing. "You can hide it from them. Do you think you can hide it from my eyes?" The Lord of Hell, who is known for his cunning, is indeed very cunning, but in the face of absolute power, cunning is useless. With a mocking smile on his face, Lincoln threw Dahuang in his hand onto the throne. Looking at the authority and power of the entire hell dimension gathered on Dahuang, Lincoln raised his arms and cheered, "Everyone, let's celebrate. After tens of millions of years, the King of Hell is born again. Its name is Nicholas Dahuang." Chapter 180 NYPD. Looking at the big yellow dog on the throne accepting and mastering the authority and power of Satan, the eyes of all the demons, except the cowardly demon king, were somewhat complicated. The little Helllord standing on Lincoln's side did not expect that Lincoln would actually do what he said and push a local dog to the position of Satan, the Lord of Hell. Mephisto, whose lifelong dreams and pursuits were shattered, felt the fantasy of demon life. They have been born in hell for tens of millions of years. They have worked hard and used all means to get closer to the distant throne of Satan. They are like the villains in fantasy works, working hard, having lofty goals, and moving forward firmly for this goal. But in the end, they were defeated by a local dog! Exclamation mark. The dreams and pursuits of many years were shattered at this moment. Looking at the power gathered on the big yellow, Mephisto's eyes were first empty and desperate, and then began to become more and more ferocious and crazy. Unacceptable. He absolutely could not accept the fact that he would be defeated by a dog. Cunning seemed to vanish at this moment, and what surrounded him at this moment was madness and despair that was so thick that it was almost tangible. His thoughts gradually became confused, and the uncontrolled magic began to erode his body. The cold, cunning, cruel Mephisto who used to do whatever it took to achieve his goals gradually disappeared. Instead, he was replaced by a Hell-Lord who had completely fallen into madness because his dream was shattered. The eerie and terrifying aura emanating from him made the small Hell-Lords who were watching from afar shudder, and even the arrogance in the sky couldn't help but step back at this moment. He was extremely arrogant and couldn't accept a dog sitting on a high position above his head, but Mephisto was now completely blackened, and he didn't mind letting this guy die in front of him. Kill you, the vague voice lingered like the whispers of an ancient god, and the pair of grey-black eyes that revealed a dead silence stared at Dahuang and Lincoln's voices. That's mine, mine. He suddenly burst out with a venting roar, and the next moment he was like the 8 gods in the King of Fighters game, instantly leaping towards Lincoln from a distance in a black arc. Mephisto looked at Lincoln with extreme murderous intent in his eyes, and the magic power resonating in his palm was so violent and terrifying. But facing this terrifying attack, Lincoln just dodged lightly, raised his legs, and stepped heavily. Boom. The black figure, that was so fast in the air that it was impossible to see clearly, instantly fell to the ground, and Lincoln's feet stepped on his back, as easy as a mountain suppressing a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He looked down at Mephisto who was still twisting and struggling on the ground, with a sneer on his face. Poor Mephisto, you could have become Satan, but unfortunately, you met me. As the Lord of Hell, you should have been accustomed to killing, destroying, and ruining other people's dreams. Why do you act like an incompetent and angry giant baby when it's your turn now? Oh, maybe you are not a qualified Lord of Hell, but just a pile of garbage that got power by despicable means. Lincoln said, and his feet became harder and harder. The hell that should have been extremely fragile was now extremely hard. Mephisto's body was pierced inch by inch, but the ground did not show any deformation. In front of all the surviving demons, Lincoln's feet finally stepped firmly on the ground. And Mephisto, whose chest was completely pierced, turned into a corpse on the ground that could never be resurrected. Cunning, darkening, these are meaningless in the face of absolute strength. The strength displayed by Lincoln frightened Pride, who was watching from a distance. At the moment, when the throne was taken away, he also wanted to rush up and fight Lincoln to the death, but now, he was afraid of Mephisto, who died silently on the ground without even causing any movement. Even gluttony could die magnificently, but Mephisto turned into an inconspicuous dot in hell like a bug. He didn't want to do that. Pride hesitated, and Lincoln's eyes were already looking at him. Look, what did I find? A wild Lord of Hell. The frivolous voice made Pride's hair stand on end. He subconsciously wanted to make a move, but the sudden cowardice completely imprisoned him in place and couldn't move. Lincoln's voice floated in front of him, and he stretched out his palm to press his heart. What a safe measure, to actually bind the source of life to the heart, that can move anywhere in the body. But unfortunately, you met me. Looking at the palm, that was as light as nothing, and pressed against his chest. Pride wanted to scream loudly at this moment, but when he opened his mouth, he found that this was no longer possible. His pupils widened as he watched his chest being penetrated like a phantom, and watched the bright red heart like a crystal ruby being pulled out. Until this moment, Pride felt the closest to death in history. He looked at Lincoln with desperate pleading in his eyes, but this could not stop the gem fragments from falling to the ground piece by piece. Another force returned to the hell dimension, and the power controlled by Da Huang became even stronger. Woof woof woof. After destroying the last Hell Lord who opposed him, Lincoln's eyes began to look elsewhere, but Da Huang's voice attracted his attention. He came to Da Huang, and then saw a special soul emerge in front of him. Interesting, interesting. Looking at the soul in front of him, Lincoln couldn't help but smile. After searching the memory of the soul, he became more and more excited. So that's it. He patted Da Huang's head, holding the soul in his hand, and the long-lasting power in his body began to penetrate into the world outside hell. Until a certain moment, he opened his eyes, found it. Whoosh. Lincoln's figure disappeared, and Da Huang on the throne was dumbfounded because Lincoln didn't take it with him. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. At this moment, the exasperated voice lingered in hell for a long time. Bang. The streets and alleys of New York in the 20th century were not prosperous, and even appeared different kinds of dirt at night. In this silent alley with only a few dripping sounds, a ball of blazing flames suddenly emerged. When the flames dissipated, Lincoln walked out of it. The sudden fire and Lincoln who walked out of the fire unscathed made the homeless man curled up in the alley widen his eyes, looking at him with fear in his eyes. Devil. The devil has come to the world. He shouted loudly, directly abandoned his luggage and hurriedly ran out of the alley, and collided with Logan who came out of the bar, after failing to get drunk. Devil. Devil. Subconsciously holding the homeless man's arm, Logan looked at the homeless man who looked embarrassed and mentally unstable, and then looked at the dark thought, and his brows couldn't help but frowned. He suspected that the person in front of him was a drug addict who was high on drugs, and who knew what hallucinations he saw after taking the drugs. Thinking of this, Logan turned around and was about to leave, but the homeless man who fled in panic grabbed Logan with his backhand, as if he had seen a savior, pointing at the alley and shouting, "Devil! I saw a devil coming out of the flames." Logan? He was getting more and more confused, but curiously he followed the homeless man's instructions and walked towards the place he wanted to go. Before he could walk in, Lincoln walked out of the darkness first, and Logan stretched out his sharp bone claws in response to the sudden confrontation. Seeing this moment, the homeless man who was already frightened and uneasy immediately shouted, as if he saw a ghost, "Mutants! Mutants!" Looking back at the homeless man, who ran away while shouting, Logan looked at Lincoln again. "Who are you?" "Let me introduce myself. My name is Lincoln." Lincoln smiled slightly. "Nice to meet you, Logan. Do you know me?" Logan slowly retracted his bone claws and looked at Lincoln with some confusion. "I don't remember I have seen you before." "Undead mutant, there are so many people who know you." Lincoln did not answer Logan's question, but instead said, "It seems that you are not called Wolverine now." "Wolverine?" Logan's brows moved again. He thought Lincoln was very strange. "Are you a mutant too?" "No, I'm not a mutant." Lincoln shook his head. "Mutants have limits, and I don't." "Okay, another fucking idiot who believes he is awesome." Hearing this, Logan shrugged and turned to leave, but as soon as he turned around, a helpless expression appeared on his face. Fuck. The homeless man who was fleeing in panic ran to a street that he had never been to in the past nights. He was wrapped in wrinkled clothes, his hair was messy, and his eyes were dazed and cloudy. Stimulated by Lincoln and Logan, he was in a bad mood. Seeing a police car inside, he rushed over and shouted, "Save me! Save me!" The voice of the homeless man instantly alerted the police. They skillfully grabbed the pistols in their hands, pointed the guns at the homeless man and shouted, "NYPD, put your hands up where I can see, and lie on the ground." Bang. The homeless man, whose mind was still a little confused, was pressed firmly to the ground. His cheeks rubbed against the cold ground, his hands were handcuffed, and the pain finally made his brain sober for a while. "No, you can't catch me, I'm a victim. Stop it." The New York police behind him sneered, "Look at your appearance, I bet you must have taken drugs in half an hour. You are a psychopath who tried to attack the police." Homeless man. "Am I sick or impatient? How dare I attack you policemen who can empty the magazines in the American style when there is a disagreement?" The homeless man who was escorted to the police was still trying. "I admit that I did smoke a little, but it was just some marijuana. Some marijuana. I saw a demon coming out of the fire, and a guy who could grow bone knives between his fingers." They must be mutants. Stop talking nonsense. A policeman sneered. You are not taking the things in the comics seriously? How can there be mutants in this world? The world of X-Men is a special world. In the Marvel world, there are no Marvel comics, only DC comics. The world of DC is just the opposite. However, in the world of X-Men, there are comics about mutants, and they have been publicly released, and have a lot of readers as early as this time. Mutant comics have implanted the concept of mutants and their evil into the people of this world, thus becoming an inducement for humans to hate and hostile mutants. But now it is too early. It was not long after the end of World War II, and the world was in a state of bipolarity. People tended to focus more on the two-pole competition, rather than other things. Coupled with the underdeveloped technology and the scarcity of mutants, even if mutants appeared, they would only be regarded as hallucinations of some people who were obsessed with reading comics. No one believed that mutants really existed in the world, just as they did not believe that Dr. Manhattan actually existed. Compared to believing the mutants in the homeless man's mouth, the two policemen were more willing to believe that the guy behind was a lunatic who was high and ready to attack the police. The homeless man felt a little regretful when he saw that the two policemen in front of him did not believe what he said at all and wanted to take him back to the police station. If he had known earlier, he should not have come to this group of unreliable New York police. But now, he has no other way out. He shouted even louder, "Really, it's really mutants. I saw it with my own eyes at Mariah's bar." Break. The moment the homeless man finished speaking, the police car suddenly stopped, and then the two policemen turned their heads to look at him. "Is it the Mariah bar on Blanche Street?" The homeless man was a little confused and nodded. "Yes, that's it." After this, the two policemen looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Mariah bar is a good place to relieve loneliness. There are not only wine, but also women in it. As veterans in this area, they have a good way to deal with people who are freeloading in the bar. Just like now is a good opportunity. Someone called the police near the bar, so of course they have to investigate it professionally. Of course, it is normal to go to the bar to find someone to ask about the situation. If the bar does not cooperate, it is inevitable to disturb the two guests. Of course, compared to disturbing the guests, they are actually more willing to disturb the dancers in the bar. They are all witnesses, regardless of gender. The two policemen with righteous words and great righteousness drove to Mariah bar. They even wanted to park directly in front of the bar, but in the end, they chose to park on a street a little further away, locked the homeless man in the car and walked over. Then, Logan and Lincoln, two figures who appeared on the street in the middle of the night, caught their attention. One was Logan, a veteran killer with muscular body who didn't look like a good guy, and the other was the Chinese who were still being marginalized at this time. This pair of people immediately raised the alert value of the two policemen, and they immediately took out their pistols. "NYPD, put your hands up where I can see them, and lie on the ground. Otherwise I will shoot." Opposite them was Logan, who was about to leave with a helpless look on his face. Chapter 181 Task Force X. With two policemen pointing guns at him, Logan was thinking in silence whether he should rely on his immortality to withstand the bullets and break through, or go back with the two people in front of him to investigate. Lincoln behind him moved. "I'm sorry, I came here illegally without any documents, so I definitely can't cooperate with you to go back for investigation. As for shooting, if you want to shoot, feel free to do so. However, I will not allow someone who shot me to live smoothly in this world after that." "Logan? So brave. Do you also have an immortal body?" Logan fell into silence, and the two policemen opposite him looked even more incredible. Seeing Lincoln turn around and leave, they flashed a trace of anger and fierceness in their eyes, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang 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 bang. In a very short time, the bullets in the two magazines were emptied by them with professional techniques. The almost supersonic bullets cut through the air and came to Lincoln in an instant. But what happened in the next moment made the two policemen stunned. Ding 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 ding, the crisp collision sound and sparks kept bursting out in front of the eyes, and the yellow pistol bullets were like hitting a steel plate and ricocheting in all directions. Lincoln stopped walking away. In the deep darkness, he slowly turned around, and a frightening red appeared in his eyes. "It seems that you have chosen the wrong path. In this case, let Satan punish your sinful souls." You. The two policemen looked at the red in Lincoln's eyes and wanted to say something, but the beam of light that swept through them in an instant had cut 7 of them in half and fell to the ground. The unpleasant smell of burnt flesh and blood came, and Logan's mouth twitched. You are indeed a mutant. Whatever you think. Lincoln was too lazy to correct Logan's concept. Anyway, the world only has mutants as special powers. It would be too annoying to explain them one by one. Let the misunderstanding be a misunderstanding. Pointing at the corpse on the ground, Lincoln kindly reminded, if you don't have necrophilia and want to have sex with these 2 guys on the ground, I suggest you leave quickly, because there is a guy who has just finished whoring in the bar and is about to come out. What? Logan became alert. He looked at the slowly opening door of the bar, stepped on it, and immediately rushed into the gloomy alley. Shit. Hiding that he was an immortal mutant was outrageous enough. He definitely didn't want to be identified as the criminal who killed 2 policemen. That was too much, and the 2 policemen were indeed not killed by him. Logan, who was unwilling to take the blame, left, leaving the satisfied customer looking at the 2 policemen in front of him in silence. For a moment, he didn't know whether he should scream or leave. He only had one thought in his mind. Damn, I should have come to whore tomorrow. Thanks to Lincoln, the New York Police Department was very lively tonight. Many policemen experienced the blessing of 996 overtime work, and New York became lively at night and began a large-scale search for the guy who might be the murderer. The next day, CIA Task Force Section officer rushed to Charles with a document in his hand and said angrily, "Give me an explanation. Who the hell did this?" What? Looking at the angry agent in front of him, he frowned and picked up the document on the table and flipped through it. After a moment, he said, "Was it done by mutants? Are you trying to say that an unknown person developed a laser weapon that can cut a person in half in an instant before our scientists? Or that the Soviets made a laser weapon and killed 2 policemen when they were testing it in New York?" The officer was furious. "Besides you mutants, who else can do such a thing?" This question made Charles silent. After he and Eric looked at each other, he got a headache. To be honest, Charles didn't think that there was anyone in the world who would make a laser weapon and kill 2 policemen in the middle of the night. This matter was most likely related to mutants. But the problem now is that they have just started to cooperate with the CIA on behalf of mutants, preparing to solve the big trouble of Black Emperor Zio, who intends to provoke World War III. At this time, a mutant killed a policeman, which would undoubtedly cause flaws in their relationship with the CIA and even human time, so I think it should be Zio who did it. Charles lied without changing his face. There is also a telepath in his team. Maybe he has already known the news of our cooperation with you and started to try to create a rift between us. You know, there are only 2 of us. There is no extra people and no need to kill the police. Charles' words silenced the angry official in front of him. After a moment, he said, "That Black Emperor Zio, does he have such a mutant under his command? Can he make lasers? I don't know." Charles hesitated. "We know very little about Zio." Damn it. Hearing Charles's statement, the official suddenly cursed and then left again with footsteps. After they were the only 2 left in the room, Eric finally spoke. "Charles, what were you talking about? Would sure do something like that, exposing himself just to kill 2 policemen? Did the 2 policemen hide the launch button of the nuclear bomb? I don't know, but maybe this is the only explanation." Charles took a deep breath. Who else would kill the police besides Shaw? A mutant who was dissatisfied because he was searched at night. You know how unlikely this is. From a probabilistic point of view, the possibility that Shaw planned and carried out this attack is much greater than the latter. Charles's statement made Eric silent. He thought about it, recalled the appearance and personality of Shaw in his memory, and finally convinced. In his memory, Shaw was a complete madman, a madman who would do anything to achieve his goal. Killing 2 policemen to destroy their cooperation with the CIA. Maybe this is really something Zio could do. In another room, the CIA agent who was monitoring the 2 people silently recorded the conversation between the 2 and sent it to the upper office. In fact, they didn't know that Charles had already known about this. Although he didn't easily spy on other people's brains, the guy he was dealing with now was Zyro, who intended to destroy the world, so it was completely understandable that he went against his previous ideas a little. After all, it was to save the world, so sacrificing personal privacy a little shouldn't be a big deal. He always had such a sense of justice, and didn't put the interests of individuals and a few people in his heart. Maybe Charles' words played a big role, or maybe the powerful power displayed by the mutants made the top leaders unwilling to let go of this powerful fighting force, and the CIA began to support their action plan. Activate the instrument that can amplify the range of brainwaves and search for the whereabouts of various mutants, so as to form a mutant force that can fight against the Black Emperor Zyro. They found an angel with a pair of insect bionic wings on his back in the nightclub. Found the Ravager who could release red energy shockwaves in the prison, found Darwin, the survival of the fittest, in the taxi, and found the siren in the aquarium. Of course, they did not miss Logan, who was dragged into the water by Lincoln. Hi fuck you. Before the two of them spoke, Logan, who was furious because of Lincoln's presence, said, "Get out of the way before I get angry." If it was before, maybe Charles and Eric would turn around and leave, but not now. Because when Charles used brainwaves to search the United States for mutants who could help them deal with Black Emperor Shaw, he accidentally heard the conversation between Logan and Lincoln. The content of the conversation was very simple, only concerning the life and death of the two policemen. This also made Charles immediately determine who the guy who almost made them bear the blame was. Of course, it was not Logan in front of him, but Lincoln, who was drinking with a woman in his arms not far away. Charles took a deep breath and said from his seat, "Listen, Logan, if you don't want your friend to be put in jail, listen to us, okay? You mean if I don't listen to you, you will find someone to put that guy in jail?" Logan raised his eyebrows when he heard this and drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. "I don't want to listen to you before you send that guy to jail." Charles, Eric? Eric looked at Charles with an unspeakable look. "Is this the friend you were talking about? A friend who wants to send a friend to jail?" Charles would look at him. Maybe they are best friends. Best friends always do some incredible things, don't they? Eric, well, you have a lot of words and what you said makes sense. Seeing that using Lincoln as a bargaining chip didn't work, Charles had to change his words. "Okay, maybe we won't really send him to prison, but as a mutant, are you really willing to listen to what we want to say? Why don't you go find him?" Logan pointed at Lincoln, who was spending his money to drink and pick up girls with a comfortable look on his face. He is also a mutant, and he is a fucking daring guy. I bet that, even if your plan is to assassinate the President of the United States and provoke a world war, this guy will agree without hesitation. Logan's tone was full of dissatisfaction with Lincoln. He was originally enough to get enough money for drinking alone, but Lincoln had been drinking and charging him in recent days. The most annoying thing is that he couldn't beat this guy, and some of his bone claws were broken and sold as tiger bones to those old Chinese medicine practitioners in Chinatown. Those old Chinese medicine practitioners seemed to be very excited to take them and said that they would make wine to drink, which can strengthen the bones and muscles. Damn. How could anyone in this world think of the saying that drinking tiger bone wine can strengthen the bones and muscles? This is just as ridiculous as saying that drinking animal whip wine can enhance sexual performance. Logan, who was not familiar with food supplements, was very angry about being treated as a supplement. Logan, who was still upset about Lincoln's behavior, had no idea that his previous words had accurately hit Charles's inner weakness. He remained silent and carefully thought about Lincoln's characteristics. Brainwaves could not detect Lincoln's thoughts at all. He was so bold that he dared to provoke the world and killed two policemen without hesitation. This bad record is simply a perfect member of the Hellfire Club. At this moment, Charles and the others looked at Lincoln with a serious look. After a silence, Eric, the only one who had the ability to fight head-on, stood up and came to Lincoln. "I want to ask you a few questions. I suggest that you can ask your questions later." Lincoln glanced at Eric. "Or you'd better not use your ability on the coin in your pocket. After all, you are different from Logan. His bones can be sold as tiger bones after they are broken, but your bones are broken and worthless. Tiger bones? Sell money?" Hearing this, Eric couldn't help But look back at Logan. What did you encounter? Okay, tell me, do you know Zio? Of course I know him. Lincoln replied without hesitation. I know more. In the Jewish soap factory in Auschwitz, he killed your mother, and then you awakened the ability of magnetic control. Then you couldn't beat him, and you escaped after a long time. By the way, his ability is energy absorption and control. It's really rare that you can run away alive. How did you run? Lincoln talked freely, and Eric's face in front of him was getting worse and worse, until a certain moment he finally got angry and Lincoln's mocking eyes. Enough. Shut up. Hiss. Obviously you asked me to say it before. How can this man change so quickly? The old saying is really true. Men are eels. While talking, Lincoln also looked down at the beauty beside him. Honey, are you free tonight? The eel was frightened and wanted to go to a safe cave to take refuge. Lincoln, who was completely unruly, made Eric's impression of him to the extreme. He stood up angrily and went back to Charles to find himself a glass of wine, which aroused Charles's suspicion. What's wrong? I asked. Eric said in a deep voice, if that damn guy has the chance, he will definitely follow Zio without hesitation. He is a disaster. I said he is a disaster. Logan, who had always disliked Eric for some reason, felt inexplicably pleasing to the man in front of him at this time. Since you are going to deal with Zio, who is trying to start the Third World War, why not get rid of this future Zio's accomplice first? No. Charles thought for a moment and stopped them. I think maybe he can cooperate. Mutants who can isolate mental detection and have powerful attack and defense capabilities may be won over. He just killed 2 policemen before. Okay, let me ask another question. Who of you can beat him? Eric. Logan. Chapter 182, Survival of the Fittest. If possible, Charles did not want to try to squeeze Lincoln, who did not look like a stable person, into his team, but he had no choice. If he left Lincoln alone, once Zio came into contact with him, it would mean that they would have another powerful opponent on the opposite side, which was the worst case scenario. As for handing Lincoln over to the US government, even the police could kill him if they disagreed with him. Charles did not believe that this guy would stay in prison honestly. Don't let them not run into Zio's group by then, and now the United States has a fight with Lincoln. That would not be fun. In this case, trying to temporarily recruit Lincoln into his team is the only reliable solution. Eric understood what Charles meant and rolled his eyes. He said helplessly, is there no other way? Charles shrugged. If you have any better ideas, I'd be happy to listen to your opinions. Enough. I don't give a damn about what bullshit plans you have. Logan was rather irritable. I only have one request. Take that guy out and tell him not to drink in the bar and put it on my bill. Don't you plan to join us? Why join you? Logan frowned. I don't care if there is a third world war or not. Anyway, we have fought so many times, not less than this time. Charles, Eric. Logan's attitude is already very clear. I'm afraid he would rather die on the battlefield 100 or 80 times than stay with Lincoln. But it just so happens that absorbing Lincoln is a very important matter, so classic choice between two. Charles did not continue to persuade, but silently calculated in his heart. If he fails to persuade Lincoln later, can he use this as an excuse to kidnap Logan? Maybe Lincoln will follow him at that time. It would be great if there is such a good thing. Charles had thought very well, but Lincoln's straightforward agreement broke his imagination of trying to pull Logan into his team. Logan was the last mutant they found in the United States who met the requirements. When Lincoln agreed to join their team, Charles and his team had no reason to stay here. In the bar, Logan's relieved expression, the three left and returned to the special base prepared for them by the CIA. The comic book describing mutants gave a considerable number of people a sense that mutants were unreliable, and Lincoln's killing of 2 policemen also further reduced their favorability towards mutants. This base was prepared for these mutants who had just joined the team against Zio, but in fact it also served the purpose of surveillance and detention. However, Lincoln didn't care about it, because this cage was basically useless in his eyes, and the environment was also quite good. Outside the room, fully armed agents patrolled the base with guns in hand, and the novice mutants in the room did not notice anything unusual, but instead leaned on the sofa and chatted with great interest. However, Lincoln did not directly participate in the conversation in public, because compared to chatting with the people in front of him, he was actually more curious about Darwin's abilities. As if nothing had happened, he sat next to Darwin and said, "Your ability is survival of the fittest? You can change your form to adapt to the surrounding environment and survive? Well, you can say that." Darwin hesitated for a moment and nodded. "That's why I use Darwin as my code name." Lincoln was silent for a moment, then spoke again. "So, can you adapt to all matter in this world?" His question made Darwin hesitate and waver again. "I'm not sure, but if it's just from the earth, it should be possible. In that case, do you mind if I try it?" Lincoln said as he pulled out a pistol from his body, as if no one was around. "Do you want to try this? A bullet loaded with only a small amount of gunpowder will definitely not kill anyone with one shot, but it will hurt a little." Looking at Lincoln holding a pistol, the people who were discussing all fell silent and cast their eyes towards the two of them. "Hey, what are you doing?" Seeing his companions in front of him were a little nervous, Darwin began to explain. "Well, he wants me to help him test my abilities." His explanation did not make the people in front of him feel relieved. Instead, they were more confused. "What ability do you have that requires this gun to test it?" Darwin looked at Lincoln and could only repeat his ability again. Then he looked at the pistol in Lincoln's hand and was silent for a while. "I have never tried to do this before, so I may need some time." "Of course." Lincoln laughed and threw the pistol into Darwin's arms. "You can get familiar with the feeling of change in advance. Maybe this will make you less painful later." After that, Lincoln looked at the rest of the people. "Okay, what were you talking about just now?" Everyone looked at each other, and then it was the Ravager who spoke. "Abilities. We are communicating about our respective abilities. This is Mystique. I'm the Ravager, and there are also the Siren and the Angel. By the way, what about you? What is your ability?" Listening to the Ravager's question, Lincoln stroked his chin with his fingers. "My ability is very simple. When I bask in the sun, I will become stronger." Everyone. Such a brief description made everyone stunned for a moment. For a moment, they were not sure whether Lincoln's description was the same as they imagined. The first to lose control of himself, the Ravager, spoke first. "What does it mean to become stronger?" "All aspects of your abilities will become stronger. Speed, strength, etc." "Yes." Lincoln nodded with a smile. "Under the sunshine, all aspects of my abilities will become infinitely stronger, and as time goes by, the degree of enhancement will become greater and greater." Hiss. Hearing Lincoln's bland description, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Sunbathing can make you stronger in all aspects without any blind spots. What kind of a hell is this ability? How can there be such an invincible ability in the world? Especially after seeing Lincoln's age, it was hard for everyone to imagine how powerful Lincoln, who had been exposed to the sun for 20 years, now had. "Can you block a pistol bullet?" "Pistol?" Facing the cautious questions of the people in front of him, Lincoln smiled. "A week after my ability took effect, conventional human thermal weapons such as pistols and rifles have lost their effect on me. About 6 months later, except for the detonation of a large-yield nuclear bomb, all other attacks will not be able to cause harm to me, and after a year, there will be nothing on this planet that can hurt me." You say, "Can I block a pistol bullet?" Facing Lincoln's meaningful eyes, the corners of the destroyer's eyes twitched twice. To be honest, he didn't believe that anyone could withstand a nuclear bomb. That thing, one bombed Nagasaki, and one flattened Hiroshima. Its power is simply a concrete expression of human imagination. If you can withstand a nuclear bomb without any injury, this is something that people can do. If you have this ability, why do you still want to join Task Force X? Wouldn't it be all solved soon if you just do it alone? The Ravagers had a trace of doubt in their hearts, but looking at Lincoln, they finally did not ask the question in their hearts. The vague power emanating from Lincoln has always affected them. They can also feel at this time that, even if Lincoln's strength is not necessarily able to resist nuclear bombs, it must be very strong. Everyone wisely ended the question in this regard, and turned to look at Darwin, who was holding the pistol in his hand. Although they did not speak, the curiosity in their eyes fully showed their thoughts. Being watched by so many people, Darwin was a little nervous. He returned the pistol to Lincoln, then stood up, and stood in front of his huge floor-to-ceiling glass taking a deep breath. "Come on, I'm ready." Picking up the pistol and locking the crosses on Darwin, Lincoln issued a final warning. "Are you sure?" "Of course." Bang! The unexpected gunshot made everyone's body tremble. They couldn't help but look at Darwin and then saw an Iron Man with a silver white light reflecting all over his body appeared in the same place. And the bullet, at this time, had fallen dry at his feet. Oh. Seeing this scene, the destroyer and others couldn't help but cheer, but Lincoln looked at Darwin and stroked his chin in thought. He clearly saw that Darwin had turned into a steel man before the bullet hit him, and from the structure of the yard, it was the same as the pistol he had given Darwin before. This was very interesting, and it made Lincoln feel that his idea had a good chance of being realized. Noticing Lincoln was lost in thought, Hank, the beast with the highest IQ among the crowd, came over. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" "No, there's no big problem. I just wonder if his body can be turned into other materials with better properties." Hank looked at Darwin, who was covered in bright silver. "For example, have you heard of vibranium?" "Vibranium?" Hank frowned, and after thinking for a moment, he shook his head. "I haven't heard of it. It's a special meteorite that fell from outer space, and it's the product of mixed smelting with a variety of metals. It will not melt at a high temperature of 200,000 degrees, can absorb energy and store it in atomic bonds and release it, and it is indestructible." The more Lincoln spoke, the weirder Hank's expression became. If it wasn't impolite, he even wanted to reach out to see if Lincoln had a fever. Seeing that Lincoln was about to continue, Hank interrupted him with a solemn oath. "As a scientist who is proficient in mechanical materials, I guarantee that the metal you are talking about does not exist in this world." "Really?" Lincoln shrugged noncommittally and took out a piece of vibranium. "What kind of metal is this, Hank?" Seeing the vibranium that suddenly appeared in Lincoln's hand, Hank was completely dumbfounded. The previous second, he patted his chest and promised that there was no such thing as vibranium in the world, but the next second, Lincoln took it out. Wait. Hank was collapsing in his heart and suddenly realized something. "Are you sure that this is vibranium in your hand? And not just some alloy smelted from some metal?" "In fact, it's easy to be sure." Lincoln shrugged, threw the vibranium in his hand high up, and swung a baseball that he took out from somewhere fiercely at the vibranium. Ding. The melodious sound echoed in the room, and the angular vibranium was hit out like a baseball and hit the French window with a buzzing sound. At the moment when everyone was in doubt, a wave of golden energy visible to the naked eye was released from the plain-looking vibranium. The golden ripples spread to the entire French window in an instant. With a crash, the huge window was shattered into pieces under the bombardment of this energy. The largest piece of debris was no larger than the size of the little fingernail. The vibranium that released its energy seemed to have lost its kinetic energy in an instant and fell straight to the ground under the action of gravity. The group of ravagers looked at Lincoln, who picked up the vibranium from the ground with some confusion. As illiterate people, they had no idea what Lincoln was doing, but Hank understood. The melting temperature and indestructibility could not be seen yet, but the property of releasing energy visible to the naked eye was definitely an ability that no metal in the world had ever possessed. Hank believed it now. At least, the property of releasing energy alone was enough to give this ore a new name. He stared at the vibranium in Lincoln's hand, as if he was looking at a peerless beauty who had taken off her clothes. Exchange meeting? Go to his exchange meeting. If possible, Hank just wanted to hold this precious vibranium back to his laboratory and spend meaningful nights with it. But, no. Lincoln casually threw and caught the vibranium that Hank regarded as a treasure in his hand and casually threw it to Darwin, who was confused. "Come, I'll give you a new task. Adapt to this metal." Looking at the metal that could release energy waves and shatter a glass in front of him in an instant, Darwin subconsciously raised his hand to block in front of him. It was not until the vibranium rolled to the ground harmlessly after a thud that Darwin picked it up in Hank's eager eyes. "What is this?" "A very strong metal," Hank explained before Darwin. "I have a material laboratory that can help you better understand and adapt to this metal. What do you think?" Looking at the vibranium in his hand, Darwin remembered the scene of the broken glass, and a hint of desire appeared in his eyes. He looked at Lincoln. "Can I?" "It's up to you," Lincoln said indifferently. "I just want a result." As long as the thing is still there, you can do whatever you want. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183, A Strong Helper. Hank and the other man left excitedly, leaving the others looking at Lincoln with puzzled faces. How did you do it? I just did it casually. Lincoln shrugged and picked up a bottle of Coke. Just as easy as using your mutant abilities. Several people looked at Lincoln and wanted to say something, but suddenly heard a strange sound coming from outside. It was like something heavy was constantly falling from the sky, and the sound sounded dull and obscure. The puzzled people walked to the window, trying to find the source of the sound, but the next moment, a corpse fell from the sky and made them step back in fear. Red Devil, Riptide, and Zyro, who has the ability to absorb and release energy, came. Facing the abilities of these three people, the well-trained agents in the CIA were simply slaughtered like chickens. There were screams and gunshots outside, and the terrified Ren in the room screamed and rushed out of the room, and then was forced back into the room by the flames and explosions caused by the energy released by Zyro. Compared to them, Lincoln, who had been sitting on the sofa drinking Coke and eating potato chips, seemed much calmer. The people who rushed into the room and closed the door looked at Lincoln with disbelief in their eyes. You are actually eating potato chips? What else? Lincoln asked back. Look at you. After so many attempts, you still have to come back here in an orderly manner. If you hadn't run just now, you might have drunk half a bottle of Coke now. Everyone. Just when they thought they couldn't understand Lincoln's brain circuit, the storm swelling outside stopped, and the Red Devil who had solved all the enemies stepped through the broken window and walked into the room. And just as they looked at the two people uneasy, Zyro also pushed open the door and walked in. We finally meet. Yes, we finally meet. Lincoln, who was sitting on the sofa, suddenly said a sentence, directly interrupting all the words of meeting that Zyro had imagined before. Zyro did not show any angry expression when his opening speech was interrupted. Instead, he looked at Lincoln curiously. Have we met before? No. Lincoln put his legs on the coffee table and looked at Zyro without any pressure. Or rather, you haven't seen me. Lincoln's statement made Zyro's eyes more interested. So, do you want to join us and rule the world with us? No, there's no point in ruling the world. Lincoln shook his head with an amused smile on his face. But if you really want mutants to occupy the supreme position, maybe I can introduce you to another person, a very powerful helper, the kind that is more powerful than you can imagine. Do you want to listen? Lincoln's words made the other people standing in the corner look incredulous. Lincoln? How can you do that? Why can't I do that? Lincoln looked at them strangely. I do whatever I want. Zyro looked at Lincoln with a smile, gestured to the Red Devil, and then glanced at the others. Everyone, if you don't want to join my team and become a member of the world, then it's best not to make an enemy of me easily, especially now. Swish. The moment he finished speaking, the Red Devil, who had originally sheathed the sword, grabbed the two-handed sword in his hand again, and looked at the few people with indifference, as if he was ready to behead them and cut their throats if they disagreed. The people whose lives were threatened shut their mouths with ugly faces. Zyro nodded with satisfaction and looked at Lincoln again. You can continue. Lincoln glanced at the few people in the corner, coughed and said, where do you think mutants come from? Where do mutants come from? Zyro tilted his head slightly. I have studied this issue before, and I found that with the advancement of the times, the number of mutants that exist and are discovered is increasing. When humans began to use atomic energy, the appearance of mutants has obtained an explosive growth curve and is constantly increasing. I compared the documents and came to a conclusion that radiation, which is fatal to humans, is the cause of mutants. Radiation activates the mutant genes in our bodies and gives us powerful powers. Lincoln looked at Zyro casually. Very good inference. You even made data samples for this, but unfortunately, your conclusion is wrong. What evidence do you have to prove that my conclusion is wrong? I don't have substantial evidence, but if you can think about it carefully, you will know that the reason why the number of mutants was scarce before was not because they did not exist, but because they were hiding. Even in modern society, there are people who cannot accept mutants, let alone in the past. Witches, monsters, these were the names of mutants at that time. And more mutants in this context, and the technology of the times made it impossible for humans to find their existence widely, or even if they found them, they would not record them. According to what you said, mutants come from radiation, but if I tell you that mutants have appeared 2000 years ago, what would you think? Lincoln's words made Zyro's eyes become solemn, but Lincoln continued, as if he didn't care. Cairo, Egypt. If you are interested, you can go there to look for it. Maybe you can find a hole leading to the underground on the ground, and under that hole, there are evidence and traces of his existence. Zyro pondered for a moment. Your theory is very interesting. I may go there later, but the powerful helper you mentioned. Lincoln did not answer him directly, but smiled and said, is it possible that the powerful helper I mentioned is also in Egypt? The difference between him and her made Zyro not connect the mutant buried underground mentioned by Lincoln with the helper he wanted. After a moment of silence, he looked at the people in the corner again. What do you think? Do you choose to leave with me and join the path to becoming the Supreme King, or do you want to be my enemy? Whether to choose to collude with others or stick to the bottom line, this is a serious question. The Ravagers looked at Lincoln, hoping that he would stop Zyro's behavior, but Lincoln just ate potato chips and drank Coke unmoved. Look at me? Why are you looking at me? This kind of thing is completely personal freedom. Those who want to join can join. Human life is short. If you can't live according to your heart, what's the point? Chapter 184 Zyro, Lincoln misled me. Zyro left. He left with the angel with insect wings on his back, and the information Lincoln provided him. After Zyro left, the few people who had been huddled in the corner surrounded Lincoln with anger. Lincoln, why did you do that just now? What else should I do? Lincoln glanced at them casually, excitedly rushed up to fight with Zyro. Why don't you go? The tone of the few people seemed to be stagnant, and then they shouted, we can't beat them. How do you know you can't beat them without even trying? Lincoln said disdainfully, I'm afraid. So why do you have so many reasons? You are a bunch of cowards. What reason do you have to question me? Lincoln's sneer and rhetorical question made everyone speechless, and they could only watch Lincoln leave in anger. How could he do that? If before, they still believed that Lincoln was a mutant with powerful strength, then now, everyone in the room no longer believed that Lincoln would be so powerful. Maybe there is something wrong with their brains, always thinking that the strong should play a role of example and protection. But the cruel truth of this world is that the strong often only oppress and exploit the weak, such as the oil tycoon. Lincoln and the Devastator broke up smoothly, and Charles and the others were relieved after listening to the indignant accusations of the Devastator. Thank God. Fortunately he didn't join Zyro's team at that time. Devastator, Mystique and others? The Devastator and others couldn't understand, but Charles and the others felt that the tightrope hanging in their hearts could finally be relaxed. Why did they recruit Lincoln, a very unstable factor, into the team? Wasn't it just to prevent this big guy from hanging out with Zyro? Although Lincoln did not take action against Zyro, this was within the scope of Charles and the others' acceptance. As long as he didn't join Zyro, everything would be fine. Charles' attitude puzzled the Devastator, but they couldn't say anything. The fact is, just as Lincoln said before, they didn't dare to go up, but questioned Lincoln why he didn't go up, which was a bit immoral, because it was basically questioning why he didn't go to die. Are we really going to Cairo to find the mutant he mentioned? Why not? Facing the doubts of Chiliu, Zyro chuckled. Mutants are rare. Only by uniting all the forces that can be united can we become the real masters of this world. It's just a trip to Egypt, which won't take long. But I can't determine the location. The Red Devil suddenly said, whether it is the location of the mutant he mentioned, or the location of an underground ruin, it cannot be directly determined. Zyro frowned when he heard this. Your space can't lead there? It's pitch black underground and there are no signs of life. I can't tell the direction, and looking for people is not what I'm good at. Zio showed some disappointment in his eyes, but it soon disappeared. Don't worry, take your time, we have plenty of time. The Red Devil's figure kept flashing and disappearing on the land of Cairo, trying to find the mutant ruins mentioned by Lincoln. However, his search plan was not very smooth, because from the mouths of the Devastators, Charles and the CIA people also began to be interested in the so-called mutants on the land of Cairo. Through the constant comparison of time and the investigation of historical documents, they finally came to an incredible conclusion. The mutant ruins mentioned by Lincoln are most likely the site of the First Dynasty thousands of years ago. The First Dynasty was established by mutants. This conclusion made the CIA people completely unable to believe their brains, and they began to urgently look for various evidences to try to overturn this argument. Written records, document searches, and even directly began to explore the so-called ancient civilization sites in Cairo. They were crazy about proving that the First Dynasty was the first dynasty of humans, not mutants. The frequent activities of humans near Cairo greatly hindered the actions of the Red Devil, but from another perspective, he only needed to keep an eye on these humans, and maybe he could use them to help him find the so-called ruins. Time flew by, and Charles began to train his men to exercise their superpowers, and the people who carried out a carpet search in Cairo finally found a hole with a detector, a hole that led to an unknown depth underground. Dig it up. The special attack responsible for the exploration mission had a cold face, and did not respect the idea of protecting ancient artifacts at all. He waved his hand to let the heavy equipment behind him start operating on the ground. Boom boom amid the roar of the diesel engine. A large amount of earth and stone was constantly excavated and piled up, and at the detected location, a huge hole was finally exposed to everyone's eyes. The sunlight hanging high in the sky poured into the hole to the deepest part, where the naked eye and machines could not detect. A huge square pyramid began to emerge with golden light, and it flowed deeper into the ground along the huge rock pillar like flowing water. The consciousness that was suspended thousands of years ago began again now. In the dark, seeing the huge machine beast begin to work, and the huge hole emerging, the Red Devil instantly entered the different space. Following the hole down to the deepest part, a pyramid tip emitting golden light came into view. In an instant, the Red Devil was sure that this was the relic he was looking for. The humans above had already organized people to explore, and the Red Devil disappeared in an instant, appearing in front of Zio. I found the ruins, and humans have begun to explore. We can't let them succeed. Zio immediately reacted. That belongs to the mutants, not theirs. Take me there. The Red Devil said nothing, stretched out his hand to grab Zio, and disappeared with a whoosh. The next moment, in Cairo, Egypt, the humans who were working on the exploration saw the figure that frightened them. Puff. Under the sunlight, an indiscriminate killing began. With the joint efforts of the Red Devil and the Black Emperor Zio, the special attacks and ordinary humans in charge of the scene could not resist their blades at all. In just a few minutes, the entire scene had been slaughtered, and at this time, Apocalypse, who was buried 100 meters underground, slowly opened his eyes. His grey eyes seemed to be able to see through all the obstacles, looking straight at Zio and the two on the ground, and murmured, "My child." Zio didn't know what kind of character had revived underground at this time. If he knew, he would probably shout, "Lincoln has misled me." Chapter 185. Instant defeat. It was pitch dark underground. The golden light flowing and the patterns gradually disappeared, but the silent darkness did not hinder Apocalypse at all. He raised his palm slightly, and silently, the huge rock pressing on his head turned into quicksand, and fell to the ground. The purple energy curtain was propped up in the darkness, and the membrane with spatial properties instantly cut the surrounding stones. As Apocalypse disappeared, the huge hole caused the collapse. The rumbling hum from the ground made the expressions of Zio and the others on the ground move. Thinking that it might be the previous huge movement that caused the second collapse of the ground, they showed a trace of doubt and anger on their faces. Damn human. They were looking at the hole, and didn't notice that a round purple teleportation ball unfolded behind them. Apocalypse, wearing ancient armor, walked out of the ball, and his grey eyes looked straight at Black Emperor Zio. As a mutant who has ruled the First Dynasty for hundreds of years, Apocalypse has countless mutant abilities, whether powerful or special. He has them all. And now, with the ability to sense the abilities of other mutants, Apocalypse sensed the great potential of Zio's ability. "My child." The sudden voice behind them startled Zio and the others. They looked back, and the inhuman Apocalypse immediately appeared in their eyes. "Who are you? Mutant? Mutant?" Apocalypse couldn't help but frowned. "Is that what humans of this era are called? This era?" Zio frowned, and suddenly thought of a terrible possibility in his heart. "You are the mutant who ruled the first dynasty of Egypt, Apocalypse?" "Apocalypse? This is indeed one of my many names." Apocalypse looked at Zio calmly. "My child, stand by my side. I will give you stronger abilities." "Zio? I came here to recruit helpers, to help me fulfill my wish to rule the world. How come now I have become the object of recruitment?" Zio, who was wearing a helmet that could isolate mind detection, pondered for a moment and shook his head firmly. "I think it's still not necessary." As he spoke, he reached out to grab the red devil. "Now, let's go." Whoosh. The red smoke slowly dissipated in the air. Looking at the two people who disappeared in front of him in an instant, Cheyenne-Ki did not show any disappointment on his face. He seemed to have anticipated the situation in front of him. He just looked into the distance and said, "I will find you." Secret base. Relying on the ability of the Red Devil to successfully leave Cairo, Zio couldn't help but take a few deep breaths, which made the White Queen wonder, "What's wrong? Didn't you go to find the mutant ruins? How did it become like this? You actually feel tired? Some special circumstances have occurred." Zio's mouth twitched twice. "Our plan needs to be accelerated. No, let's pause for a while. If I'm not mistaken, those humans will be in big trouble." As a mutant who ruled the first dynasty of Egypt thousands of years ago, Cheyenne-Ki's momentum is not comparable to that of ordinary people. What makes Zio even more terrified is that this mutant who theoretically died thousands of years ago now seems to have no signs of decay. They didn't even notice how Cheyenne-Ki appeared behind them. They knew nothing about Apocalypse, but Apocalypse seemed to know a lot. This feeling made Zio extremely uneasy. Indistinctly, he felt that Lincoln had deceived him. There were no female mutants in Cairo. From the beginning to the end, there was only Apocalypse, the mutant king who had ruled the entire Egypt for thousands of years. Now the embarrassing question came. One was a mutant who had indeed completed the dynasty rule thousands of years ago, and the other was a person who now hoped to complete the mutant rule. What would happen if these two people met? One world, two rulers. Zio might be able to accept this situation, but could Apocalypse accept it? The probability is that he could not. Therefore, if Zio wants to continue his plan to rule the world now, he may not only be stopped by the X-Force formed by the CIA and Charles, but also by Apocalypse, the king thousands of years ago. This is very interesting. In fact, even more interesting things are already happening. Apocalypse once obtained an ability that was useless in his time, which could collect all kinds of information he wanted from the internet. Even in this era, this ability is not very useful, but if the electronic equipment that the United States has built internally is found, it will be different. Since the computer was invented in 1946, some people in the United States have realized that this device has great power. Now in the 1960s, after more than 10 years of development, computers that can be used to record information have been equipped in some places. The internet has not yet been popularized in this era, but the information recorded in these devices is enough for Apocalypse to form a relatively accurate understanding of the world. Aircraft, tanks, warships, nuclear bombs. A large amount of knowledge poured into Apocalypse's brain like a stream of water, and the development of science and technology was also sorted out in his brain in a very short time. With the ability to move in space, wandering in one department of the US government after another, the knowledge and information stored by the behemoth of one of the two poles allowed Apocalypse to adapt to this new era at an astonishing speed. And when he collected the information of the CIA, Charles and Eric, and the contradictions between them and Shaw were also presented in front of him, Apocalypse was very unhappy. He could not tolerate that there were mutants who would stand on the same front as humans. As a mutant king who was once betrayed by the humans he ruled, his perception of humans is extremely poor. Just like Zio, humans are no different from livestock in their eyes. Only mutants are their kind. WTF. When the CIA received the news that the Cairo exploration team in Egypt was wiped out, they didn't believe it. But then, what made them even more terrified was that someone provided information and saw a strange looking guy approaching Zyro and his team. After integrating all the information from many different angles, they found an even more horrifying conclusion. Before they solved the Black Emperor Zyro, who wanted to drag the whole world into the abyss of war, a more distant and terrifying mutant who actually ruled the human race returned to the world. The moment he heard this conclusion, the CIA director was completely stunned. Originally, his purpose of joining forces with Charles and others was to kill the damn guy Zyro. But what happened now? A traitor-like guy appeared in the X-Force they recruited, Lincoln. He openly told Zyro about the existence of the First Dynasty, which made them eager to find the ruins before Zyro and decide whether to destroy them. What was even more outrageous was that they found the ruins and then let the mutant king in the ruins come out. Now, not only do they have to find a way to get rid of Zyro, the ambitious guy, but they also have to kill Apocalypse. What the hell? How can they do that? It was not enough to deal with one world-destroying mutant, but now there is a second one. The people in the CIA began to have a headache, and they even began to plan to attack Lincoln. Just like what was said in a certain World Heritage movie, good people should be pointed at with guns. They couldn't deal with Zyro and Apocalypse, but they were really brave enough to send people to deal with Lincoln. After all, from the current situation, the only good person among the three who could be pointed at with guns was Lincoln. At the same time, when the CIA decided to take action against Lincoln, Zyro and the secret base finally made up his mind to find Lincoln and have a good talk with him about Apocalypse. With a bang, Lincoln's door was broken open. Several agents with solemn faces stood in front of Lincoln, their eyes cold. "Lincoln, we need to interrogate you." "Interrogation? Are you serious?" Lincoln tilted his head and looked at the agent in front of him with doubts. "Why do you think that I will be a soft specimen compared to the two of them?" Facing Lincoln's question, the agents in front of him put their hands on the guns with cold faces. "Now, stand up and follow us." Whoosh. In the air, a beam of light was instantly activated. Just like what Azu liked to do most, Lincoln controlled the temperature of the laser and increased the impact. With a bang, the cold-faced special attacker exploded into a bloody mess on the spot. The red light in his eyes subsided a little, and Lincoln looked at the other agents who were covered in blood and flesh with an indifferent expression. "Are you going to kneel down or spread out?" As if they were frightened by the scene in front of them, the agents not only did not kneel down, but raised their rifles and pulled the trigger at Lincoln without hesitation. Ding 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 ding. Dense sparks splashed from Lincoln's body. Looking at Lincoln, who was indifferent to the rain of bullets, the agent's eyes became more and more terrified. But the next moment, the thermal vision that cut through the air made them completely lose consciousness. The gunshots and terrified shouts in the room attracted the attention of the agents outside. They picked up their rifles and were about to push open to shoot in the room. But before they put their guns in, Lincoln walked out first, and then the thermal vision was activated. The red thermal vision was as accurate as the laser weapons in the novel. Every shot would accurately make a ball of blood explode in the base. If Zyro and his previous killings brought fear, then what Lincoln brought was the most primitive despair. Seeing the devil like Lincoln striding forward while staring at the thousands of bullets, lasers continued to bloom in the base. One after another, the well-trained agents exploded in an instant, and no one could stop Lincoln's footsteps at all. Starting from the first floor, where the room was located, all the way to the last top floor, in less than 10 minutes, all the CIA agents in the entire base were slaughtered. When he kicked open the door of the last room, the officials looked at Lincoln with fear in their eyes. "No, no, we can talk." Talk about what?" Lincoln snorted disdainfully. "What I hate most is that you guys who can be crushed to death with one hand always like to put yourself in a higher position than me. Okay, now I won't act anymore. You all go to hell." "No, don't." Whoosh bang. As the last thermal vision was fired, the entire base fell silent. The ruins and traces blasted open by the laser were mixed with flesh and blood, a vivid picture of real hell. Being in hell, not only Hank and others were dumbfounded, but even Shaw, who found Lincoln again with the help of the Red Devil, was stunned. In the sea of blood and corpses, Lincoln, whose red light in his pupils had not yet completely dissipated, slowly turned around and looked at Shaw with cold eyes. "What are you doing here? Are you planning to talk to me? You deceived me." Shaw was not frightened by the scene in front of him for too long, and shouted, "I have been to Egypt, and I didn't find the mutant you mentioned at all. That is, you trash. What does it have to do with me?" Lincoln sneered. "In addition, if you have the ability, go and convince Apocalypse. Aren't you a ready-made helper? You want me to convince a mutant who lived thousands of years ago? He is even trying to attract my attention. What does this have to do with me? Of course you need to pay the price for this." Shaw, who only thought Lincoln was a mutant who could shoot lasers, sneered, as though hearing Zio calling his name. The Red Devil's figure disappeared instantly, and when he reappeared, he had already drawn his sword out of its sheath and was ready to put it on Lincoln's neck. But before anyone could react, Lincoln's figure flashed, and the next moment, he appeared behind the Red Devil and grabbed his tail. "Is teleportation very fast? You dare to use it casually in front of me? You are really looking for death." The moment the voice fell, the Red Devil's figure was uncontrollably swung by Lincoln's tail. Just when his body was about to hit the ground heavily, the fatal sense of crisis made him activate his ability again. The full moon was high in the sky, and the figures of the two appeared again, but in just a moment, Lincoln pulled him back to the surface and smashed him to the ground. Bang! Everything happened so quickly that the smoke from the Red Devil's teleportation had not yet dispersed, and the concrete floor had already cracked under the heavy punch. The world in front of him became clear again, and all he could see was that the Red Devil, whose tail was grabbed by Lincoln on the ground, had completely fainted. Lincoln, who looked like a demon king, tilted his head and looked at Zio coldly, with red light gradually bursting out from his eyes. "I heard that your ability is to absorb and release energy. Do you want to try it with me?" Lincoln's footsteps slowly came over, and the fainted Red Devil behind him was dragged on the ground like a mop. Facing Lincoln, Zio's heart twitched violently. He originally thought that Lincoln's mutant ability was only single, but the power he showed at that moment was already very terrifying. He couldn't even be sure whether Lincoln was extremely fast or could also teleport, so that the Red Devil was defeated in an instant. Chapter 186. Good Man. Zio, who thought he was invincible, hesitated, and during this time, Lincoln had walked in front of him and threw the Red Devil at him. "Don't dare to do it, then get out." Zio took the Red Devil in a hurry, looked at Lincoln deeply, and turned to leave. But the next moment, a roar full of anger resounded in the corridor. Zio. Along with this roar, there were countless steels flying in the air. Fuck. Seeing this scene, Zio couldn't help but curse in his heart. He looked at the steel shooting in the air, stretched out his hand and pushed, and the majestic energy released from his body instantly swept the air into a terrifying storm. The messy airflow swept across, and the flying steel was instantly blown to pieces. Eric used anger as the source of power to drive his ability, which directly showed that he did not control his ability well. Facing Zio, who had been developing his abilities for decades, his current methods were simply vulnerable. Wearing the helmet that could block Charles's mental power, Zio reached out and tapped the Red Devil lightly. A ray of energy flowed into the Red Devil's body, waking him up from his coma. Opening his eyes and looking at the mess in front of him, the Red Devil's eyes were a little confused. What happened? Zio did not answer him, but put his hand on him. "Take me away, Zio." In the distance, seeing Zio grabbing the Red Devil's hand, Eric immediately realized what was going to happen. He roared even louder, controlling the metal from all directions to rush towards him. But as a red smoke slowly dissipated in the air, all his attacks fell into the air. The scene in front of him made Eric's eyes burst. "Asshole! Don't run. Don't run." The thin Charles hurriedly pulled Eric to prevent him from doing something worse, and Lincoln, who was watching this scene, couldn't help but touch his chin. Hiss, if Apocalypse comes looking for him in this mental state, wouldn't he definitely be able to kidnap him? Just saying, "I can let you kill Sebastian," is enough. As if in response to Lincoln's thoughts, at the moment when he finished speaking, a purple spherical energy curtain suddenly appeared in the open space. In Eric's angry eyes, Apocalypse appeared in front of everyone. "I feel the anger in your heart, kid. Join me, I will help you gain more powerful power, enough for revenge." Facing apocalypse, Charles' heart skipped a beat, because just like the feeling when facing Lincoln, he could not detect Apocalypse's mental thinking, as if he was not facing a person, but an iron wall. Compared to the bad feeling in Charles' heart, Eric, who was overwhelmed by anger, had no more thoughts. Who are you? I'm Apocalypse, the king of pharaohs, the ruler of the world, the strongest mutant, and the pioneer of a new era. Join me, I will give you powerful power, and the people you care about will not be harmed by anyone's malice. It will be a paradise for mutants. Apocalypse said as he slowly walked towards Eric. His ability to enhance the abilities of mutants quietly activated, allowing Eric, who was angry, to instantly notice the changes in himself. Yes, that's it. Apocalypse saw the change in Eric's eyes, reached out and grabbed his hand, and pressed it to the ground. Magnetic fields are everywhere. Sense their existence. Feel their fluctuations. Use your power to influence them, to manipulate them. Pull what you want out of the ground. Magneto, this is your real name, Eric. Apocalypse's voice was full of impassioned, bewitching power. Under Apocalypse's teachings, Eric's eyes showed a trace of unbelievable confusion. The enhancement of his internal abilities made him feel a lot of power he had never felt before. Just like what Apocalypse said, he should be the king of magnetic fields. The muscles on Eric's face tightened, and the palms pressed on the ground also exerted force in an instant, as if they had grabbed something heavy. The magnetic force turned in his hands, and the element hidden deep underground was stripped and combined, and then exploded. Boom. The ground exploded, and the gray-white metal drilled out from the ground like a dragon ascending to the sky, and swirled and combined like a giant dragon and a long snake under Eric's control. The metal that should have been extremely hard was as soft as flowing water under his extreme control, but no one could underestimate the terrifying power contained in it. As the magnetic influence spread to a larger area, one electronic device after another began to burst into dazzling sparks, centered on the CIA base. The equipment stopped working, and the power was cut off. Just some of the dissipated magnetic force had already plunged a street into complete darkness. Eric was playing with the magnetism to the best of his ability, and Apocalypse beside him looked at this scene, and a smile appeared on his lips. That's it, my child. Feel the endless power in your body. This is the proof that you are a high-level human. On the side, seeing the long snakes dancing casually and turning the already dilapidated base into ruins, Charles couldn't help it. Eric. Stop, Eric. He tried to wake Eric up with words, but Eric, who was already overwhelmed by anger, couldn't hear what he wanted to say at this time. Seeing that Eric was about to become a slave to power, Charles gritted his teeth, pointed his two fingers at his temple, and was about to use his ability to directly invade Eric's spiritual world. But Apocalypse, who had noticed this scene early, rolled his eyes before him. The terrifying mental power accumulated over thousands of years turned into an insurmountable great wall and collided with Charles' ability. At this moment, Apocalypse realized the huge potential of Charles' ability. So that's it. Looking at Charles, whose mental power was completely suppressed to the point that his body began to gradually collapse, Apocalypse showed a hint of ecstasy in his eyes. He had been looking for a telepath with Charles' ability for thousands of years, but couldn't find one. Now he met one when he subdued the first night. If he had Charles' ability before, he would never be betrayed by those lowly slaves. Apocalypse will not let the same thing happen twice. He must also obtain Charles' ability. In the ruins, Lincoln dragged out a sofa from nowhere and sat on the sofa again, drinking coke and watching the show. Fuck, this is going to be a big deal. According to the normal timeline, Apocalypse should be born more than 10 years later. At that time, the X-Men will have the top combat power of Jane to help them defeat Apocalypse. But in this timeline, Jane is still living happily with her parents and has no awakening ability at all. As for Eric, he has been overwhelmed by Zero. Before killing Zero, I'm afraid he won't listen to anything you say, and Charles won't have a chance to say anything. In this case, the invincible Apocalypse will absorb Charles' abilities, and the loyal Four Knights will fight against the Black Emperor Zero. Humans have no capital to resist. Neither the Sentinels nor the FX Group's X gene inhibitors can be made in a short time. How can this work? It's not fun to end this drama before it even begins. After a moment of silence, Lincoln silently took out a tube of golden reagent from his trouser pocket. Compound number 6, it's decided to be you. As we all know, Lincoln is not a mutant. Apocalypse has no interest in people who are not mutants. Even if he noticed Lincoln in the ruins, he had no intention of communicating with him. With the unconscious Charles and Eric immersed in the joy of gaining power, Apocalypse opened the purple light ball again and disappeared. Lincoln looked at the disappearing backs of several people and was silent for a while. Should I short the stocks of Cairo, Egypt now, so that when Apocalypse starts building the pyramids, I should be able to make a fortune? The CIA was breached, the situation was extremely serious and the nature was extremely bad, but in front of compound number 6, it was nothing. Compound number 5 can be injected into infants to give them different superpowers and a strong body, while adults have a very high mortality rate and malignant mutations. The newly improved compound number 6 is very stable and can be injected into healthy humans of all ages to obtain powerful superpowers. Not only that, superhumans who have been injected with the drug will have a certain chance to pass on their own superpower genes, so that their offspring will gain superpowers. Compared with compound number 5, compound number 6 is leading in all aspects, and the superhumans it creates are also enough to fight against mutants. Of course, there may be some minor problems with high-end combat power, but it is better than nothing. Charles and Eric are missing, and Black Emperor Zio is eyeing them, not to mention that a mutant named Apocalypse suddenly appeared 5,000 years ago. The CIA people don't have to worry about these things, but those capital tycoons and fashionable politicians feel that their brains are about to split. They were originally playing the US-Soviet hegemony game with the Soviet Union, but in just a few blinks of an eye, a large number of mutants suddenly appeared in the world. First, there was Black Emperor Shaw who wanted to start the Third World War, and then there was Apocalypse, the mutant who wanted to recreate the slave society of the First Dynasty. These mutants are more troublesome than the others. The collapse of the CIA has proved a problem, but in front of super powerful individuals, human firepower weapons are too weak. Unless they are ready to use missiles and nuclear bombs to wash the ground wherever mutants appear, they have no way to hurt those guys now. There is no point in killing some low-level mutants. Black Emperor Shaw, Apocalypse, White Queen and other truly powerful mutants are the root of all crises. The US government is eager to find a weapon and tool to deal with these mutants, and in this case, Lincoln, who appeared with compound number 6, became their only choice. Using superhumans to deal with mutants is not a good way, but they have no other way now. In this era, Tesla Industries has not yet been involved in Sentinel manufacturing, and SX Group has not even been established. If they want to fight mutants, their only reliance is the newly established Vought Group in Manhattan. Yes, Vought Group. Lincoln, who was too lazy to come up with a name, directly moved the name of a certain group over. Anyway, it was just for fun, so there was no need to come up with a special name. A group of people with excellent personalities were selected as the first batch of compound receptors. After some publicity, training and packaging, the Super 7 of Vought Company appeared. With some indescribable bad taste, they were named Aquaman, Wonder Woman, Flash, Cyborg, Green Lantern, Hanged Man and Homelander by Lincoln. Although Homelander and the other 60C series hero names don't seem to match well, there is no doubt that he will match well with this world. Mutants are scary and unpopular because humans can't turn themselves into mutants with that kind of powerful power through means, but superhumans are different. Just spend $100 million to buy a number 6 compound and register your superpower level, and anyone can become an enviable superhuman. Do you want to become a superhuman? It's simple. Work hard and make money. When you are poor, it's because you don't work hard enough. When you are not a superhuman, it's also because you don't work hard enough. A man can support his family by working 8 hours a day, but if he wants to accumulate wealth, the whole family must work hard. The capitalists did not force them, they volunteered to become superhumans. In order to prevent the poor people who will never be able to buy a compound to become superhumans in their lifetime from rioting. This propaganda argument that will only appear in the future has come to this world in advance. This sentence transfers the contradiction and turns the contradiction between ordinary people and the upper class into a problem between laziness and hard work. coupled with some small means of fooling the people, it is not a big problem. What? The price of $100 million is too expensive? Don't worry, in order to meet the needs of most people who want to experience superhumanity, Lincoln has specially launched the Youth Capsule edition of Compound Number 6. At the price of $10,000 per capsule, you only need to take one capsule to get 5 minutes of superpowers. If you can't afford Compound Number 6 for $100 million, you can say that the price is too high, but if you can't even afford it for $10,000, that's lazy. Think about it. Mortgage your house, invest in yourself to buy a capsule, and then go rob banks and gold shops, etc. The return on investment is very fast. Lincoln, who became the evil president of Walter, embarked on a path of no return that made the world worse and worse. But it is not certain. Now that Apocalypse and Zio-Kwan are alive, who knows what the future will be like. Although the crime rate of the Great America will be a little higher under the influence of Compound 6, it is still there, right? This is much better than being killed by a nuclear bomb or destroyed by Apocalypse. Lincoln thinks he is a great good man. Chapter 187. X are now confused. Lincoln, who was a teammate before, has now transformed into a famous entrepreneur, the president of the Vought Group, and a cruel and exploitative capitalist. Charles and Eric, who brought them into the team before, have run away. The CIA was directly wiped out by Lincoln, which directly led to the fact that they, as mutants, lost an important channel for cooperation with humans. Then, the world suddenly became magical. $100 million to buy a 6 combination compound can become a superhuman. The Superhuman Registration Act, the Vought superhero team, and the typical city hero representatives who cooperated with multiple cities to withdraw. Overnight, the superhuman thing suddenly became popular. As for mutants, their status has hardly changed compared to before. The reason is simple. How can those who spent $100 million to make themselves superhuman tolerate mutants standing in the same position as themselves without paying anything? The Superhuman Registration Act was introduced for this purpose. Only registered superhumans are officially recognized superhumans and can become superheroes. As for mutants, unless they can also take out $100 million to register their identity and abilities, otherwise they can only be pirated superhumans forever. Those who are not recognized by the group will only be regarded as criminals who illegally use violence to harm others when engaging in anti-crime activities. Fighting criminals in an open and above-board manner is what superheroes can do. In addition, humans have not given up on conducting in-depth research on mutants' X genes. Compound number 6 is controlled by Lincoln, and they cannot obtain the original formula. If they want to truly control the mysterious power, they can only start with mutants. Mutants have a hard time, and ordinary people have a hard time too. A superpower capsule that can bring superpowers for 5 minutes at a price of $10,000 is affordable for many people, and this thing is just like a gun. It can be purchased with almost no restrictions. Low-level criminal gangs are still using guns to carry out violent criminal activities, while high-end elite criminal gangs have begun to equip themselves with superpower capsules. The impact brought about by this is that, in order to have the power to curb these superpower criminals, or government organizations have also begun to purchase a large number of superpower transactions. The purchase by the US government also proved the reliability of this thing, so more illegal organizations continued to purchase it. Those people in the White House and Capitol Hill had tried to take action to ask Lincoln to reduce the production and sale of superpowered capsules, or directly limit him to selling to some authorized organizations. But unfortunately, Lincoln didn't care about them at all, and by the way, he smashed Capitol Hill, forcing 1/3 of the elderly members to retire, making more positions for young people. After that, no one mentioned this matter again. They just quietly increased the purchase amount, and their total purchase amount of superpowered capsules was almost 10 billion, which was simply appalling. The situation of mutants in the world is not good, and the situation of humans is not good either. Are the people under Apocalypse or Zio in a good situation? Not necessarily. Magneto is very strong. Apocalypse is also very strong, but their opponents are no longer simple humans. Any superhuman with physical enhancement can withstand the shooting of a sniper rifle without any injury. This level of flesh is no longer something that simple mutant abilities can deal with. The weakest superhuman is also at the level of a second level mutant, and some of them can even vaguely reach the level of a fourth level mutant. Yes, that is the Homelander who was born under the effect of compound number 6. Although he is far inferior to Lincoln in all aspects, he is much stronger than the genuine one in the Blackguard Patrol. Of course, Homelander is not active in Egypt, but there are rich people in Cairo. Knowing that Apocalypse might make trouble for them, they prepared a large number of superpower capsules and compounds early. First, use superpower capsules to draw prizes, to see what abilities different people will have after awakening, and then use compounds to continuously fix the powerful abilities. Although this method did not draw a second Homelander, it also added a lot of superhumans at the level of third level mutants, and some of these superhumans have unreasonable superpowers. For example, the Naked Teleporter can teleport to any place he wants to go, and he also has a good physical strength. Teleport directly and then punch. Even a fourth level mutant can be caught off guard and his heart will be broken and die. Apocalypse, who stood at the top of the fourth level mutants, was certainly not afraid of these people. His abilities were so varied that he was not afraid of them at all. But the problem was that with these guys harassing him, he would never be able to possess people in the pyramid. After realizing that Charles was in his hands, all the countries in the world went crazy and created superhumans with similar ability to predict the future to stare at him. Just think about it, there are so many guys who can predict the future staring at him, and there is also a guy who can teleport waiting. If he dares to lie down, he will have to reenact the scene thousands of years ago. This time, he will probably die more thoroughly. It is unrealistic to expect to absorb Charles' abilities and then directly use the terrifyingly huge mental power to control all life in the world. Now, he can only fight head on. As for Zero, he has now temporarily given up the idea of destroying mankind and letting mutants dominate. On the contrary, he even registered a superhuman identity for himself. From a mutant who intended to destroy all mankind, he has transformed into a superhuman who can become a superhero and legally has a higher status. Rule mankind? Rule a hammer. Haven't you seen that even a mutant king like Apocalypse, who was born thousands of years ago, is overwhelmed by the current situation? Now, if you look around, you can see superheroes who are upholding justice in any large city. Looking at some entertainment venues, those rich people who have become superhumans have both status and power, and they have more fun. In such a country, with the Hellfire Club in his hands, even if he rules the world, Zyro's life will not be much better than it is now. As for his previous idea of making those mutant compatriots great again, he is now a superhuman. So what is there to talk about mutants? Since facing Lincoln and Apocalypse, Zyro suddenly became very rational. In the past, he thought that he was invincible because he could absorb energy, but now it's not possible. He just looked around and found two guys who could bring him a fatal sense of crisis. If he looks for more and more, I'm afraid that a group of people will come out to kill him. Lincoln's coquettish operation directly kept the originally turbulent and shaky situation in a weird balance. Humans, superhumans, mutants and other different forces are on this scale at the same time. Each party has a different perspective, but they maintain a balanced existence. From a long-term perspective, this balance may last for a long time until one of the parties makes an irrational move. And this irrational move is even bigger, such as the establishment of Tesla Industries and the establishment of the X department in the Hoover Dam by the SX Group. There is no need to attract the attention of others. Of course, Lincoln noticed the establishment of these notorious groups. After a moment of silence, he chose to do nothing. Although he created the superhuman thing to stabilize the development of the situation, this is far from enough. With the development of the times, more and more mutants will be discovered. Moreover, because of the collective pressure of humans from all over the world, Apocalypse is now vaguely ready to give up the plan of possession in a short time and instead start to build a country. With Apocalypse's ability, it is very simple for him to do this. The only problem is that he needs to attract enough mutants from all over the world to make his country stronger. He can provide a peaceful environment for oppressed superhumans, and some of them can make his forces stronger. The problem now is how to absorb enough mutants without launching a full-scale war with humans and superhumans. Apocalypse began to act quietly for this, and so did Mystique. Late at night, at the headquarters of the Vought group, Lincoln appeared in his chair at some point and looked at another self who was rummaging through something in front of him. It's not a good idea to steal someone else's identity late at night, Raven. The voice from behind made Lincoln's movements freeze slightly. After a moment of silence, he turned around, blue ripples flashing across his body. Raven stood in front of Lincoln. Where did you take Charles? Charles? Me? Lincoln frowned slightly. It looks like you haven't been doing well recently. You even got such important news wrong. It wasn't me who took Charles and Eric away, but Apocalypse, who claimed to be the savior of mutants and wanted to establish a mutant kingdom. Haven't you invaded the US intelligence department? Hearing this, Raven's expression changed slightly, and Lincoln understood instantly. It seems that your prejudice and bias against me are really deep. When something like this happened, the first thing you thought of was to come to my office to search for information. Charles protected you so well. Hearing the hint of sarcasm in Lincoln's words, Raven shouted, "What happens between us is none of your business. Of course, I'm too lazy to care about you, but I have something with you." "What is it?" Raven asked subconsciously, and then she heard Lincoln utter two words, "Vibranium." "Hank and Darwin took a piece of vibranium from me, and I haven't found them to ask for it recently." "But, are you going to not see him and return it to me?" Raven snorted and refused decisively. "That's their business. Why are you looking for me?" "To be honest, I'm too lazy to make a special trip for this, but I think you should make a special trip for this," Lincoln said, looking at Raven with a smile. "Tell me, if I spread the news that the former X-Force has a priceless piece of meteorite metal in their hands, what do you think those people will do? Maybe they will choose to be a gentleman who loves money and gets it in a proper way and turn a blind eye to you, or they will turn into savage robbers to hunt you down and kill you. Assassination, poisoning, and all kinds of extreme means. How long can you hold out? Raven, you don't want to see your companions die one after another under the pursuit of those people, do you?" Lincoln's voice was relaxed and indifferent, but it hit Raven's heart again and again like a heavy hammer, causing her pupils to tremble. If it were before, she might not be too worried about Lincoln's threat, but not now. Super energy capsules are everywhere, and a gangster who suddenly appears on the roadside may be able to transform into a superhuman. If the existence of vibranium is revealed, they will face countless superhumans chasing them. They will die. They will definitely die. Seeing Raven silent, Lincoln continued, "Haven't you been to Tesla Industries and FX Group?" Looking at Lincoln, who suddenly changed the subject, Raven was a little confused, and then she heard Lincoln say, "It seems that you don't know anything, so let me, who is merciful, explain it to you. Tesla Industries, main research projects, mechanical and life sciences. Research content, mutant genes and sentinel robots specifically designed to hunt mutants. SX Group has a life science research laboratory. Research content, mutant gene suppression, mutant cloning control, etc. If you are caught, instead of just dying, being sold to Tesla or Essex, to become a test subject may be your fate. Think about it carefully. The people in Task Force 6, each of them seems to have abilities that are very valuable for research, you say, Raven." Raven had already begun to tremble, and Lincoln, with a warm smile on his face, looked as hideous and terrifying as a devil out of hell in her eyes. Looking at Lincoln, who had already reached out to grab the phone on the table, Raven was anxious. "Stop. What's wrong?" Lincoln grabbed the phone with one hand and looked up at Raven. "Do you have any ideas? Or are you going to try and see if you can stop me?" "You can't do that." "No, of course I can do that," Lincoln said mercilessly. "You took my things, so naturally, you should pay a small price. I will return the things to you. It just takes a little time. Time is priceless. Why should I waste time?" Lincoln still smiled at Raven, silently. Raven seemed to understand Lincoln's eyes. "No, no. This is absolutely not okay." Hearing this, Lincoln raised his eyebrows slightly. "I haven't said anything yet." Chapter 188, Transformation Ability. Awesome. You didn't say anything, but your eyes have said it all. As a woman, Raven is very familiar with Lincoln's eyes. When she went out in human form, many people looked at her with this kind of eyes. But compared to those guys, Lincoln's eyes are calmer, and it makes her feel more threatened. I know what you are thinking. Raven scolded Lincoln. Your eyes have exposed everything. You are slandering me. Lincoln sneered. According to the law, I now have reason to call the police to arrest you. As for your companions, While talking, Lincoln picked up the phone on the table without hesitation and pressed the dial button directly. Seeing this scene, Raven finally panicked. In Task Force X, the other mutants did not agree with the method of going directly to the Vought group for search. It was only because she strongly recommended it that they came. As a result, not only did they not find any useful information, but they also had to send all their teammates to the laboratory. This made Raven feel a little scared and guilty. She couldn't tolerate that Task Force X, which was originally safe and sound, would meet with misfortune because of her. Rushing forward and holding the phone in Lincoln's hand, Raven's breathing became a little rapid, her teeth clenched, and she looked at Lincoln with anger on her face. What do you want? Me? I just want to pick up the phone and call the police and tell the police that a mutant broke into my office illegally with the intention of stealing company secrets. Lincoln chuckled and looked at Raven. By the way, I have to mention that this criminal and his accomplices took away a piece of metal worth hundreds of millions of dollars from my laboratory. Maybe I will use a 6 combination compound to repay those who helped me find the lost items. What do you think of this idea? Looking at Lincoln's handsome but ugly face, Raven could no longer hold back her inner anger, and she rushed towards Lincoln as agile as a cheetah. But there was a sound of wind, and Lincoln suddenly appeared beside her, grabbed her throat, and pressed her to the ground. Oh no, malicious attack. Congratulations, you have one more charge. Now, let the fair and strict law punish the evil criminals. Seeing Lincoln pick up the phone again, Raven reached out her hand anxiously, but her body was unable to make any substantial movement because of Lincoln's iron-like and unshakable arm. Seeing the police's voice coming from the microphone, Raven felt hopeless. Put down the phone. You can do whatever you want. Lincoln covered the microphone with his palm and looked at Raven. What are you talking about? I'm a law-abiding citizen. A blue ripple appeared on Raven's face, and then the clothes disappeared in Lincoln's eyes, revealing a half-covered body. Don't you want it? I'm a mutant. Compared with humans, my skin quality can always be kept in the best condition. Put down the phone. You can do whatever you want. Please. Lincoln looked at Raven and pondered for a moment. In New York, soliciting prostitution is illegal, and I'm a law-abiding citizen. Seeing the confusion on Raven's face, Lincoln continued, but if I didn't give you money, it wouldn't be considered soliciting prostitution, but a free love relationship. As he spoke, Lincoln silently changed the hand that was strangling Raven's neck to a towering vital grasp. Okay, now you can tell me in detail about your future plans. Raven's eyes moved slightly downward to look at Lincoln's palm. After a moment of silence, she said, do you want me to make my clothes disappear as well? No need for that. Lincoln looked down. When it is looming, it has a different kind of temptation. Raven couldn't help but grit her teeth, and then she felt herself suddenly soaring into the air, and in the blink of an eye she was thrown onto a large bed. A few photos appeared in front of her. Okay, time is precious. Let's get straight to the point. Become the person in this photo and show me. Raven reached out to take the photo that Lincoln handed over. After the first glance, she felt that her mind was full of question marks. None of the people drawn on it looked like real women. On the contrary, to Raven, these guys looked more like fake characters in comic books. At this moment, she felt that she understood something, and there was a trace of disgust in her eyes when she looked at Lincoln. You actually like this? Yes, I like this. Lincoln nodded openly, but it's you who has to become this. Creak. The photo in Raven's hand was suddenly clenched, and she gritted her teeth. After a blue ripple, Tifa, who should not have appeared in the real world, appeared in front of Lincoln. Woohoo. Looking at the completely changed appearance of Mystique in front of him, Lincoln's eyes suddenly lit up. He has been to so many worlds, but he has never found someone who looks the same as Tifa without makeup or after beauty. Now, Mystique is here, and all the characters in the illusion can appear. It's really great. You only need to subscribe to one person to experience all the people in the world. Is there a more cost-effective girlfriend than this? No. Mystique sacrificed herself and successfully rescued her mutant companions, and Lincoln also enjoyed the different roles of the night very comfortably. How can Tifa in the 3D area be more attractive than Tifa in reality? Moreover, in fact, in one night, Lincoln experienced not only Tifa, but also Aunt Wang, Jill and other virtual characters. It was not until the next morning, when the sun shone into the bedroom and shone on the smooth skin of Jill, who was transformed by Raven, that Lincoln felt for the first time that he had not yet finished. How to say it is that when Raven transformed into different appearances, her body parts would also change differently. This experience was great. Feeling the movement coming from the side, Raven, who had been toiling all night, opened her eyes hazily. She looked at Lincoln, and her smooth thighs could not help but clench and curl up, with a trace of fear in her eyes. She had only heard that there were only cows that died of exhaustion, but no fields that were plowed to death. As a result, after experiencing it last night, she felt that if she did not exercise restraint, she would probably become the field that was plowed to death, and it was plowed to death by a cow. Curled up like a newborn baby, Raven completely wrapped herself in the sheets and stared at Lincoln angrily. One night is enough. Don't go too far. No. Lincoln's eyes moved down the graceful arc of the sheets. I just want to ask, can you still stand up now? Hearing this, Raven was stunned for a moment, then felt her legs going weak. A trace of shame and anger appeared on her face. None of your business. I know. Lincoln slapped the bulge, then got up in Raven's murderous eyes, showing a meaningful smile. Don't forget, I gave you more than just 3 photos, Raven. Chapter 189 Rapid Development. Lincoln has a few photos. We can't discuss it for now. Anyway, it is clear that there are a lot of them. There are many beauties in the real world, but there are more beautiful beauties in fantasy works, and each one is unique. Even if Lincoln changes 3 every night, he can play for several years without repeating. Of course, in fact, he can't change 3 every night. It's not that he can't do it, but Raven can't do it. After all, she is just a mutant with a little stronger strength, which is still far from Lincoln, a non-human. Mutants have limits. Lincoln can certainly use compound number 6 to make Raven inhuman, but there is no benefit in doing so. If her transformation ability is lost, it will be a huge loss. So, Rabasso, yellow moderation. Raven was very excited at Lincoln's place, and the members of Task Force X on the other side were worried, because Raven was late to return, until one day they saw Raven appearing behind Lincoln as a secretary on TV. At this moment, all of them were confused. After a long silence, the Destroyer spoke tentatively. So, did Raven betray us? No. Impossible. Hank quickly rejected. Lincoln and Professor Charles' disappearance are closely related. Raven must be lurking around Lincoln to get information and intelligence. She can't betray us. But Darwin looked at the TV. Why didn't she pass on information and news to us in such a short time? It's so scary. Hank thought about the reason in silence and spoke after a while. Maybe she has been tired recently? Raven is indeed tired, which Lincoln can prove, and he has to bear the main blame. There is no way. If it were a normal man, he would not be able to bear it when looking at all kinds of beauties who originally only existed in illusions in front of him, right? Anyway, Lincoln said that he was in this world to enjoy himself. During this period, he adhered to the attitude of learning and practice and seriously reproduced the application of scenes, costumes, and identities in Japanese movies. Bathroom, balcony, kitchen, hot spring, corridor, dressing room, classroom, etc. Don't say it. It's really unique. The key is that the characters that Raven transforms into every time are very consistent with a theme, which is even better. These short-sighted people in Task Force X had no idea that Lincoln could play so many tricks, and even Raven herself took a while to gradually adapt to Lincoln's various whims. Before this, she herself didn't expect that her ability to transform could be so useful in this regard. She originally thought that turning into the appearance of certain people was already the limit, but it turned out that she could also play a plot drama with the scene costume identity. When she first heard the request, she was completely stupid. She originally thought that Lincoln learned it from somewhere, but after learning about it, she found out that Lincoln was actually the one who created these things. Moreover, long before that, he actually left a resounding name in the history of the development of live action movies around the world as the master of live action movie guidance, the president of Ford Company, directing live action movies. When Raven heard the news, she was like a static picture of an old man on the subway looking at his phone. She didn't understand why this was. Rehearse it in advance and then practice it on yourself. In fact, it was not just her who didn't understand. Those who followed Lincoln were also a little confused when they knew he was going to make a movie, but fortunately they had a strong acceptance ability. In fact, up to this era, those who were not very receptive have been eliminated. There is no way. Superhumans are not just a simple symbol of power. Some superhumans, their abilities also play a vital role in the development of science and technology. If it were just like this, the development of science and technology would not be so rapid, but the problem is that Lincoln directly became a plagiarist. Papers, novels, scripts, everything he could think of, he copied them all. And then what happened was that a bunch of scientists who devoted their life to scientific research looked at Lincoln's great achievements and called them unscientific. He was the first person in human history to win the Nobel Prize in physics, chemistry, peace, physiology, or medicine, and literature twice. In addition, Lincoln also won many awards such as the Fields Medal and the Hugo Award. In a simple sentence, Lincoln won all the more famous awards in the world. Although it is unethical to use other people's research results, papers and literary works to win awards, it feels really good. Especially when seeing the faces of those scientific researchers and literary creators full of despair and incredible expressions, Lincoln was even happier. There are many powerful superhumans in this world, but he is the only one in the world who is a powerful superhuman and has outstanding scientific research and literary achievements. In just a few years, Lincoln smashed and reorganized the three views of people all over the world, and after that, the world began to change with each passing day. Under Lincoln's operation, the theory is fully available, and production is also assisted by superhumans. Human technology is running wildly like a strange species. In just a few years, computers have been popularized, the global internet has been constructed, various factories have begun to be built, and smartphones have also jumped out. While many ordinary people are still confused with their smartphones in their hands, human life has suddenly entered a modern society that they could not imagine before. With the development of the world, Lincoln's name has spread all over the world. Now he has a lot of supporters all over the world, and they even set up a sect for this. Jesus is faith, Lincoln is life. This sentence was even directly regarded as the doctrine of the sect by them. Not only ordinary people, but even superhumans and mutants have many members of the sect. If Lincoln stood up and raised his arms, responders from all over the world would gather continuously. This made Cheyenne Key and others numb. Originally, he wanted to manage quietly for a few years, create a powerful mutant kingdom, and then fight to the death with humans. As a result, in just a few years, the development of the world is comparable to the accumulation of thousands of years. Moreover, isn't that guy named Lincoln a superhuman? As a superhuman, you don't exercise your body and abilities well, but instead engage in scientific research and creation, and directly make the world what it is now? This is too outrageous, isn't it? Even rebirth is not so outrageous, right? Exclamation mark. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190 Dangerous Sentinel. Apocalypse and his people felt that the world was developing too fast, but Bolivar, the founder of Tesla Industries, felt that the development of science and technology was just right. As a scientist who could pioneer the research of the Sentinel, Bolivar's learning speed was far beyond that of ordinary people. while ordinary people were a little confused even when simply experiencing the results brought about by the development of science and technology. Barliver was able to keep up with Lincoln's copying speed at a very fast speed, reading and understanding a considerable part of the papers that were useful to him. The direct impact of this was that the Sentinel began to be completed rapidly at an unimaginable speed. Under the normal development progress, the prototype of the Sentinel would be a behemoth that could be easily manipulated by Magneto, but now it is different. The super breakthrough technology allowed Barliver to see the possibilities in electronics, materials science, and mechanics. The two special existences of superhuman genes and mutant genes played a great role in his research. He was not injected with compound 6, but his naturally smart brain was more powerful than the superhuman who was injected with compound 6. Using programmable materials as the main body and adding an energy furnace made of superpower genes. After being influenced by Lincoln, Tesla Industries manufactured the first prototype, which has initially possessed the prototype of the final Sentinel. While Barliver was focusing on the research of mechanical sentinels, Essex's life science laboratory also made great progress in this wave of technology. The development of science and technology has brought about a rapid expansion of production resources and capital, which has also made the development of Essex far beyond imagination. A large number of mutants were imprisoned in secret laboratories for various inhumane experiments in various invisible means and methods. From them, the Essex group finally produced a drug that could inhibit the mutant's X gene. Originally, they wanted to also make a drug that could inhibit superhumans, but this plan was eventually terminated. Because before Lincoln's Vought group took action against Essex, all other super rich people who had registered compound number 6 and obtained a strong body, a long life and excellent power took the lead in attacking him. They were very supportive of dealing with mutants, because a peasant who couldn't come up with $100 million was not worthy of standing on the same level as them. But dealing with superhumans, wasn't that dealing with them? Mutants don't have strong social power, but the superhuman group does. Essex actually wanted to target both mutants and superhumans at the same time, which was simply like an old man hanging himself, tired of living. After several relatively simple joint actions, the originally huge Essex was forced to split up, and all researchers involved in the superhuman genetic research project were secretly executed. In contrast, the mutant genetic research project was in full swing. When Lincoln heard the news, he was a little confused. He originally wondered if Essex would really come up with an anti-6 compound, and then someone who didn't know how to live or die would come to him with the anti-6 compound to threaten him. As a result, those big wigs who became superhumans were much more sensitive than he thought. Dealing with mutants, they all agree. Dealing with superhumans, one death at a time. What is this called? Double standards. Lincoln's plan was actually very successful. The development of Tesla Industries and Essex Group has enabled humans to obtain 2 other weapons to fight against mutants in addition to superhumans. But in fact, mutants are not the only ones who have obtained weapons. Simply imagine that when Magneto, who suffered from the torture of the concentration camp, learned advanced physics, and when Shaw, who can absorb and release energy at will, learned energetics. When Apocalypse has mastered more modern scientific knowledge, it is actually not the human side that has made progress. The time for balance has been too long, and both humans and mutants are eager to try to see how powerful the other side is. So, after a mutant citizen of the Apocalypse dynasty was treated unfairly by humans, the war broke out. There is no battle with nuclear bombs and thermal weapons. This war only involves powerful superhumans and weapons against mutants that humans have devoted themselves to researching. Against this background, the enhanced version of Homeland left New York, and the enhanced version of Magneto also walked out of Cairo. Tesla Group, not getting the deformation gene from Raven, had a certain impact on the development of the Sentinel, but fortunately, the deformation ability of superhumans can be used in the same way. With the power of industrial machines, a large number of Sentinels were continuously produced, activated and sent to the designated battlefield, Africa. Yes, Africa. Neither Europe and the United States nor the Russians wanted the war to start on their own territory, and Apocalypse, who established countries in the Middle East and the Pacific, had similar ideas. Therefore, Africa, which had no technological power and therefore seemed to have no human rights, became the unlucky one. On this day, the African people who had not yet emerged from the backward agricultural country saw a large number of war weapons falling from the sky, saw the godlike mutants walking out of space, and also saw the last brilliant fireworks of life. Mr. Barliver, do you think your sentinels can really play a big role? A military official asked. As far as we know, after Magneto of the mutants learned advanced physics, the materials he manipulated through magnetism are no longer limited to metals. We absolutely do not want the weapons originally used against mutants to be used against us in the end. Don't worry. Barliver smiled. The sentinels themselves are all made of special anti-magnetic materials. They may be disassembled, but they will never be controlled. Hearing this, the official nodded, and at this time, the first wave of sentinels arriving at the battlefield had already started a war with the mutants. Wearing a helmet that isolates mental waves, Magneto looked at the opposite sentinel with cold eyes. He opened his hands and stretched them forward, and the invisible power spread out, and the magnetic field began to be controlled by him. On the ground, the mud and sand that were originally under the control of gravity began to float against gravity. Under the powerful control, the city wall thousands of meters high stood on the ground in a very short time, and on the top of the city wall, many mutants occupying the commanding heights launched an attack on the sentinels in the distance. The space was rippled, and a portal suddenly opened under the feet of a sentinel, and when his foot landed, it closed instantly. Under the powerful cutting force from the space, the material comparable to steel was completely cut without any hindrance. The flat cut of the foot that fell under the city wall appeared a molten orange-red light, and in the distance, a sentinel fell down. Taking this as a signal, more mutants began to release their terrifying abilities without restraint. The sky was full of clouds, and the clear sky turned into a stormy sky at a speed visible to the naked eye. Tornadoes that could not be explained by science fell from the clouds, connecting the sky and the earth. Countless lightning bolts danced in it like long dragons and silver snakes. Every time they hit the ground, many sentinels lost control and ability to move. The storm fell from the sky. Before the bean-sized raindrops fell, they suddenly froze and changed under the influence of a sudden cold air, and then gathered into a large number of ice coffins to seal a large number of sentinels. On the flat ground, pits also emerged and plants whipped. Unrestrained abilities were used, and the many sentinels stopped before they approached the city wall. In the industrial group, seeing this scene, the military officials showed a trace of doubt and dissatisfaction in their eyes. Mr. Tesluk, I hope there is a reasonable explanation. Is this the weapon you mentioned for mutants? Don't worry. Barliver looked at the restricted and trapped sentinels one by one, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The real good show is just beginning now. His voice seemed like a decree gun. The moment the voice fell, the surface of the sentinel frozen by the endless ice began to emit heat like lava. The ice at minus hundreds of degrees was visibly melted, and even the ice beams falling from the sky were evaporated by the surging heat, and turned into water vapor, and dispersed as soon as they approached. One after another, the sentinels with orange-red glow stood on the ground. The high temperature that was enough to melt steel and the icy cold under the blizzard formed a direct confrontation. A little further away, the sentinels swallowed by the quicksand and swamp also began to change their forms. The water in the quicksand was frozen by the ice, and then broken open by the sentinels with powerful force, becoming a ladder for ascending. The water in the swamp was also evaporated by the red sentinels, who lifted up the cracked land and broke free from it. One by one, the sentinels began to move in an organized manner, and behind the core, a large number of sentinels had their chests and heads torn apart, and the majestic energy contained in them turned into beams of light that shot into the sky, directly piercing and tearing through the terrifying storm. It was a big burden for Storm to stir up a tornado by herself and control the thunderstorms in it to attack the sentinels. When the sentinels began to use energy to disrupt the storm, her pressure became greater and greater. The only ones who can deal with mutants are usually mutants, and each of the sentinels with mutant genes can be regarded as a mutant. Even Storm could not support such a large number of sentinels to disrupt Apocalypse. Fortunately, Magneto took action at this time. After Apocalypse's ability was enhanced, His magnetic force had already reached the point where he could control other substances. After studying advanced physics in depth, he had a deeper understanding of the nature of magnetic force. It was still a bit difficult for him to completely control the particles at the molecular level, especially when the target was this group of anti-magnetic sentinels. However, if it was just simple destruction, it would be much simpler. With one hand maintaining the wall, Magneto stretched out his other hand and aimed at the sentinels in the distance that were spewing energy into the sky. There were no other fancy moves, he just clenched it lightly. Bang! Sparks burst out in the storm in the distance. The molecular structure was broken down, the energy balance was disturbed, and the sentinel, who had almost infinite energy, was blown into pieces by the powerful energy in his body. As the surging magnetic force swept across, more and more sparks exploded until the magnetic force extended to a very far distance that Magneto could not control. This scene silenced all the humans watching the battle. Originally, they really thought that the Sentinel would be the nemesis of mutants, but the scene before them exceeded their expectations. Magneto. At this time, they realized that all the previous surveys and mappings about Magneto still underestimated him. As a mutant who can control the basic forces of the universe, no matter how he is imagined, it is not excessive. Unlike those people who were silent, Barliver was very excited, which made the military official a little confused. Your sentinels have failed. No, not yet. Barliver directly retorted, I have installed monitoring devices on every sentinel. Through data feedback comparison, we can get a valid conclusion. The magnetic force of Magneto Eric does not arrive immediately, but has a speed, and is much slower than the speed of light. The military official felt that he seemed to understand something. So what? Laser weapons. Barliver said excitedly, if laser weapons are used, before he finds out, he will die directly. There will be no chance of resistance. Your sentinels can't do it? Can't. Barliver shook his head. All the abilities of the sentinels come from mutants or superhumans, and although some of them have energy attacks, their speed is much slower than the speed of light. Mutants and superhumans are not invincible. Whether it is lightning or energy, the speed and power in their hands are limited. I understand. The military official nodded. So next, we need to develop light speed weapons to kill Magneto. Yes. Barliver nodded first, then laughed. But even if there is no light speed weapon, I have other plans. What? Before, in order to deal with Zorro, the CIA set up an X-Force, and my people encountered them. Barliver said calmly, the other members of that team are nothing special, but there is one person whose ability is very interesting. Survival of the fittest. I need his ability. Combining his ability with the ability of transformation, there will definitely be more wonderful changes. Maybe, at that time, we can even simulate some mutant abilities that we originally could not have. The current mass-produced sentinels themselves are still too limited. Barliver's words were very tempting, but the military official remained silent. Humans can never be united, even with the enemy of mutants. The power displayed by the current sentinels is already strong enough, and this is still the limited simulation mentioned by Barliver. If a larger simulation is carried out, he can't imagine what kind of monsters these sentinels will become. Think about it carefully, sentinels controlled by people may be more dangerous than mutants. Because then it can kill not only the sentinels, but also superhumans and humans. Chapter 191, Exchange. Barliver did not notice the subtle change in the official's eyes, nor did he know what he had violated unintentionally. Today, the 3 laws of robotics and the rebellion of intelligent robots are already well known. The rapid development of intelligent robots and the birth of the sentinels have already caused panic among some people. They can be promoted entirely on the grounds of dealing with mutants. After all, the rebellion of intelligent robots has not yet happened, and the mutant crisis is imminent. But the limit of dealing with mutants is limited. The current sentinels are very good. Although they cannot deal with enemies like Magneto, the combined power is enough to fight against Storm, which has satisfied many people. If they continue to be strengthened, so that the sentinels can teleport, freeze ice, and summon storms, then the people who want to destroy them may not be mutants, but humans. Think about it, how many mutants are there? And each of them is an independent individual with different ideas. As long as the sentinels are mass produced, they can be counted in tens of thousands. They are not afraid of death and obey orders. So many sentinels are each a mutant. Such a terrifying power can threaten mutants and humans themselves. Technology is developing too fast, so fast that even the most optimistic scientists worry from time to time whether humans can keep it under control. Although there is no clear evidence for the rebellion of intelligent machines, even those scientists are worried. After all, it involves mutants, and no one knows whether a certain sentinel will gain mutant abilities that can cause it to rebel. The current sentinels have great limitations, but this limitation happens to make people feel at ease. But Bolivar now wants to make the sentinels stronger, which has exceeded the tolerance of many people. Bolivar has helped them find the weakness of mutants' light speed strikes. Whether it is Magneto or Apocalypse, as long as they can use light speed strikes when they are not prepared, they can kill them suddenly. In this case, what is the point of having stronger sentinels? To cause trouble for themselves. When some human leaders learned of Bolivar's ambitions, they were also a little headache. Because this group of scientists are too restless, it was not enough for Essex to produce a special medicine for mutant genes, and he even wanted to study the genes of superhumans, and then they were dismembered and split by them. As a result, Bolivar turned around and wanted to make a stronger sentinel. Is this a sentinel? If he really made it, it would be the second mutant. No, it would be something more threatening than mutants. On the battlefield in Africa, with the participation of Magneto, the defeat of the Sentinels was a fact that could be clearly predicted by the naked eye. But before they were completely destroyed, a red laser whistled from the sky. Almost in an instant, it was approaching Magneto. The scorching beam had a temperature that could cut through steel pipes, but facing this sudden attack, Magneto was not panicked at all. He just lifted his armor slightly and completely blocked the laser. So far, no superhuman and mutant can fight at the speed of light. The so-called heat vision is just a faster energy attack. Magneto, who had been prepared for this, had already used his control of magnetism to create a battle armor with much stronger protection than ordinary metal, just to be used at this moment. In the distance, Homelander, with heat vision constantly emitting in his pupils, was whistling at a speed faster than the speed of sound. He lowered his body slightly, and wherever he passed, the sound barrier was enough to cause great damage to the surrounding materials. Mutants are not superhumans. Superhumans generally have the ability to enhance their physical fitness, but most mutants' own bodies are still fragile. There is no other possibility except death when facing the sound barrier head-on. Magneto's magnetic force bombarded Homelander like ripples, but as the top representative of superhumans in this world, this attack was not enough for Homelander. He swooped down from the sky like an eagle, and just a moment of passing by, he tore the bodies of several mutants into a pool of blood mist that scattered in the air. Without entangled with these ordinary mutants for too long, Homelander's figure rushed directly to Magneto in the air without stopping. Facts have proven that with Magneto's current control over magnetism, it is difficult for him to cause substantial damage to Homelander. Although Homelander is not easy to break through the magnetic barrier, it is enough to contain him. In the sky, the top superhumans and the top mutants started a fierce battle in which neither could do anything to the other, while the mutants below were fighting with the superhumans. When it comes to the strength of superpowers, mutants are superior to superhumans, but the difference in physical fitness means that mutants often face a situation of being killed in one blow, as long as they are approached by superhumans. After realizing this, Storm manipulated the lightning storm to make her body hang high in the air, away from the crowd on the ground, but just when a flash of lightning came, a superhuman like a Valkyrie came surging in the lightning. She was wrapped in violent thunder all over her body, and just stretched out her hand and struck, and the terrifying thunder and lightning came whistling, which made Storm's face change suddenly. Manipulating storms and inducing thunder and lightning should be her proud ability, but now, when the superhuman lightning appeared, the situation has changed. Lightning doesn't have fancy abilities like controlling storms. She can only fly and control lightning. Her speed when flying at full speed exceeds the speed of sound, and the power of lightning she uses is enough to turn a person into charcoal in an instant. Even among superhumans with strong physical fitness, she is a leader. Now facing Storm, she has a kind of subtle restraint. Control storms? Control lightning? Sorry, she is not afraid of lightning at all, and her flying speed is enough to reach Storm before the storm forms. On the contrary, Storm, who flies with the power of the storm, has an embarrassing flying speed. In the sky, the majestic lightning was pulled down from the clouds by the storm, but the violent thunder fell on lightning. Except for slightly shifting her flying angle, it had no other effect. Looking at lightning approaching with a sneer on her lips, Storm's heart beat faster and faster, until a figure she didn't expect suddenly appeared. Bang! The supersonic blow collided with the broad figure, but this blow, that was enough to turn a normal person into a blood mist, could not penetrate at all. Grabbing Lightning's fist with his palm, Apocalypse looked at Lightning with a trace of anger in his eyes. Human. How dare you steal divine power with despicable means? Ha. Lightning sneered fearlessly when his fist was grabbed by the rumored mutant king. What a bullshit god. I'm a god. Aren't you afraid of death? Death. Compared to death, I want to ask if you are afraid. Lightning looked at Apocalypse with a trace of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. Guess we showed up here to attack your two capable men to get you out. So what are the other people on the other side doing? Attack the mind? I know you're cunning. Apocalypse was unmoved, and the power in his hand began to gradually increase. As the mutant ability began to take effect, the clothes on Lightning's body began to turn into sand, and turned into the sharpest blade to pierce her body. As a peak level 4 mutant, Apocalypse has power beyond that of ordinary mutants. Even Lightning can only die in pain. Looking at the remains falling from the sky, Storm looked at Apocalypse with a trace of worry in her eyes. My lord, Cairo, I have made arrangements. If it's just some sentinels and mutants, it's impossible to break through the direction I established. Apocalypse looked in front of him with a cold face. After killing these guys, the power of mankind will suffer an unprecedented setback. Cairo. In the sky, that cannot be seen by the naked eye, a transport formation composed of transport planes almost covered the sky and the sun, covering the entire Cairo. After comparing the current data and scale according to the table, the captain of the transport formation connected the intercom. Report. C-14 has arrived at the designated location. Requesting to drop. Requesting to drop. The voice on the other side was silent for a moment and then, allow to drop. Click click. As the voice fell, the drop button was pressed, the cabin door opened, and the huge packages that had been waiting in it for a long time began to fall from the sky. Mutant gene inhibitors, a special gene drug that only targets mutant genes. Even immortal mutants like Wolverine will become an ordinary person and die of old age under the effect of the inhibitor. The dosage of this inhibitor is extremely small, and only a small amount of atomization inhalation in the air can produce an effect. But now, all the transport formations are dropping highly concentrated liquid inhibitors. After hundreds of thousands of tons of high concentration liquid inhibitors are dropped from high altitudes, the packaging will break at a suitable height, and the strong pressure will release the inhibitors and form atomization in the air, covering the entire Cairo. Using inhibitors to slowly eliminate mutants is a good way, but taking advantage of Apocalypse's absence, using thunder and lightning to directly remove his Cairo from the continent is also a way. It's hard to say who will gain and who will lose by using the Homelanders as bait to exchange for a Cairo city. What? Lincoln's Vought group lost money? No, it didn't lose money. Letting superheroes go to the battlefield to fight for humanity in World War II. How exciting it would be. He would have made a fortune before the war started, even if all the Super 7 were dead. Anyway, the laboratory kept the genes of these guys and could produce stronger superhumans at any time. Although doing so would seem a bit inhumane, just like the original Vought group. Is this a problem for Lincoln? When has he ever been humane? When has he ever had a conscience? He has always had a very flexible moral bottom line. Over the city of Cairo, tons of mutant inhibitors that were supposed to be used in micrograms were sprayed from the air. A large amount of concentrated liquid combined with the water vapor in the air and atomized. Not long after the transport plane formation left quietly, a fog descended on Cairo. On the sentry post at the top of the pyramid, the place closest to the sky, the angel with steel wings on his back sniffed the air and frowned. What's that smell? Why is there a strange smell? He looked up at the sky and thought, and the wings behind him trembled slightly, ready to follow the source of the smell to the sky, to see what happened up there. He exerted force on his feet, and the wings behind him shook and were about to soar in the air, but the next moment his feet left the ground, his pupils contracted. Because he could not feel and control the steel wings behind him. He trembled his muscles frantically to make the wings flap normally, but the ding-dong sound kept ringing, and he could not do it. Looking at the khaki slope of the pyramid getting closer and closer to him, he felt fear. No, don't. Bang. The fragile flesh and the solid pyramid collided firmly, and the angel rolled down from the pyramid like a falling rock, and the sharp steel wings kept cutting his muscles and bones in the process. After he fell all the way, he had become a bloody corpse whose appearance was hard to distinguish. The angel who was supposed to fly in the sky fell down and became a corpse. Such a change made the mutants on the ground scream. Some mutants who were responsible for guarding looked up at the sky with keen intuition. The angel's domain is the sky. Now that the angel fell from the sky, the only possibility they could think of was that there were enemies coming from the sky. The shrill alarm sounded throughout Cairo. As the mutants took their positions and released energy according to their predetermined positions, a light curtain gradually opened up, but it was too late. The spread of the atomized gene inhibitor not only follows the effect of gravity, but also accelerates the spread under the effect of airflow. The speed of the angel falling from the sky was indeed very fast, but before he fell, a large amount of gene inhibitors had already landed within the range covered by the light curtain. The mutants in the city did not notice anything unusual about the atomized gene inhibitors until they breathed in and absorbed enough inhibitors, and then they suddenly realized that something was wrong. The first to react were the mutants who were responsible for guarding the pyramid. Originally, they were using their abilities to be vigilant against the power that could come at any time, but as the inhibitors began to take effect, their mutant genes began to be suppressed. And the macroscopic manifestation was that their mutant abilities were ineffective. Not only that, because of the side effects of the high concentration of inhibitors, it was not only their mutant genes that were suppressed, but their bodies also showed some temporary reactions under the effect of this drug. Accelerated heartbeat, shortness of breath, and weakness were only temporary phenomena, but at this point in time, they were fatal, because the sentinels were already waiting outside. Chapter 192 The Awakening of the Strongest Mutant. The fallen guards made the remaining mutants realize the seriousness of the situation, but the atomized gene inhibitors had been laid in every corner of Cairo. As long as the mutants were breathing in the city, few would not be affected by the inhibitors. More and more mutants fell under the effect of the gene inhibitors, and outside the city, the sentinel robots that had been ready for action began to move. Their energy cores began to spew out hot energy to bombard the huge shield. Without the compensation and repair of a large number of mutants, the shield that was originally as solid as a rock appeared one after another under the wear and tear of the sentinels. Then, the slender, devil-like killing machine rushed into Cairo. According to the data feedback given by the mutant gene detector, they began to screen throughout Cairo. Those who did not meet the requirements would be killed directly by them, and those who met the requirements would become prisoners, tied up and transported to the real laboratories of humans. Desires are hard to satisfy. Even if humans already have superhumans, they still want mutants. One reason is that the superhumans are in Lincoln's hands, and the other reason is that mutants themselves have extremely high value. The emergence of Apocalypse has caused mutants to be highly opposed to humans, so much so that human society does not even recognize the human rights of mutants. Some people think that this one-size-fits-all approach will push mutants to the extreme of opposition to humans, but some people don't care about it at all because they have keenly perceived business opportunities from it. The introduction of radical bills has led to mutants no longer enjoying human rights. What does this mean? They are no longer protected by the law. Think about it, a life with strange abilities, but not protected by the law, high returns and zero risks. What better business is there than kidnapping mutants for trafficking? Of course, those people in Tesla Industries and the military are not interested in trafficking mutants, because they are buyers, and their experiments require a large number of mutants to fill the gaps, and these mutants in Cairo just meet their requirements. If it were a few years ago, let alone putting together a mutant team in Cairo, it would not be an easy task. But for some reason, in recent years, the number of mutants has been beyond imagination. Many humans who were originally considered normal people also appeared in Cairo as mutants after a short period of time. It seems that there is a special mutant potion that can turn humans into mutants. This vague trend makes many people feel uneasy. Some of them even began to think that all this was Lincoln's conspiracy. In order to better launch and release more superhuman superheroes, he created more mutants to aggravate the situation. Their statement has no basis. It is just wishful thinking. Lincoln dismissed it, even if they actually guessed the truth. In Cairo City, in the only pyramid that was not affected by the gene inhibitor, the mutants inside were pale as they heard the huge noise of the sentinels forcibly demolishing the illegal pyramids. Quick, leave here and tell Lord Apocalypse what happened here. We can leave together. The only mutant with the ability to teleport looked at the remaining companions. Quick, grab my hand. No. We have other tasks. A mutant looked up. That is Lord Apocalypse's treasure. It must not be taken away by humans. As the ruler of the dynasty thousands of years ago, Apocalypse's ability to deceive people is not weak. Even in such a desperate situation, there are loyal mutants willing to sacrifice their lives for him. But in the face of absolute power, loyalty cannot change the predetermined outcome. One after another, the mutants who lost their ability to resist were constantly killed and taken away by the sentinels. In a short moment, the entire city of Cairo showed signs of turning into hell on earth. Bolivar or the military officials who came to supervise the battle did not feel any discomfort about what was happening before their eyes. For them, death is a common thing, and the death or arrest of mutants often means more benefits. Profit comes first, and conscience and morality can be put aside. The news of the fall of Cairo soon reached Apocalypse. At this moment, his heart was filled with anger. With anger as the original driving force, his killing intention towards superhumans reached an unprecedented extreme at this moment. The terrifying mutant ability was able to release all its power at this moment. In just a moment, a large area of superhumans around him were cleared. The movement he caused was so great that Homelander couldn't help but look at Apocalypse and then burst out 2000-degree hot eyes. Holding up the shield with one hand to block Homelander's attack, Apocalypse looked up to the sky and roared, "You! How dare you anger the gods!" The earth trembled in Apocalypse's anger, and all inorganic matter had begun to decompose at this moment and turned into a deadly storm that swirled above the earth. As Magneto engulfed the deadly storm with his own magnetic force, the already terrifying sandstorm exploded with the power to easily penetrate steel. Being involuntarily engulfed in the sandstorm, the superhuman body that was strong enough to withstand heavy sniper bullets began to be worn away inch by inch. The miserable wails were covered by the whistling wind before they could be heard. The flesh and blood mixed in the yellow sand could only be stained with a trace of blood red for a short moment, and then completely faded. Sir, the mission in Cairo has been successfully completed, but the African battlefield has fallen into a state of anxiety that cannot be evacuated. Apocalypse has gone crazy. Don't worry about him. The officer in charge of commanding this operation said calmly, "Send a team of drones to the island created by Apocalypse, and pass this message to him by the way. It's like using superhumans and Apocalypse to exchange children, using Homelander and others as bait to force Apocalypse to come out and then launch a surprise attack in Cairo. Then, they use the same old trick to feint and make a move to directly attack the base camp, forcing Apocalypse to leave the African territory. At that time, they would directly release a large number of gene inhibitors here to end the battle there. Tesla's Sentinels are very useful, and SX's mutant gene inhibitors are also very useful. If they were not sure about dealing with Apocalypse and Magneto, they would even want to use these two things to completely eliminate the power of mutants from this world. Humans thought everything was beautiful, and they didn't know that, while they were fighting Apocalypse, in their inner hinterland, a truly terrifying and strongest mutant awakened. Chapter 193. Lincoln's existence has brought a lot of variables to the mutant world. Everyone living in this world cannot escape his influence. And Jane, the strongest mutant on Earth, cannot escape Lincoln's eyes. With the Apocalypse, the Sentinel robots have not been widely used in human society. Compared with the trash can of apocalypse, the few mutants scattered in the human group are as inconspicuous as the residual garbage in an unknown alley, so Jane's existence has not been discovered by those people, including Teslac Industries. But what Teslac and his friends don't do, the mutant hunters who are crazy about searching for mutants like Hyannis will do. Just like the experience of a well-known county magistrate. On this day, Jane and her parents were driving and singing happily on the country road, but suddenly, a black car that suddenly appeared from nowhere intercepted them directly. Click, the crisp sound of a bullet being loaded sounded in my ears, and a man wearing black sunglasses pointed the muzzle of the gun at Kin's father through the car window. If you don't want to die, get down quickly. No, don't kill us. Kin's father was terrified, and he didn't realize that the group of people in front of him were mutant hunters. Instead, he took out his wallet tremblingly. Let my family go. This is all my money. You can take it. The man glanced at the wallet in Kin's father's hand and sneered. Taking your money is robbery, which is illegal. We don't do illegal things. Kin's father? Looking at the group of burly men around him, Kin's father's hand holding the wallet froze. It's illegal to take my wallet? So it's not illegal for you to intercept us directly with a pistol in your hand? The father, who had never imagined that there would be mutants in his home, still didn't think about the intention of the group of men in front of him until they escorted a family of 3 to stand behind a van. The back door of the van opened, and inside the van, a rather large mutant gene detection instrument was operating precisely, detecting whether all people passing through it had activated mutant genes. Kin's father passed, and Kin's mother also passed. Kin, who was only 7 or 8 years old, was dragged in front of the instrument, and the long-on green light instantly turned into a glaring red light. At this moment, the hunters suddenly showed a trace of joy in their eyes. Found it. She is the mutant. A mutant who is only 7 years old. We can make a lot of money. While shouting happily, the man took out a syringe without hesitation and pierced Kin's body. The mutant gene inhibitor was injected into the body, and in an instant, the powerful side effects made Kin fall into a coma. Seeing their daughter being identified as a mutant and being taken away, Jane's parents finally realized what was happening. No, you can't do this. She is my daughter, my daughter. You can't take her away. In fact, of course we can. The man took out a document with a defiant look on his face. See, this is the right given to us by the law. We can take measures to capture mutants throughout the United States to prevent ordinary people from being harmed. If you are dissatisfied with this, you can find a lawyer to sue us, but now, you have to leave here. With that, the man's men stuffed Jane's parents back into their car. A team of armed team members was left to watch Jane's parents, and the hunter captain took Jane, who was already in a coma, away. Mutant hunters are actually not a recognized profession, because what they do is far from being bright. Therefore, no mutant hunter will keep the mutants they capture in their hands for long. After obtaining the prey, they will rush to Essex or Tesla Industries as quickly as possible and sell the mutants they have obtained directly, to earn a large sum of money. The reason why Jane's parents had to be stopped was to buy time. When the mutants were sent to Tesla or Essex, the rest of the matter would have nothing to do with them. It was doomed to be impossible to fight against 2 behemoths as an individual. Jane's fate was decided the moment she fell into a coma and was taken away. Lincoln saw what happened here, but did not stop it. In the final analysis, this was also a mess created by humans themselves. He actually wanted to see if the 7-year-old Jane would become a Dark Phoenix after going through the laboratory. When the time comes, after a little nurturing, he will leave, and there will be a new person to continue to oppress those people. It must be very interesting. Why is it so little? She's only 7 years old? Oh, don't you know the situation in Cairo? The head of the laboratory looked at the hunter and sneered. The Sentinels have captured a large number of mutants in Cairo and are transporting them back to the country. It's because the guy you brought is only 7 years old and has strong plasticity. Otherwise, there wouldn't be even this little money. Hearing this, the mutant hunter was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand in disappointment. Forget it. This is enough. You can take the person away. The head of the laboratory looked at him contemptuously and returned to the laboratory like a proud swan. 7-year-old mutants are really rare. Dr. Barlover will be very happy. Tesla's secret laboratory. Dad? Mom? Where are you? Where are you? In a white laboratory, Jane, wearing a white hospital gown, looked at the unfamiliar scenery around her, her eyes full of fear. I'm scared. I'm so scared. Behind the mirror-like double transparent glass, Bolivar looked at Jane and frowned. Haven't you confirmed her ability yet? I'm sorry, not yet. The researcher was a little ashamed. We haven't thought of any way to let her show her ability for the time being. Can't we stimulate her? But the researcher hesitated. She is only 7 years old. But she is a mutant. Bolivar's voice was cold like an emotionless robot. Stimulate her. Let me see what her mutant ability is. Okay, doctor. The strength of mutants' abilities will grow as they grow up. At the age of 7, no one could have imagined what kind of power Jane possessed. Until the researcher stimulated her in a way that Jane could not accept. Ah. The shrill screams echoed in the laboratory, and the bloody scene of the death of her parents directly made Jane's mind crazy. The terrifying mutant power was released from her body, and the body of the researcher holding the tablet suddenly stiffened. The next moment, in front of everyone's horrified eyes, his body and the tablet were completely dismembered and disintegrated, turning into basic particles and dispersing. Incredible. Incredible. Looking at Jane's thin body, Bolivar's eyes were full of ecstasy. This mutant ability is simply a gift from God. Chapter 194, Death Before Success. Even if it was just a moment, the power displayed by Jane amazed Bolivar. So far, he has obtained many mutants, but there is no one who can decompose a substance directly into elementary particles like Jane, except Magneto in the Apocalypse Dynasty. He is so eager to complete the thorough analysis and research of Jane's ability, so that even Magneto and Apocalypse will not be able to stop humans from becoming the only masters of this planet. Bolivar's eyes were full of eagerness, and he didn't notice that the officer next to him who maintained a cooperative relationship with him had quietly stepped back. He felt that Bolivar, a mutant scientist, was becoming more and more dangerous, especially Jane, whose ability was even more terrifying. It was enough to have one Magneto in the world, and there was no need for a second Magneto to appear, and there was no need for a stronger Sentinel second to appear. Bolivar's behavior seemed to be contributing to the victory of mankind, but in fact, a little carelessness could push mankind into the abyss uncontrollably. As a spokesperson for the military, he felt that he had to stop all this from happening. Report everything here intactly. He believed that the generals would make the right choice. In the laboratory, Jane, who had once exploded with mutant power, became weak. Her face was pale due to physical overdraft and mental exhaustion. She curled up in the corner with her hands around her knees, and her eyes were full of fear as she looked at the door of the laboratory. She didn't know what would happen next. She just wanted to see her parents consume her. Bolivar's uncontrolled expression on his face gradually calmed down. I need her genes, blood, epithelial cells, spinal cord, cerebral fluid, and even her egg cells. Not one less. When facing mutants, Bolivar never knew what softness and compassion were. He was like a cold machine without sympathy. Even when facing a young child, he could give the coldest orders without hesitation. Hearing Bolivar's order, several researchers looked at each other and looked at Jane's weak figure in the laboratory. They couldn't help but have a trace of pity in their eyes. But unfortunately, they couldn't refute Bolivar at all because he was the most important core figure of Tesla Industries. As a large amount of anesthetic gas was poured into the laboratory, the exhausted Jane finally closed her eyes. Seeing her completely fall into a deep sleep, the researchers outside breathed a sigh of relief and carefully opened the door of the laboratory and walked in. The more they came into contact with mutants, the more they could clearly feel the terrifying power hidden in the mutants. Compared with humans, the abilities of these mutants are simply unlimited. Jane, who was only 7 years old and could wipe out an adult in an instant, was a ready-made example. No matter how cautious you are when dealing with mutants, it is not too much. Several researchers stared at Jane intently, fearing that she would suddenly wake up. They focused all their attention on the front and did not notice that a man appeared behind them. Military headquarters. Everything that happened to Tesla and Bolivar was presented to everyone in the office as truthful reports. Bolivar's plan and Jane's danger made all of their faces change. Originally, they thought the situation was not urgent enough for them to take action against Teslak and Bolivar immediately, but now it was not possible. Just from the description on paper, they could see the potential that Jane possessed, but Bolivar tried to extract even greater power from this mutant. This was something they could never tolerate. Sentinel robots could only be robots, and they could only belong to them, and could only be controlled by them. Bolivar had done too much. After a moment's silence, they uploaded the file again. For the first time in history, the Masters of Congress and the President of the White House did what they should do most in the shortest time. As the 2 short words were sent to the military, they all knew what happened to Bolivar. Teslak Industries. After leaving the office, Bolivar suddenly noticed the footsteps behind him. He turned around and saw the officer sent by the military to work with him on the Sentinel's combat plan against mutants. Stryker, do you have anything else to say? Stryker was silent for a moment. In fact, the purpose of being sent here is to work with you to build a more direct and effective connection between you and the military. You should know that Teslax is not just a simple private enterprise, but also a confidential military cooperation enterprise. These are all necessary. Bolivar looked at Stryker and pondered for a moment, then nodded. If you don't think the next thing is boring, just follow it. Hearing this, Stryker couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on his face. He hurriedly followed Bolivar's footsteps. Thank you, Dr. Bolivar. Stryker is the most talented officer in the military in biological research in recent years, and he also has a strong interest in mutants and mutant genes. He came here for many purposes. One is responsible for more direct and effective communication between Bolivar and the military, another is to monitor and report the situation of Teslak Industries, and another is to learn relevant knowledge from Bolivar. The last one is to get rid of Dr. Bolivar directly when necessary to prevent his research from bringing some unpredictable and uncontrollable disasters. Humans cannot learn any lessons from history, but if something happens right in front of them, they tend to remember the pain for a period of time. In order to deal with Shaw, who wanted to destroy the world, they authorized the establishment of Task Force X and directly recruited Lincoln into the team, which directly led to Shaw knowing the existence of the first mutant apocalypse. In order to find the remains of Apocalypse before Shaw, they mobilized people to conduct an almost carpet search in Cairo, and finally, Apocalypse was released. In order to deal with the threat of mutants brought by Apocalypse and Magneto, they decided to join forces with Wolves, and Superman and Vought Corporation appeared, and in just a few years they became a behemoth that they dared not touch, even if they wanted to. Then, Sentinels and mutant gene inhibitors appeared. If they had not discovered it early and contained it in time, the superhuman inhibitor might have come out after Essex developed the mutant inhibitor. As for the Sentinels, Bolivar still decided to research the second generation Sentinel robots when the first generation Sentinels were already competent for most mission environments. They couldn't say what the second generation Sentinel robots would be like, but everything that happened in just a few years told them that every time they thought things would develop in a good direction, there would always be unexpected situations in the end. For example, now, the second generation Sentinel with a higher efficiency in hunting mutants should be a good thing in theory, but God knows what it will become in the end. For other things, they still dare to gamble. After all, the situation can't be that bad. But look at the efficiency of the second generation Sentinels in hunting mutants. Once they get out of control and become new mutants, it should be humans who will be hunted like lambs. Success will not bring more benefits and victory, and failure will take more risks. These people finally learned their lesson. When Stryker received the news from the military, his mood was complicated. On the one hand, he did learn a lot from following Bolivar. He clearly understood that the dwarf in front of him was a true genius. But on the other hand, he also knew clearly how dangerous the research of this genius was. Feelings such as regret and melancholy intertwined in his heart. Staring at Bolivar's busy back, Stryker finally reached out to the muzzle of his gun. Snap. The news of the holster opening was so crisp and conspicuous in the laboratory. At this moment, Bolivar's busy movements stopped. He slowly put down the things in his hands, turned around and looked at Stryker and the pistol in his hand that was already pointed at him. What are you going to do? I'm sorry, Dr. Bolivar. Stryker's eyes were complicated, and his tone was calm. Your experiment is really too dangerous. Dangerous? No, my experiment is completely controllable. You know it. Barlover argued loudly, but after that, he suddenly calmed down. Do it. Barlover took off his glasses so that he could not see the position of the gun muzzle. You know where my research materials are, and I know you will not give up. In essence, we are all the same people. Facing Barlover's words, Stricker remained silent and then pulled the trigger. Bang! The bright gunshot echoed in the office. Looking calmly at Barlover, whose heart was pierced by a bullet, Stricker slowly put down the pistol. He looked up at the security forces who came in front of him after hearing the news. There was no fear in his eyes. Instead, he held up a document. Hydra Barlover was suspected of conducting unauthorized high-risk experiments. He resisted during the arrest and was shot on the spot. Now, everyone listen to my orders. Temporarily suspend the ongoing experiments, organize all research materials and experimental materials, and move the base. Yes, move. Barlover's death only means that the research plan of the second generation of Sentinels will be temporarily suspended, but the military's research on mutants will not stop. On the contrary, they will conduct another experiment that makes them more excited, based on Barlover's research, the weaponization of mutants. However, in the first stage of the transfer, Stricker encountered something unexpected. In the laboratory, looking at the fully armed researchers in front of him with amusement, as if they were approaching a flood and a beast, Lincoln suddenly spoke behind them with a sense of evil. Wow. The sudden sound behind them made the already tense researchers tremble like sieves in an instant. If it weren't for the strong PC muscles and sphincters, they would probably have to change their pants at this time. Seeing that Ken showed no signs of waking up, several people jumped 3 feet high, then turned back and glared at Lincoln. Are you crazy? How dare you shout here? What if you wake her up? Wait, you are Lincoln? Oh, I actually met someone who knows more. Lincoln leaned against the wall. Now that you know who I am, are you still ready to practice with me? Sorry, I was wrong. The researcher who had glared at Lincoln before hesitated for just a second, then decisively bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Excuse me, Mr. Lincoln, is there anything we can help you with? Yes. Lincoln touched his chin and suddenly said, line up, turn around, start, go. Under the influence of Lincoln's power, the confused researchers almost subconsciously lined up and walked out of the laboratory as he requested, and then looked at each other. What should I do? The samples haven't been obtained yet. It can't be obtained anymore. The researcher who spoke first and survived looked at the empty laboratory with a gloomy tone. Mr. Lincoln, has taken the person away. What? Lincoln took the person away. When Stricker heard the researcher's report, he was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. Who is Jane? A 7-year-old mutant who can use her mutant power to decompose an adult with such powerful potential. You can imagine how terrifying she will be when she grows up. One of the reasons why the military asked Stricker to take action and take charge of the aftermath was to transform Jane, who was only 7 years old, into a mutant weapon. But now, the plan to weaponize mutants has not yet started, and the important experimental materials have been taken away. Chun Chun died before she could accomplish her mission. What's more serious is that the person who took Jane away was Lincoln. As an insider, Stricker still has a certain understanding of Lincoln. Don't look at this guy as a great contributor to the development of the human world on the surface. At the same time, he also developed a superhuman potion to help humans and mutants fight. But in fact, everything now is because of this guy. Apocalypse resurrected to establish the Apocalypse dynasty. Zio reorganized Hellfire. The rapid development of science and technology led to social unrest, and humans and mutants fought fiercely. If Lincoln hadn't been behind the scenes, perhaps everything now would not have happened at all. Compared to mutants, Barlover and Essex, this guy is truly a completely uncontrollable and extremely dangerous character. If he wasn't so strong, humans and mutants would probably unite to attack him. Now, a mutant with great potential and hatred cultivated by Barlover has fallen into his hands. Stricker can no longer imagine what Lincoln will teach Jane to be like. He now only hopes that there will be no second Lincoln. This world really can't bear the destruction of 2 Lincolns. Chapter 195, Captain America, I feel like I hit something. Stryker had the strongest hope, but things often did not go as he expected. Jane's parents made countless efforts to find Jane, which ultimately led to their being killed by the angry mutant hunting team, and the video was taken by Bolivar to stimulate Jane to use her mutant ability. What does a 7-year-old child know? A 7-year-old child knows a lot. At least she knows clearly that her parents are dead and the seeds of hatred have been planted in her heart. Jane in this world is a little different. The Phoenix Force has been living in her body since she was young, instead of waiting for her to go to space to find her. The power of the Phoenix is easy to make people addicted and fascinated, and Lincoln, a guy who is afraid of chaos in the world, is teaching her respectfully. Already, the lovely and kind daughter that Jane's parents spent 7 years to raise has been taught by Lincoln to be a queen-like figure who is self-centered in just 2 or 3 years. Since the war 2 or 3 years ago, the world has strangely become peaceful. Whether it is the human plan to destroy mutants or the mutant plan to rule humans, they all stopped, as if they had discussed it beforehand. The reason is very simple, because a superhero named Phoenix appeared. Stryker, the current head of X department and the person in charge of the research and development of X weapons, recognized Phoenix very clearly. Phoenix, who was nominally a superhuman, was actually the mutant that Lincoln had taken away before. Homelander had died in Africa 3 years ago in a siege by the enraged Apocalypse, Magneto and other mutants at all costs. After the position of the captain of the Super 7 was vacant for a few years, Phoenix became the new captain. In the debut of the new hero, Phoenix showed her invincible power to everyone through TV. She could disperse and reorganize the particles of any substance at will, and even the power of the magnetic field seemed so vulnerable in front of her. Coupled with her straightforward and decisive style of punishing criminals, everyone saw a second Lincoln in a trance. Mutants dared not act rashly, because they believed that Phoenix was a superhero and a superhuman who stood on the same front as humans. Humans did not dare to move, because they knew clearly that Phoenix was actually a mutant, and a mutant whose parents were killed by humans 3 years ago, because of the mutant hunting plan. They were afraid that Phoenix would be provoked and turn to the mutants. That would be a complete disaster. Given Lincoln's character, he would not only not stop it, but would also be very happy to watch. Both sides believed that Phoenix would not be on their side. As a result, the world strangely became peaceful. It was like when there were no nuclear bombs and intercontinental missiles. 2 world wars broke out in just 30 years from 1914 to 1945, but there was no World War for 70 years after the nuclear bombs were invented. The emergence of the ultimate weapon sometimes often plays a more unexpected role. The world is at peace, which means that Lincoln has free time. He is very dissatisfied with this, and decides to make trouble. The question now is how to make trouble, and what to make. To be honest, this is a very difficult problem, because Lincoln did not know how to make trouble for a while. Woof, woof. He was sitting on his exclusive and distinguished throne, thinking, when suddenly, he heard a dog barking faintly. He frowned and looked, and then he found that his office had been on fire without knowing when. Except for a comic book that stood firm in the sea of fire, everything else had been engulfed by the flames. In the blazing flames, a big yellow dog with its tongue hanging out was actually scratching its claws to climb out. At this moment, Lincoln understood what was going on. In ancient times, Zhao Wuniang traveled thousands of miles to find her husband. Today, the big yellow dog is looking for its master across the world. His loyal lackey ran over from hell, looking at the huge dog head swaying in front of him. After a moment of silence, Lincoln silently raised his paw and pressed it on the big yellow dog's face. Go back. Abu? Question mark? The big yellow dog was stunned at first, and then a human expression of "you are really a piece of shit" appeared on his face, and then he screamed and was kicked back to hell by Lincoln. As its voice disappeared, the flames that were originally controlled within a certain range instantly went out of control. Fortunately, Lincoln's office was on the top floor, so he was the only one who had to be burned. Otherwise, the whole building of the water building would have to be demolished by this dog. However, its traveling through the worlds did remind Lincoln of something interesting. It was a bit troublesome to find other worlds through hell, but it was no problem for the Marvel world and the mutant world. First send people to hell, and then to another world. As long as the speed is fast enough, Who would find out that they have been to hell? Of course, because it was the first time, Lincoln needed to find a tough person to conduct the experiment. After careful selection, Lincoln finally decided on the candidate. Wolverine. It was decided to be you. Motherfuck. With a familiar swear word, Wolverine, holding a bottle of wine in his hand, turned around and pushed open the door of the tavern. He was a little confused and didn't notice the flash of orange light on the door frame. It was not until he stepped on the street that he suddenly realized that the scene in front of him was very different from the scene in his memory. Looking up at the Triskelion building in front of him, Logan was completely dumbfounded. He remembered that there should be a fast food restaurant opposite this bar, but why was there a building several hundred meters high in front of him? Exclamation mark. Logan, who was a little confused, grabbed the beer bottle and turned around, and then found that the bar that was supposed to be behind him had disappeared and was replaced by a large square. Looking at the beer bottle in his hand, Logan fell into silence. He thought that he might have drunk too much, so he had such an outrageous hallucination now. Bang, crash. Just as he was considering whether he should hit himself, there was a sound of glass breaking above his head. Looking up at the source of the sound, Logan's eyes widened instantly. What did he see? Exclamation mark. A guy wearing a star-spangled tights uniform and holding a round shield in his hand rushed towards him. Before he could even shout fuck, the smooth shield surface had already been directly pasted on his face. With a thud, Wolverine was knocked to the ground without any suspense, which made Captain America, who had already planned to face a strong impact, a little confused. Why does it feel like he hit something? Fuck you. Logan cursed from below. You just hit me. Chapter 196 Loyal Zora. You were hit by me, and you can still curse me with such full energy. Exclamation mark. When Captain America heard Logan's curse, he felt a little guilty and sorry at first, but then he realized the problem. Although he didn't have the high IQ and education of Stark and Banner, it was not difficult for him to simply judge the height and assess whether he could smash someone to death. Falling from a height of dozens of meters, he could survive with the energy absorption of vibranium and his strong physical fitness, but the person he hit would be dead, no matter how you think about it, right? Exclamation mark. Originally, Captain America had prepared a whole set of smooth escape itinerary, but now, he was a little confused by the sudden appearance of Wolverine Logan. Not only was he a little confused, but Logan, who was standing there and was hit on the head by someone, was also a little confused. A few seconds ago, he was ready to leave the bar and go home after drinking, but in a blink of an eye he came to this hellhole, and the next moment he was directly smashed to the ground by an American hip wearing a tights and holding a shield. Anyone would be confused. Sitwell, who witnessed the whole process in the dispatch room, was even more stunned. Captain America relied on his human physical fitness and unique vibranium shield to jump directly from the building, but who could tell him what was going on with this guy who appeared in Triskelion Square for no apparent reason, as if he had teleported? Moreover, this guy was hit directly by Captain America, who fell from a height of dozens of meters, but he was not dead. Instead, he was jumping around like nothing had happened. Even Captain America would have to go to the hospital if he was hit like this without a shield, right? Where did this monster come from? Full of questions in his mind, Sitwell directly ordered through the dispatch room. Rogers is in Triskelion Square. Everyone surround him and capture him and the person next to him alive. Also, block the bridge. Triskelion Square. The bottle in his hand had broken and the beer was spilled all over the floor. Pushing away the American captain who was pressing on him, Logan got up and looked at Captain America. Are you an idiot? When you jump off the building, at least check if there are other people below. No, I'm not jumping off the building. Captain America was extremely anxious. He turned his head to take a look at the surrounding environment and saw the Special Forces team that had been fully equipped and lined up from a distance. His tone became more and more anxious. It seems that you are also an extraordinary guy. If you don't want to be caught by them, you better leave here quickly. Logan, who had not yet figured out the situation here, was confused, but his sharp instinct like a beast told him that the guy in the tights in front of him was right, because a vague hostility had begun to surround him from all directions. As an old mutant who had experienced many wars, he was very familiar with this feeling. Without hesitation, he burst out with powerful physical strength and forcibly caught up with Captain America, who was at the limit of human power. Fuck. Tell me, what happened here? Hearing this, Captain America frowned. You don't know anything? What should I know? Okay, I will explain it to you in detail later, but now, we have to leave here quickly. As he spoke, Steve rushed into the garage and sat on a motorcycle. Get on. No. Looking at Captain America's figure, Logan shook his head and refused. I don't have the habit of sitting close to a strong man on a motorcycle. Looking at the sound of him turning around and walking towards other cars, Rogers couldn't help but say, you can't open them, you don't have the key. Swoosh. The sharp steel blade extending from Logan's fingers made Rogers swallow all the rest of his words. He watched Logan pry open the car door and forcibly start the engine in just a few seconds like a habitual criminal. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have thought that the Shield's car could be stolen in such a posture. Teng teng. The roar of the engine echoed. Logan stepped on the accelerator and used the car to its maximum performance. The powerful engine was squeezed to exert its full potential. In just a few seconds, Logan caught up with Rogers. After slightly raising his eyebrows, he pushed hard again and rushed out at a speed far exceeding 120 km per hour. The car provided by the organization, called Shield, was really good. None of the cars he had driven before could reach this speed. Holding the steering wheel in his hand, Logan began to imagine how wonderful it would be if he had a bottle of beer in his hand at this time. Unfortunately, the only beer he brought was destroyed by Rogers a few minutes ago. Click dunk. The unique sound of the metal mechanism operating sounded, and a heavy metal gate on the road in front of him began to close, but Logan ran straight into it without changing his expression. Anyway, he couldn't die, so he was a coward. Bang! The reinforced steel body and the raised gate collided with each other. In just a moment, the whole body began to overturn, and Logan himself broke the glass under the powerful impact and fell on the bridge outside the gate. The wound caused by the collision was healing rapidly. Just when he was thinking about whether to jump into the river or cross the bridge, Rogers' voice came with the roar of the motorcycle. Get on the car. Logan's eyes moved slightly when he heard the voice. At this time, he didn't care about the matter of men on top of men. He turned over and sat directly on the motorcycle. Okay, now tell me what happened. I've run away enough. Rogers was about to speak to explain Logan's doubts, but suddenly, a fighter plane flew directly over his head and blocked the two of them. Captain Steve Rogers, please stop immediately. Repeat again, please stop immediately. The two warnings were ineffective. The barrel of the black onboard machine gun began to rotate. Looking at this scene, Logan's face immediately became ugly. During World War II, he had had enough of being shot by machine guns, and now it's happening again. The dense bullets were shooting wildly. Rogers dodged the bullets while moving around like a snake and said to Logan behind him, next, I may not be able to take care of you. It's okay. Logan's expression became ferocious. At worst, I'll see the taste of machine guns again. I'm used to it. Steve, who was full of questions in his heart, didn't ask them out loud. The moment he threw out the shield behind him, he pulled the front wheel brake and rushed directly towards the fighter. After a set of graceful gymnastics moves, Steve successfully took his shield and started to destroy the fuselage. Compared with before, Logan was fooled again. He never expected that Steve would not take care of him like this. The motorcycle that suddenly lost control and flipped over directly pressed him to the ground and rubbed him for a long distance. Half of his face was rubbed off. Before he could cut the motorcycle with his steel claws and stand up for a long time, the fighter above his head began to circle and fall again. Fuck. After spitting out the authentic Chinese curse he learned from Lincoln, Logan, who was running fast or slow, was still suppressed by the helicopter that fell on his head. With a bang, the bridge was in a mess, and flames were dancing in it. Steve, who landed in a standard superhero posture, looked back and wondered where Logan had run to, and then he saw that the fighter jet covered in flames and poisonous smoke was torn open, and then, Logan, who was unrecognizable, walked out like a monster. When he took the first step, Logan's body was still full of blood and filth and terrible scars, but when he stood in front of Steve again, all the scars on his body had disappeared completely. This scene made Steve stunned. He thought that Logan's ability to extend a steel blade from his fingers was already strange enough, but it turned out that he was shallow-minded. In the face of such a terrifying recovery ability, a mere steel blade was nothing. With Logan, who was confused, Rogers took Logan away. Originally, he was thinking about whether to find a suitable opportunity to part ways with Logan, but now he has no such idea. In fact, compared to himself, S.H.I.E.L.D's desire for Logan may be even higher. After all, one is just to rule the world, while the other is to prolong life. Power and so on are always so vulnerable in the face of life. As for whether Logan may be a member of S.H.I.E.L.D., if he is, he will not be able to leave when he is in the Triskelion Square. Nick Fury was attacked, and he has no more people to trust now. Logan, who was implicated for no reason, may be a good choice. After all, he seems to know nothing, understand nothing, and is safe. In a society where surveillance is not widely used, when Steve took Logan and disappeared in the crowd, even S.H.I.E.L.D. found it difficult to use surveillance as a means to find their whereabouts. Then, a secret meeting was held. Steve Rogers ran away with a man who had never appeared in our database before. A man who has never appeared in the database? Several snakeheads frowned and looked at the video provided by Sitwell. The claws that could extend from his fingers, the incredibly powerful self-healing ability, and the MT archives all showed the snakeheads how extraordinary he was. The self-healing ability that was powerful enough to be equivalent to regeneration was something that everyone should have longed for, but now, all the snakeheads of Hydra fell silent at the same time. After a while, a snakehead asked carefully and hypothetically, "Is he related to the owner of the building?" Hearing the snakehead's question, Sitwell, who stepped on the corpse of his old boss, was silent for a moment. "In fact, I'm not sure. That person has disappeared for a long time. He has not appeared in the previous incidents, but this kind of person with no background is very likely to be his style. If we are sure not to arrest this person called Logan, our target is only Captain America. Or, stop the operation? No, we can't stop the operation. There is only one step left." Immediately, a snakehead objected fiercely. "There is only one step left, and the aerospace carrier can be launched. At that time, Hydra will be able to completely replace that unknown agency and become the direct agency serving that person. In this way, as long as we get his implicit support, our rule will be unbreakable." Obviously, although Lincoln has left in the past few years, his influence has not decreased. On the contrary, it seems to be much greater. Look. The Hydra, which originally wanted to use the Insight Project to directly rule the world, has now changed its goal. After they replicated the Insight Project, their first plan was to replace the firm, which was an agency that made a profit from the price difference, and directly serve Lincoln as a dog. Then they would rely on the meaning of the phrase "you should look at the owner when beating a dog to rule the world." What a grand ideal. The Hydra heads began to discuss the next plan fiercely, while Zora excitedly reported to Lincoln his outstanding achievements in the past few years. "My lord, I know you like to collect all kinds of strange things. I have prepared a list for you, which contains all the items I have collected in recent years. These include a Mind Scepter Desperate virus, other particles, Dark Elf spaceships, etc. These are all unique so far." Lincoln? When Lincoln saw the list that Zora gave him attentively, it would be a lie to say that he was not surprised. Putting aside the collection value of these things, just a mind gem plus a reality gem, it can be seen that Zora has indeed put a lot of effort. Otherwise, one of these two things should be used to create vision, and the other should be sent to the collection place. But now, both of them are left on the earth by Zora. What can he say? Zora is really a loyal and devoted minister. His loyalty to Hydra is far less than his loyalty to Lincoln. After accepting several collections, Lincoln highly affirmed Zora's work, which made Zora extremely happy. For him, getting the affirmation of the god he is loyal to is the only and supreme honor. As for other rewards, he is an artificial intelligence, and now being able to appear beside Lincoln at all times is already the highest reward. After simply dealing with the matter of the collection, the traitor Zora directly projected the meeting of a group of snakeheads in front of Lincoln. "Sir, this is their latest plan to implement Project Insight. What do you think?" Looking at the meeting projection and other materials, Lincoln touched his chin. "The plan is not very good, but the 3 aerospace carriers are quite good. I can modify the algorithm." Zora immediately flattered. "They won't find out that I replace the algorithm. At that time, Project Insight will not be implemented, and you will get the ownership of these 3 aerospace carriers. What do you think?" "It sounds good, but there is no need to stop the arrest. Just play with them. As for the base in New Jersey, modify it slightly, and follow this layout," Lincoln said, throwing out a blueprint. "It will definitely be very interesting by then. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 197 Lincoln, "I can't find any fun." The Hydra base in New Jersey is the most primitive base that holds Zora's database, but this hangar was in a semi-abandoned state not long after entering the information age. The old-fashioned computers take up too much space and are extremely inefficient. Zora's body has long been moved to other places. Today's New Jersey base has no other functions except for being a transit and backup. But now it has, because according to Lincoln's requirements, Zora began to transform it. Zora, who directly defected, did not even bother to hide the fact that he had betrayed a group of snakeheads. He appeared in front of the snakeheads and asked them to transform the New Jersey base according to Lincoln's requirements. Faced with Zora's condescending attitude, the snakeheads gnashed their teeth, but could not make any other moves. There was no way. As a scientist who defected, since World War II, Zora's status was much higher than his. If they attacked Zora, they would most likely die first. They could only transform it according to the drawings given by Zora. On the other side, Captain America was a little melancholy. Logan is indeed a good helper. His steel claws can cut through almost anything. His immortal body is not afraid of most attacks. Coupled with his super fighting ability, he is a frontline fighter. But this guy has a serious problem. He is a reckless man. As a captain who can lead a team to carry out tactical strikes against Hydra in Germany during World War II, Captain America is not only physically strong, but also has brains. Not only him, but all his previous teammates have more or less some brains. As a result, Wolverine who fights without brains has emerged, and he is also an alcoholic. Logan is also a little helpless. He was staying in his own territory, but he ran here in a trance. Before he had time to figure out what happened, he was pulled by Steve onto the broken ship against SHIELD. A broken ship with only 2 people against SHIELD. Wouldn't it be broken by a collision? Exclamation mark. Looking at the LCD TV in front of him, Logan drank a sip of wine in a depressed mood. Fuck. Although the TV programs in this world look good and the wine is delicious, he just wants to curse and simply express the most simple emotions in his heart. Steve, who heard the voice, looked back at Logan, took a long breath, and looked at Black Widow again. "You saw it." Black Widow looked at the muscular Logan. "He looks very strong. Let's skip this for now." Steve pulled Black Widow over. "Now, I need you to help crack the contents of this USB drive. Maybe he can explain to us what S.H.I.E.L.D. wants to do. Why don't you look for Tony?" Black Widow was a little surprised. "With Jarvis here, this should be his specialty." "I looked for him," Steve said calmly. "Then I saw him attending the birthday party of the niece of the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. I'm not sure he is trustworthy." "What about Dr. Banner?" Black Widow asked one more question, but she was silent the next moment because Banner was often in a semi-missing state. "Okay, I'll help you, but I need a computer that is connected to the internet and cannot be locked or caught in a short period of time." Listening to Captain America and Black Widow's plan, Lincoln looked around. "Zora, is a confidentiality program you set for that USB flash drive difficult to deal with?" "Not very difficult," Zora replied. "Any normal person who knows computer knowledge can crack it. It was just an insignificant bait to lure some people who think they have discovered a secret." So, has the transformation in New Jersey been completed? Yes, sir, it has been completed. There was some pride in Zora's voice. I supervise 24 hours a day to ensure that no one stops for a minute in the middle. The entire transformation project is going very smoothly. 24-hour rotation? Lincoln said casually. It sounds like it doesn't conform to the labor law. But as long as no one files a lawsuit, it's fine. Zora responded. We are good at this kind of thing. Lincoln certainly knew that they were good at it. Whether it was capital means, spy means or violent means, they had plenty of ways to solve the problem from the root. Under the iron whip, this group of Americans who were so lazy that they couldn't clean up a collapsed apartment building in 10 days burst out with extremely high enthusiasm for work and completed the feat of cleaning up and transforming a base in less than 10 days. On the other side, Black Widow finally succeeded in cracking the encryption program that Zala said anyone could crack with her superb computer technology. As the file information was disclosed to the two people, the location of the base in New Jersey appeared in their eyes. Just looking at each other, the two tacitly made the same decision to go and find out. Of course, they were eager to take action and did not forget to bring Logan, who was so idle that he wanted to pick his feet. The three of them arrived at the Hydra base in New Jersey smoothly and incredibly. Unexpectedly, this place where the important hidden secrets of S.H.I.E.L.D. were theoretically hidden, did not have any guards here, and there was not even a decent door lock. Without any difficulty, several people went all the way to the underground through the passage, and then a huge screen lit up. Hi, I want to play a game. 3 people. Do you think I haven't watched Saw? It's fine that you don't bother to change the lines, but you even copied the mask? Besides, who has time to play games with you? With a whoosh, Black Widow pulled out her pistol and fired several shots at the big screen, and then with a plop, in their stiff eyes, a figure with 3 bullets in the chest fell in front of them. The poor Hydra agent died before he even had time to say a word, and no one knew how Black Widow found him hiding behind the TV so accurately. Because of your stupidity, you killed the only person in this base who can answer your questions. Now, you need to use other ways to get the intelligence and information you want. Fuck you. Logan spit out the cigar in his mouth and stretched out his adamantium claws with a smack. Who wants to play boring games with you? Faced with the cursing Logan, Lincoln was unmoved. In the first round of the game. Interesting question. Who is the mutant that Logan, known as Wolverine, least wants to meet? Wolverine? Mutants? Stephen Black Widow couldn't help but look at Logan. Wolverine and the others knew that this was the code name Logan gave himself before the operation. But what was a mutant? Unlike the confusion on the faces of the two, Logan's face showed obvious anger. You fucking brought me here? Damn. Congratulations. Wrong answer. Lincoln looked at Logan, his tone full of smirk. Answer reward, a super strong magnetic generator. Magnetic generator? Exclamation mark. The moment he heard this name, Logan seemed to have bad memories of the past. He seemed to have a premonition of something, but as the powerful magnetic field was directed from the magnetic generator, Logan's whole body floated up. Fuck. Needless to say, Logan had foreseen what would happen next. Since he completed the transformation with the help of Apocalypse, this kind of thing has happened many times. Ding. The sound of the alloy skull and the magnetic field generator colliding was so crisp. Steve and the other man looked up at Logan, who was sucked several meters high in the air, with a hint of hesitation in their eyes. You are sucked in? Yes, I'm fucking sucked in. The alloy jaw made a sound with difficulty. Logan was angry and said, damn it, how did he know that my body is full of metal? Steve and Black Widow, what else can we say? It's impossible to save him. Their pistols in the shield in Captain America's hand are also all made of metal. Using them to save Logan is a typical case of a meat bun hitting a dog. In the case that they can't find the switch in a short time, they can only move forward. Wait here for a while, and we will come back to find you later. Logan, with a melancholy face, did not speak, as if he was recalling his youth that passed away in the sunset. Seeing that Logan was silent, the two did not say much and went deeper. The next moment, Logan, who was firmly sucked, twisted like a restless caterpillar. He tried to support himself in a strange posture. Then, he saw Lincoln on the ground, who was looking up at his crazy struggle with great interest. It's you? Oh, yes, yes. Looking at Lincoln, who nodded in praise, Logan finally couldn't hold it anymore. He opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of saliva. Damn it, it must be you who is making trouble, right? You are wrongly accusing me. How can I call this making trouble? Lincoln said confidently. For the sake of our acquaintance, I gave you a 3-point question. Magneto. What a simple answer. Your answer is wrong. Logan cursed. The person I least want to meet is you. Unfortunately, the question is about mutants, and I'm not a mutant. Lincoln said as he took out the remote control and turned off the generator. If I'll let you take the college entrance examination, you will definitely get 0 points. There was another thud, and Logan, who didn't expect Lincoln to suddenly turn off the generator, fell face down on the ground. Fuck. Using his hands to support himself to sit up, Logan looked at Lincoln. Hurry up, take me back. There's no going back. Lincoln spread his hands, causing Logan to open his eyes wide. What do you mean? You killed them all? Oh, that's not the case, but I plan to move them all to this world. What do you think? As long as you don't let me stay with you, I think anything is fine. If you want to dream, my suggestion is to do it at night, when you go to bed. Dreaming during the day is not a good habit. Lincoln said as he complained. I seriously doubt that only those who have faced a nuclear explosion together can become acquaintances with you. Real acquaintances. You don't like BBQ, do you? Ignoring Lincoln's complaints, Logan seemed to have accepted his fate. Tell me, what do you want to do? Nothing, just finding something interesting for my boring life. Lincoln said as he took Logan to follow Steve and the others. You know, people always have to find some different fun for themselves, such as beautiful women or heh. Logan interrupted Lincoln with a sneer. All mutants know that Raven is with you. Don't tell me you'll get tired of it. Single guys like you won't understand. Lincoln showed a trace of melancholy on his face. As an action film director, I have fallen into a career bottleneck. It won't work if I keep dwelling on it. I need to learn how to adapt to changing circumstances. Can you say something I can understand? I've changed jobs every day for more than 1,000 times in 5 years. I decided to have a different kind of fun. Do you have fun by playing tricks on people? Not entirely. Lincoln looked at the master of imitation who was standing in front of Steve and the other man. Occasionally I do good things, such as helping reunite lost sisters and their relatives. Logan. Looking at the 3 people fighting in the distance, Logan immediately understood. Can you be less of a human being? Of course. Lincoln nodded without hesitation, and after a snap of his fingers, the Winter Soldier joined the battle, plus a pair of good friends recognized each other. The 4 sisters and good friends fought in a group, and the situation became more tense. Will things not get worse? Nonsense. Lincoln retorted loudly. Zora, help me contact Stark. There is an enemy who killed his parents in the base in New Jersey. Sisters fighting each other, gay friends confronting each other, and Stark who will appear in the form of an orphan. Even if Logan is a bystander, he can feel how chaotic it is. I hope the situation will not get more chaotic. Lincoln was silent after hearing this. In fact, you may not believe it, there is a pair of very awesome brothers and sisters who also regard Stark as the enemy who killed their father and mother. This time, Logan was also numb. Can their relationship get more complicated? Of course. Have you seen that coquettish looking Black Widow? Yeah. She has a lover named Hulk, whose penis is thicker than your arm after he transforms. She also has a lover named Hawkeye, who is married and has a child. Iron Man has a good friend named Rod, who also has a suit of armor. Steve also has a good friend named Falcon. Iron Man also has a godson named Spider-Man, who likes to hang around the streets of Queens. When they all get together here, you can watch a big show. Obviously you want to watch it. Logan shouted in his heart, but his feet were honest and did not move. To be honest, since he couldn't run away, he might as well stay and watch the show. In fact, Lincoln wanted to do more than just watch the show. He also prepared a set of professional filming equipment to produce and distribute a movie. He even thought of the name, Avengers, Civil War. Chapter 198 Buy one get one free. Gathering a large group of superheroes in a base in New Jersey for a big fight is a test of the ability to control the scene. To be honest, Lincoln is probably the only one in the world who has the ability to hold a camera and record their excellent fighting performance without anyone knowing. Even if it is Thanos, the purple potato spirit, it is difficult to do such a thing. Ancient One may be able to do it, but it is obvious that the supreme sorcerer who is busy killing himself should not be free recently. Lincoln's disappearance for 5 years made her slack off a little, so that Strange has not been trained to be a qualified supreme sorcerer until now. In Ancient One's plan, she was going to make something like Dormammu's invasion to accelerate Strange's growth, but now she has changed her mind and decided to run away in advance. Now Lincoln's attention is all on the superhero fight, but if the movie is released, Lincoln, who is free, may do something for fun. Ancient One thinks that it is a good idea to dump the future mess on Strange, a young man with excellent qualifications. As for an old fellow like her who has lived for hundreds of years, it is better for her to travel around the world with eternity as soon as possible. So, Strange, who had just mustered up a bit of courage, saw that the Ancient One, who protected the world, was hit and killed by a dump truck that was illegally driven when he walked out of the gate of the New York Sanctuary. Unlike the original work, in order to prevent Lincoln from suddenly coming, the death of the Ancient One this time can be described as neat and tidy. The dump truck directly sent the supreme sorcerer who could reverse time to meet eternity. Finally, looking at Lincoln who was still busy with film affairs, the Ancient One ran away happily, leaving Strange looking at the indescribable mass on the ground with a broken heart. He now began to doubt that becoming a wizard might not be a good idea. The supreme sorcerer who protected the world could be hit and killed by a dump truck. What about him? I'm afraid that a car could help him to transcend, right? Strange began to think, in order to prevent himself from getting into a car accident, should he find the magic to repair the injuries on his hands, and then take off the ring, and go back to being the respected surgeon. It seems that it won't work, because it seems that he turned from a surgeon to a magician, because of a car accident. Fuck. Strange found himself in a dead end. Just as Strange was lost in thought, the Sorcerer King fell silent as he looked at the scene outside. Before, Ancient One had told him that he wanted to resign, but he never expected that Ancient One would have such a hardcore way of resigning. He was directly crushed by a dump truck. There was no way to save him, except to use a time stone, right? Compared with the silence of the magicians in Kamatage, Caecilius, who had been hiding in the dark and staring at Kamatage, almost laughed out loud. Although he didn't understand what Ancient One was playing, it was obvious that Ancient One was dead, which meant that the supreme sorcerer who led Kamatage to protect the earth for hundreds of years had completely reached the bottom. Before leaving, Ancient One did select a new supreme sorcerer, but Caecilius was dismissive of Strange, whose fingers were shaking uncontrollably. In his opinion, he was the best wizard. Ancient One was stubborn and the other wizards of Kamatage were just a bunch of guys who stuck to the rules. As for Strange, a guy who had only joined Kamatage for a few years and had not even learned all kinds of spells, what ability could he have? It was not him who said that there was no wizard who could restrict and restrain him in the entire Kamatage. No, it was the entire earth. Dormammu was bound to come. He said it. Obviously, Caecilius didn't know what kind of enemy he was going to face. If he knew, maybe he would think about bringing Ancient One back again. Lincoln, New Jersey, had a lot of fun. At least he was happy to see a group of superheroes fighting in front of him, and he took pictures of it all. When he slapped the memory card with the movie in front of Nick Fury, his face was 3 points darker than a boiled egg. You want me to distribute the movie and this to the world? Any problem? Hiss. Looking at the superheroes fighting on the screen, Fury took a breath and said, "Do they know this? Theoretically, this is an infringement of the right to portrait and reputation. But what does this have to do with me?" Lincoln spread his hands. "I didn't distribute the movie. You did all this." Hearing this, Fury's face became even darker. Lincoln's words meant to completely push him out as a scapegoat. He wanted to reject Lincoln's idea, but thinking of what this guy might do, Fury decided to hold back. Anyway, the release time of this movie is destined to be very short, and a small reduction in publicity at that time should not cause too much impact. Fury's calculations were jingling in his mind, but he underestimated how keen people all over the world are to watch the fun and have fun. Not only them, but there are also quite a few people who are secretly working together. It is a rare opportunity to see the top teams in the world fighting each other, and fighting each other with real fists and feet. Although the whole movie has almost no plot, the fighting action and battle light waves with more special effects are very exciting. Coupled with Lincoln's camera movement and additional dubbing, this movie with no plot depth has been sold out. Although the movie was soon removed from the cinema, the video was saved by countless internet enthusiasts. A group of superheroes began to trouble Nick Fury, while Caecilius on the other side finally made a big enough noise. The huge magic circle formed by the 3 New York temples protects the Earth from the invasion of the dimensional demon in the invisible dimension. If Caecilius wants to complete the deal with Dormammu and let it come, he must completely destroy the 3 temples. Without the guard of the Ancient One, this is easy to do. The sanctuaries located in London, Hong Kong, and New York began to be destroyed. As the 2 sanctuaries in London and Hong Kong were destroyed by Caecilius, the shining magic circle covering half of the Earth gradually faded. It was at this time that Lincoln, who was happily reading online comments, realized something belatedly. He raised his head and looked far away. With the blessing of supervision, he clearly saw the magic circle that was gradually disintegrating as the temple collapsed. Fuck. Ancient One, you ran away without saying a word? Without bothering to read the comments for fun, Lincoln flashed and rushed directly into Kamatage, grabbing Wang in the library. Ancient One ran away, and you didn't even notify me? Woo woo. Wang whimpered, gestured to the 2 people with his hands, and then blinked and realized something. Spell. Master Ancient One cast a restrictive spell on me. I can't do it. Lincoln? From Wang's scattered explanations, Lincoln knew how much effort Ancient One had made to prevent him from stopping her from running away. She actually cast a spell to block speech on her own librarian. Is this something a person can do? Lincoln's eyes twitched a little, but Ancient One's trick really came in handy, and now she has run away with Eternity. However, Lincoln sneered again. You can't run away, Ancient One. As he spoke, Lincoln didn't bother to care about Caecilius, who had already started to destroy the New York sanctuary and directly turned into a ray of light and fell into Asgard. In the Golden Palace, Hela, who was celebrating the capture of a new planet, stood up in shock when she saw Lincoln suddenly coming. What are you going to do? Nothing. Lincoln walked straight to the stronger, took the Eternal Spear, which symbolized the scepter of the God King. Lend me your rainbow bridge. The rainbow bridge that can lead to various parts of the universe is not a physical existence. The rainbow bridge in Asgard is just a physical manifestation of it. In fact, as long as you hold the king's weapon, you can summon and open the rainbow bridge anywhere. Thor's storm axe is a king's weapon, and there is no doubt that the Eternal Spear made of branches of the world tree. Hela wanted to speak up to stop Lincoln, but as a golden light disappeared, she was horrified to find that, even though several years had passed, even though she was stronger than ever before under the power of Asgard, she still couldn't see Lincoln's movements. After a long silence, she suppressed her ambition. The power Lincoln showed was just the tip of the iceberg, and even this little bit of power was beyond her reach. She had to continue to lie dormant until she became stronger. Lincoln didn't know what Hela was thinking. Holding the Spear of Eternity in his hand, he rushed directly into the Gate of Eternity. The rainbow bridge helped a lot. As the dazzling light flashed, Lincoln came to a space that no one had ever been to. The calm water surface under his feet was like a silver mirror, and even if his eyes looked to infinity, it was the same calm water surface. The blue sky and white clouds above his head, the clouds rolling, made people feel calm just by looking at it. This is a good place for cultivation, but Lincoln didn't want to cultivate, but looked directly at the eternal manifestation of the 5 gods in front of him. Eternity, one of the supreme gods, represents the concrete manifestation of the entire multiverse time. It is also the consciousness of all life in the universe and the physical incarnation of the multiverse. It has incredible power, enough to fulfill any wish of anyone who finds its incarnation first. Go was destined to fail to realize his wish, because Lincoln took the lead in finding the god Eternity with the Spear of Eternity. Just as Lincoln saw the complex and profound incarnation, Eternity brought the soul of Ancient One to this strange space. Eternity did not speak, but just looked at Lincoln calmly, waiting for him to make his own wish. The moment Ancient One, who came with Eternity, saw Lincoln, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. She had calculated everything, but she never expected that she would miss this one. Don't Ancient One shouted in his heart, but Lincoln was always not as good as people wished. Let the loyal follower who follows you, the supreme mage Ancient One from the earth, who I know, return to the earth. Lincoln knew that eternity was unreliable. In the original book, it resurrected Gol's daughter, but after being resurrected as an ordinary little girl, she turned into a being who could hold Thor's hammer and fight. In order to prevent eternity from making mistakes in resurrection, Lincoln added some restrictions to lock in the Ancient One he wanted. He only knew one Ancient One in the multiverse. Unless eternity was determined to play tricks, the only one he could give was the Ancient One who had freed himself by crashing into a dump truck not long ago. Hearing Lincoln's wish, eternity was silent. It was indeed as Lincoln thought. The restrictions he gave made eternity only lock on the Ancient One, but it was obviously not his style to honestly implement the wishes of the wisher. It is the supreme god, and granting wishes should be a gift to life, not the satisfaction of their requirements. So, eternity gave an extra service and kicked Lincoln out of his space directly. Earth New York Temple. Thanks to Cassilis's diligence and Lincoln's laissez-faire, the demolition of the New York sanctuary went very smoothly. Even with Strange and Wang's efforts to stop it, the core hub of the New York sanctuary was eventually demolished. With the collapse of the last magic circle, Dormammu, the outer dimension demon who had always coveted the earth, finally arrived. But at this moment, the dead Ancient One was resurrected by Lincoln's wish. Standing in a dilapidated sanctuary, looking at Dormammu who began to wreak havoc outside, Ancient One's heart was very tired at this moment. She was anxious to leave such a big loophole and run away, just to prevent Lincoln from stopping her, but she never expected that she would be sent back by a wish after running away. And once she came back, she had to face the invasion of Dormammu, the demon of the dark dimension, directly, so she was very tired. With a long sigh, Ancient One could only take the hanging ring and open the portal naturally, trying to get the time gem to restructure its occurrence, but at the moment she reached out, another wizard also grabbed the Eye of Agamotto. Who are you? Who are you? You are the Ancient One? You are the Ancient One? After saying these two sentences in unison, the two Ancient Ones holding the Eye of Agamotto fell silent. The Eternal Mercy fulfilled Lincoln's wish and sent back the female Ancient One who was killed by the dump truck, and also sent back a male Ancient One. So, the Dark Dimension demon Dormammu outside approached the earth with wild laughter, wanting to swallow the entire planet into his own dark dimension. And in the secret room of Kamatage, the two Ancient Ones looked at themselves of the opposite gender opposite them, and all fell silent. They knew about the multiverse, but they really didn't expect the situation of two Ancient Ones in one world. It can only be said that it was a lot of fun. Chapter 199, Desperate Dormammu. In the secret room of Kamatage, the two Ancient Ones looked at each other and felt that the atmosphere became a little strange. After a moment of silence, the male version of Ancient One, who didn't know the truth of the matter spoke. You should know the truth about my inexplicable arrival in this world, right? Facing Ancient One's question, Ancient One pondered for a moment and nodded. This is a wish. Someone made a wish to eternity to resurrect me and return to Earth. But perhaps because the conditions he set were too narrow, and it felt like an order, the god Eternity made some extra actions and sent you to this world as well. Hearing Ancient One's explanation, Ancient One fell into silence. So, my arrival was completely an unprovoked disaster? Ancient One couldn't find other words for a while, so he could only nod. That's right. Then what's going on outside? Giving up the idea of competing with Ancient One for the Eye of Agamotto, Ancient One casually opened a portal to New York, pointing to the dark dimension slowly falling from the sky outside. Is the situation in your world so bad? The three sanctuaries are all destroyed? The demon from the dark dimension descends? Hearing the question from the Ancient One, she became even more silent. She silently put on the Eye of Agamotto, and then stretched out her hand to cast a spell, presenting everything in front of the Ancient One by jumping through the timeline. This is the whole cause of the matter. Lincoln, and Lincoln. Lincoln is the only one who is constantly making trouble on the timeline. Looking at the voice that is constantly making trouble on the timeline, the Ancient One frowned even deeper. He was about to speak, but the Ancient One waved his hand again, presenting the timeline of the ruined apocalypse, and then the Ancient One closed his mouth with a headache. Obviously, both the male and female versions of the Ancient One were troubled by Lincoln's existence. A being who is not bound by the timeline and can eventually grow to be comparable to a god is making trouble, and even they are powerless. After taking a deep breath and accepting the reality, Ancient One's eyes became firm again. Don't worry about this guy for now. Let's expel this damn guy Dormammu from the earth first. If it continues like this, the damage caused will be immeasurable. Many people will die, and then the believers of darkness will become uncontrollable. I think so too. Ancient One nodded, and the moment he walked out of the portal, he cast a spell to unlock the Eye of Agamotto's bondage to the Time Stone. As the green light bloomed on Ancient One's chest, time began to flow backwards. The dilapidated ruins began to be rebuilt, the dead creatures began to revive, and the energy swallowed by Dormammu was forcibly extracted by the Time Stone. The whole world was like a tape played in reverse, returning to the time before the New York Sanctuary was completely destroyed. No. As a dark dimension demon who transcends time and space, Dormammu clearly felt the abnormality of the timeline. In just a moment, his eyes were locked on the Ancient One who was casting a spell. Ancient One, aren't you dead? Obviously, I have been resurrected to stop you from invading the real dimension and devouring the earth. As an old rival, Dormammu, who knew the Ancient One's character well, certainly didn't believe that the Ancient One would be resurrected. After thinking about it, in this case, there was only one explanation. Damn it. Caecilius. How dare you lie to me? Caecilius. Dormammu's sudden roar made Caecilius, who was going backwards in time, wonder for a moment. When did I lie to you? Exclamation mark. If Caecilius was given a chance, he would obviously give a good explanation to his boss, who would kill people at the slightest disagreement, and maybe he could even produce favorable evidence to prove that the Ancient One was indeed resurrected. But unfortunately, he was in a backward timeline and could not resist the power of the Time Stone. He had no chance to explain to Dormammu. With the explosion of dark energy, the dark energy in Caecilius was forcibly extracted by Dormammu, and his soul, which had already fallen into darkness, was also extracted along with the dark energy. The Time Stone failed to prevent all this from happening. Caecilius, who worked diligently for the advent of Dormammu, was laid off by his big boss without saying a word. Many dark believers died with him. Dormammu saw clearly that the Ancient One was still alive, and it was impossible for him to invade and devour the earth. In this case, swallowing a few dark believers who didn't know how to live or die to recover some blood was the best choice. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Caecilius' death was inevitable. He made a deal with the demon beyond time and space, and even the Time Stone could not save his life. The Ancient One did not stop all this at all, but just silently reversed time and rebuilt the sanctuary. The broken hub was rebuilt, and as the golden magic circle was reopened, Dormammu's power was also repelled from the earth at this moment. For Dormammu, it was almost impossible to break through the magic circle built with the power of the Trinity Vishanti to devour the earth, but he was unwilling to leave. He spent so much time and experience to touch the earth with difficulty. Is he just for a planet like Earth? No. He is for the Ancient One. Hundreds of years ago, in order to break through the magic circle, he and the Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One reached an agreement to lend his own power to the Ancient One to extend his life, and the price was that the soul of the Ancient One would belong to him after his death. In this way, he who got the soul of the Ancient One would have a variety of ways to disintegrate the magic circle formed by the magic power of the Trinity Vishanti. Then what? After lending the power, Dormammu discovered that the Ancient One had already lent power to countless dimensional demons, and the Ancient One, who had already contacted the God of Eternity, had never thought about returning the power or paying the soul. From the beginning, Ancient One was thinking of getting something for free. The power taken away by Ancient One was only a little bit, but Dormammu could not tolerate such a shameful humiliation of being teased. At the beginning, what he wanted was indeed the Earth, a planet full of miracles, but after being teased by Ancient One, Dormammu's first target became Ancient One. Earth was just a bonus. If he had to choose between Earth and Ancient One, he would undoubtedly choose to take Ancient One away. Now, both are empty talk, but this does not prevent him from causing a little trouble to the damn Ancient One before the remaining 2 magic arrays are recondensed. He has plenty of dark energy. In order to deal with Ancient One, it is no big deal to pay a little more dark energy. On Earth, Ancient One, who used the Time Stone to reverse time, began to repair the other 2 sanctuaries, while the outer dimensional demon Dormammu began to release the deep dark energy in his dimension. He must enjoy. He didn't notice that a foreign guest had come to the indescribable dark dimension, Dormammu, who was secretly doing bad things, became alert the moment he heard the voice. He could tell the source of the voice. The stars and energy gathered into a huge face. Dormammu looked down at the Ancient One and the Eye of Agamotto on his chest, which was emitting a faint green light. Who are you? I'm the Ancient One that you have always been thinking about. The Ancient One snorted coldly, moved his hands, and the magic power rose instantly. At this moment, the energy of time also flowed out of the Eye of Agamotto on his chest, turning into a series of laces around him. Looking at this scene, Dormammu felt bad, and even had a lot of question marks in his mind. He remembered very clearly that the Ancient One he had been looking for was a woman, but you, an old man, suddenly came out and said that you were the Ancient One? What does it mean? Do you think he can't tell men from women? Dormammu knew about the multiverse, but it was obvious that he hadn't reacted yet. After all, the Ancient Ones of almost all worlds followed the rules, and would not randomly create other multiverses. Over time, even Dormammu developed a fixed mindset. The Ancient One knew that Dormammu would react sooner or later, so he naturally borrowed Vishanti's magic to give Dormammu a hard time. The dimensional demons are all knowing and omnipotent in their own dimensions, and at this time, the nature of power comes in handy. The magic of the Trinity Vishanti is almost a natural restraint on Dormammu, and now it is the Ancient One who exerts this magic. Suddenly, Dormammu woke up. It's you? Aren't you dead? Wait. He seemed to know what was wrong. The Ancient One, who should have died, appeared in front of him and attacked him, and the Ancient One, who should have died, also inexplicably twisted the timeline. Maybe his believer Caecilius was right, and the 2 of them were indeed dead before, but they were resurrected later? Damn it. After figuring this out, Dormammu's mood became even worse, which meant that it would not be long before he would have to face 2 Ancient Ones. One Ancient One was already difficult enough, and 2 Ancient Ones would simply cut off his thoughts on this universe. Why? Why is this happening? Exclamation mark. Dormammu was extremely angry, but the wizards of Kamar-Taj were celebrating the return of the Ancient One. Of course, people like Strange who saw the Ancient One being hit and killed by a dump truck began to remain silent. They saw with their own eyes that the Ancient One's soul disappeared into the universe. She had even chosen the next supreme sorcerer, but it had only been a short time, and she was back again. What does this mean? It seems that you faked your death and went out to travel? Seeing the complicated looks of Strange and the others, the Ancient One immediately understood that they might have misunderstood, but now she had no time to explain, because Lincoln was here. Master Ancient One, long time no see. Stop pretending. Master Ancient One took a deep breath. I'm following the God of Eternity, and I've seen the whole process of your wish. Don't blame me. It's mainly because the apprentice you chose is too unreliable. Non-stick pan. Lincoln immediately began to shift the blame. Look at the chaos on Earth. You've only been gone for a few days, and he almost let Dormammu in. If I hadn't had an idea and found a way to bring you back, the Earth would be in dire straits by now, and the most irresponsible Sorcerer Supreme would have belonged to you. I've paid a lot to defend your reputation. Ancient One didn't speak, but just watched Lincoln acting calmly. Tell me, what exactly do you want to do? Oh, it's not a big deal. I just came to ask you, what will be the consequences if the worlds are merged? Ancient One? Before he had the chance to use the time stone to check the future, Ancient One almost thought he had heard wrong when he heard this. What did you say? You want to merge the 2 worlds? That's about right. Lincoln nodded. You know, I recently went to an X-Men world, and the people there were living in dire straits, and I decided to save them a little. Well, I just have nothing to do, so I'm going to have some fun. It should be fun to bring mutants to this world. I don't think this is a good idea. Ancient One took a few deep breaths and began to analyze. The fusion of the two worlds will bring many problems, one of the most significant of which is a population explosion. Unless you also want to be Thanos and snap your fingers, this is simply irreconcilable. The demand for resources will cause contradictions and conflicts between them, and then they will fight. The world you went to and the world we are in cannot be accomplished by a simple fusion. Even the 6 Infinity Stones may not be able to make them merge perfectly. If you hadn't chosen to resurrect me, perhaps the eternal God could fulfill your wish, but now, you have no chance. At this point, Ancient One finally smiled at Lincoln, as if to say, I told you to resurrect me, now you're screwed, right? The answer that the senior wizard Ancient One got here did not quite satisfy Lincoln's requirements, but he did not give up. If the world fusion is not possible, then he can send a few high-end talents to this world, right? Look at the world now. The villains have no ideals at all, and G is extremely sloppy. In order to balance the actual righteousness and evil, Lincoln decided to start a talent immigration plan. He must make big news in this world. Seeing Lincoln silent, Ancient One immediately knew that he had evil thoughts, but now she had no time to care about these. She had to deal with Dormammu. It was difficult to deal with Dormammu alone before, but now there are 2 people, and she has to give Dormammu a good look. At least let him understand that the Earth will be his restricted area for a long time in the future. The departure of Ancient One only made Lincoln look up, and then he lowered his head again. Forget it. Forget about the talent plan. Let the dog out for a walk. While muttering, Lincoln dragged Da Huang out of hell, aimed his hand slightly, and swung it towards where Dormammu was. Go. Da Huang, you are really not a human being. 2 Ancient Ones plus a Demon King Da Huang who unified hell. It is conceivable that Dormammu will have a hard time. On Earth, Lincoln was very happy, but in the outer dimension, looking at the 2 murderous Ancient Ones and Da Huang who looked like a country bumpkin, but was actually the controller of the hell dimension, Dormammu was about to cry. He was just preparing to take advantage of the fire. Why did it suddenly turn into a righteous 3-on-1 now? Chapter 200. Dormammu may be desperate, but what does this have to do with Lincoln? He just wanted to make a wish for the Ancient One to come back to protect the Earth, but who knew that eternity would fulfill his wish and give him 2 Ancient Ones. It felt like a pillow fight, but the pillows were made of marble. What could he do? He was helpless. In order to avoid the awkward atmosphere of 2 Ancient Ones gathered together, he even decided to pluck the golden string in advance and go to other worlds to avoid the limelight. However, what appeared in front of him was not the regular world he expected, but a chaotic universe. In this space, large balls of light like the main god space were floating in a very pleasing way. It seemed that Lincoln's presence was noticed, and the ball of light fled away from him, as if it had self-awareness. After slightly gathering together, a ball of light that was obviously larger in size emerged. Can you help us? What? Help you with what? Lincoln looked at the indescribable couple in front of him. What are you? We are not things. The indescribable chaos began to gather and form vague human figures. We are the will of the world. World will? Lincoln looked at the World Will Zero who was leading the group and then fell silent. Are you all? Yes, we are all. World Will Zero nodded. We are from the same multiverse. Looking at the glowing human figures, Lincoln was speechless. Then, what do you want me to help you with? We are in the same multiverse system. Our world was originally developing peacefully until a group of outsiders destroyed everything. World Will Zero gritted his teeth. They used all means to destroy the operation of the original order. More and more world wills were weakened by their actions and finally swallowed up. I would like to ask you to help us. Outsiders? Travelers? Lincoln had a question mark face in black clothes. Don't you know that I'm also a traveler? You are different from them. The voice of World Will Zero was full of reverence. An existence as powerful as you is qualitatively different from them. It is of no benefit to you to destroy our world, but they will continue to suck everything. For example, Lincoln showed some interest. A world will stood up and said, my world is about to face a disaster. I projected God and chose the creator to help them, but an outsider used the system to steal the rights I gave to the natives. He destroyed my plan. If he continues, I will die. My world will be stolen by him, and the natives will die. I want you to help me. World Will One said as he projected scenes on his body. Lincoln was silent, then looked at the other world wills. You are the same? In silence, all the human figures nodded in unison. Okay, then how do you want me to help you? What can you give me? I want you to play God and give that damn outsider a full punishment. As for the reward, I can give you anything I have, as long as my world can continue to exist. Very good, very sincere. Lincoln nodded and readily agreed. In that case, let's start and go to your world to take a look. Thank you, great being. Blue star. Disaster is coming, and mankind is destroyed. In order to save lives, the creation space is being activated. God will randomly select one person from each country to become a creator and enter the creation space. The things created by the creator will materialize in the real world 1 month later, when the disaster comes. If the creator dies, the creation space will randomly select another person from the country where he is. 1 month later, the disaster comes. The things created by the creator will materialize in the real world. The creation space will disappear and can no longer provide any help to mankind. The creation space can create everything. God knows everything, and each creator has 60 seconds. To ask questions, everyone has only 60 seconds, and God's answer is not counted in the time. Before answering the previous creator's question, God will not answer the next creator. After the creator asks a question, he can choose not to listen to the answer. Only after asking questions can creation begin. The will of the world planned everything very well. He even considered that some people might not read the tutorial plot and directly start the mission, but an outsider broke all his plans. It can be seen clearly by peeping into the future timeline. The system stole the identity of a creator and allowed the outsider to enter the creation space. After the outsider got all the answers he wanted from God, he ended with Pi as the last question, and the 190 creators, except him, were trapped. They could not ask questions, nor could they create. Until a month later, the outsider drained all the resources of the world like a parasite and left, and a world was destroyed. What a novel experience. I didn't expect that one day I could become God. Although it's fake. In the magnificent hall, Lincoln's figure was tall and sacred, which was awe-inspiring. In this swarming crowd, a young man seemed out of place. Is this God? Not bad. Lincoln looked down at the many creators under his feet and said in a loud voice, "Ask your questions. I'll go first." Why? I should go first. God spoke, and the crowd immediately quarreled, but Lincoln spoke directly. God, what is 1 + 1? Lincoln wanted to ignore him deliberately, but thinking of the rules that the world will had shown him in advance, he still spoke. 2. The answer came out, and the rules instantly locked on Lincoln. Before answering his question, all other creators would not be able to ask questions, nor would they be able to leave here until the creation space disappeared in a month. Sure enough, ignoring those pairs of angry eyes, Lincoln smiled triumphantly and continued to look at Lincoln. God, can you see what's in my mind? Lincoln looked down at Lincoln for a moment and then saw all his ideas about the science fiction heaven and his future plans in his mind. From conceptual weapons that only exist in fantasy to the dimensional upgrade plan, the entire technological heaven requires a huge amount of resources. According to Lincoln's estimation, it is more than enough to drain the accumulation of the will of this universe for many years. After completing the dimensional upgrade and cosmic breakthrough technology, Lincoln will directly abandon this resource-depleted universe and go to the next world. Disaster? That is for the humans in this world and has nothing to do with him, an alien traveler. The heaven can continuously produce humans or any other species. What he needs is resources, and only resources. Good guy, this is much more cruel than me. At most, I just look for fun everywhere, but this guy's destroying the world everywhere. Lincoln sighed in his heart, and then said in a deep voice, yes. Lincoln was delighted, and then asked, using the creation space, can I complete my main plan? The main plan of the science fiction heaven dimensional upgrade, breaking through the cosmic barrier, conceptual weapons and resource collection. Each of these plans requires a huge amount of resources, but yes. Lincoln's voice is still calm. Lincoln was overjoyed and immediately said, what detailed knowledge is needed to complete the plan? Lincoln glanced at him, wondering whether to start, but after a moment's hesitation, he placed a book of knowledge in front of Lincoln. This is all the knowledge. Linky reached out and took the book of knowledge. After just a glance, he was sure that this was what he wanted. He smiled smugly, turned his head, and looked at the other creators around him. After a moment of silence, he said calmly, "What is the most accurate value of?" As soon as the words came out, there was an uproar. It is well known that is an infinite non-repeating number. With the current human technology, it has been calculated to 62.8 trillion digits, and this is far from the limit of. If God wants to give the limit of, the time required will probably directly consume a full month of the existence of the creation space. What exactly is this damn guy trying to do? Is he only caring about himself and blocking the lives of everyone else? At this moment, not only did the contestants from various countries in the death creation space glare at Linky, but the audience on the blue star outside was also in an uproar. Well done. That's how it should be. We are the only hope for mankind. Idiot upstairs, be resolute. Where's your mom? You're the idiot. You're not an idiot, so how come you can't think of the consequences of blocking other people's way of life and not giving them a chance? That's right, I thought everyone should know the theory of crabs in a barrel, but the idiot named Linky who went in didn't know, and there are also a bunch of idiots outside who don't know. Not giving others hope and leaving them with a dead end will ultimately result in everyone having a hard time. He is living well in the creation space, but what about us? Guess what the remaining 200 or so countries will do during this time? Do they really think they are invincible and can take on the whole world alone? Do they dare to move? If they do, they will be dead when Linky comes out. It sounds like they are not dead now. With the way Linky is showing that he is not giving people a chance to live, what do you think are the possibilities that he will take those countries with him? The probability is not zero. It's better than being sure to die. The identification is correct, idiot upstairs. Even the Yan people who were theoretically on the same side as Linky were arguing over Linky's actions, and the public opinion was exploding. Originally, they thought that their players could create a creature that could take them through the doomsday disaster, but they didn't even wait for their players to appear before they watched Linky completely block their way out. At this moment, European and American netizens who had always been hostile to Yan immediately started to spread the word online. I've said it before, they are an evil race, they will only bring disaster to the world. Now you all have seen that contestant Linky from Yan country, he wants to kill all of us. He is a selfish devil. That's right, not just Yan country people, all yellow people are the same. They are all equally selfish, equally hateful. I've decided I'm going to pick up a shotgun and go to the streets to hunt every yellow person I can see. These damn guys, they destroyed my hope of survival. Hey, don't be impulsive. Why not? Our contestants have no chance. We are destined to die. In this case, why not go crazy one last time before death? I declare that today is my human elimination plan day. Compared with the implicitness of the internal network, the external network is already completely crazy. There is no need for people to stand up and organize. The extreme anger and despair evolved from the fear of death made many hot-tempered Americans take shotguns to the streets. They completely threw away the restrictions of the law, pointed them as little people with different skin colors in their eyes, and then pulled the trigger. Shootings in the street, shootings in homes, and even more evil things broke out at the same time. Almost instantly, the police resources of police stations everywhere had already turned on the red light, which was seriously insufficient. The indignant public sentiment was so surging that you could not contain it, and the bigwigs of the superstructure began to call the supreme commander of Yan State with gloomy faces. What do you mean? Linky had no idea what was happening outside, or even if he knew, he would not care. He was essentially an outsider, with no sense of belonging to this world. His only purpose was to use the resources given by the world's will to build a sci-fi heaven, and take away huge resources. As for the blue star people, if they can take some away, that's great. If they can't take them away, then they can't take them away. In order to prevent other contestants from snatching resources from him and cutting off his life, Linky was essentially an extremely selfish egoist. Infinite numbers do not have the most accurate value, which means that God is destined to be completely locked up. Facing the cannibalistic eyes of the other contestants around him, Linky showed a cold smile without caring. You all go to hell. Linky's heart was full of ambitions for the future, but he didn't notice that Lincoln, the incarnation of God, also showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. As you wish. As he said, the god who had always been hanging in the sky moved. In order to show respect for the value of, Lincoln bent down and stretched out his finger containing infinite light to the center of Linky's eyebrows. Seeing Lincoln's action, Linky instantly realized what God wanted to do. He was going to directly instill the value of into his brain. Realizing this, Linky's eyes were full of horror. Instilling infinite numbers into the human brain would undoubtedly turn him into a complete idiot. This was something he absolutely could not accept. Thinking of this, Linky opened his mouth and wanted to stop Lincoln's action. However, how could the speed of a mere human be comparable to Lincoln's? In an instant, a dazzling light bloomed at the center of Linky's eyebrows. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.